Yeah, so they could do it like a stand.
Are we at 9?
Yeah.
Do you want to check and make sure that, are we okay now? Can I, if I,
I hear you.
good morning, everyone. It is currently 9:02. We're still waiting on our first panelists, so we don't have to rush, but we should start to try to gather together here. For those of you on the web platform, we'll be starting in a few minutes as we get people to kind of gather here together. So thank you. Okay, everyone, we have quite the agenda, and so I think we're going to need to start. So I appreciate that one of the best parts of the Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting is, in fact, our ability to chat and connect with each other, and we'll have lunches and breaks for that, and would like to be able to get started for all of us. So if we can take our seats, please, and we can kick off today's two-day event. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I am chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Thursday, October 27th. It is 9:10 a.m. and I would like to call this meeting of the Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting to order. Yeah. We're there. We're almost there, Amy. I just want to thank everyone and welcome everyone this morning. We don't have time to be able to do full introductions because we have quite the full room, but welcome everyone to this year's Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting. This is a meeting that's spelled out actually in the Water Code, and this celebrates over 50 years of this meeting. And it is an incredible honor to be here before you. I will MC the day. I will try to bring us and move us along what is an incredible agenda over the next 2 days. And first and foremost, just thank you. Quickly, I'll go over some announcements and some housekeeping to keep everyone here just on the same page at the start. So we both have an in-person component here of attendees, and welcome everyone this morning. And we also have virtual attendees, and welcome and glad that we have an ability here to support all of our regional boards members' ability to attend. This has been a virtual event these last years. This is the first year that we're here having this hybrid style event, very similar hybrid meetings that you all have been able, and we all have been holding for our board meetings. So glad to be able to have everyone here today. We're going to skip introductions, but what you do have at the Water Quality Coordinating Committee website link, which there is a QR code, and we can provide the physical link as well for any of you that need it, is a booklet. And that booklet has all of your bios, the speakers here today, additionally, all the board members. So please use that to be able to familiarize yourself with everyone that's participating today. And we'll do that in lieu of here introductions. Additionally, because we have so many folks, you'll see that the configuration is a little different than previous years at WQCC. Instead of tables, you're all in rows. We're trying to pack everyone in. We have a great attendance. And in order to enable everyone to really participate, we know how hard it is to get verbal questions in a timely manner to be able to really inform the discussion. So you all have QR codes in front of you on the tables. The board members you've all been emailed the link and the QR code to be able to submit questions at any time. And so as we go through today's panels, as we kick off this morning's panel, and we have discussion at any time, just submit questions. If your thoughts are coming through, you want to make a comment, you want to make a question, submit it. We'll have that as a document here that we'll all share. And what we'll do is, if we aren't able to answer all the questions as they come up during the panels or as we have time within the panels, we can always follow back up. And so do use that tool, and I'll be using it here and looking at it in order to synthesize everyone's questions. Lunch will be on your own. So we have an hour-and-a-half lunch. There are a number of places locally around. Please, hopefully you have enough time, and additionally have enough time to take a headshot. I want to really thank Director Namath at the Department of Water Resources for helping us have a resource here. There will be a little mini studio set up, if you will, in the quad outside. So as you are going in and out to get lunch, go ahead and get a headshot taken. It'll really help professionalize and help show the incredible leadership that you all represent. And so glad to be able to provide that. Please do take advantage of it. With all of that, I'm looking over to Meredith, who is our coordinator today. And I think we're ready to enter into our first panel. So I'd like to welcome here with us today this morning, Director of the Department of Water Resources, Carla Namath. And we will kick off this morning's WQCC with a discussion on California's water supply strategy, a recent document that Carla took a huge leadership role and here synthesized with the state board and our staff. We had like a 2-day ongoing, just engagement to try to really button up that document and represents what is a real blueprint for so much of the work that you are all very familiar with. And so glad to be able to invite Carla here to have a discussion with us here, but more importantly with you all around the strategy. We'll quickly outline it, but importantly, the regional board's role in permitting and understanding the opportunities for stormwater capture, water recycling, so many of the things in that strategy. There's a link, I believe, to the strategy for folks. If you don't have it, we can make sure that you have it so that you can look over the document as we have our discussion. With that, welcome, Director Namath.
Shall we sit it?
Yeah, let's go ahead and sit.
Okay.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here, and I just apologize in advance that I'm so informal. I'm getting out of town for the weekend for like a 25-year graduate school reunion, so which is a little alarming in and of itself. But I want to start by saying one of the things I really enjoy about working with Chair Esquivel is how much he cares about the people doing the work. And it just shows in big ways and small. And we were talking about 6 weeks ago, and he said, hey, I've got so many people in these regional boards that are doing very important work, but sometimes they get lost in the shuffle or they don't get the recognition that they deserve. And he said, do you think you guys would be able to come over and, give them some nice glamour shots and, have a little fun and support them? And I said, absolutely no problem. But for me, it's just one of many examples of how much the chair, I think, really gets it in, the public sector and appreciates all of you and your call to service and all of the work that you do. So thank you from me as well. If there's one thing I learned with our adapting to a hotter, drier future, I knew it already, but that exercise certainly drove home the point how much work we need to do together, the Department of Water Resources with the Water Resources Control Board and the regional water quality control boards. That exercise was really born out of course, the administration has a water resilience portfolio. It's very comprehensive, about north of 140 individual actions. But what we started to experience in 2021 really upped the sense of urgency. And if you remember, 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, we had a heat dome in California. We got very hot that late August, September. And the expression of that heat dome surfaced intensely during the following wet season, our typical rainy season in the winter and into the spring. And even though we had almost 70% snowpack on April 1st, which is a date that I think is going to just become increasingly less significant in terms of how we manage our water resources. But that is our traditional day where we really kind of call the water year type for all, practical purposes. There's more analysis that proceeds after that. But as a general matter, that's when we call the water year. But what happened between that April 1st, 70% snowpack and May 31st was something we hadn't seen before, which was really a record-setting a snowmelt and evaporation and sublimation of those water supplies into the soils. So we went from 70% to nothing. And we quickly realized how not ready we are for those kinds of changes. One of the ways in which I think we've been working very intensely the last 2 years is how to better connect our processes and decision making when we have these dynamic situations because that's going to be more typical than atypical. And our processes and decision making don't always support this really shifting hydrology and shifting decisions we need to make if we want to manage water prudently for all the needs we have here in California. What it also did was set us on a path to sort of reinvigorating the department's relationship with the U.S. Geological Survey, Desert Research Institute, the folks down at Scripps Institute, where they have the Center for Weather Extremes, to really understand, what was happening relative to this significant decrease in runoff efficiency. And that has put us down a path of lots of improvements to forecasting, not just what we can expect potentially from atmospheric rivers, but importantly, the role of temperature. Rising ambient temperatures now play as its own increase in demand for surface water supplies. And that really got us down the path of what's going to happen in the next drought. If we know temperatures are really only going in one direction, our hydrology is going to shift. It's going to continue to be highly variable, but what are the things we need to be doing to understand this new and intensifying demand for surface water? And so we started to quantify it. There's still uncertainty around it, most definitely. But what we were able to do is identify about a 2.5 to 4 million acre foot deficit that would be created by warmer temperatures if we had this kind of drought we're having right now in 2030. And then in 2040, it gets bigger still, and it's about a 9 million acre foot deficit, which starts to make you go, we've got a lot of pressures already. What do we need to be doing for planning for this, what we call, you can call it aridification, you can call it climate water deficit. We settled on hotter, drier as a way to help communicate with the public. But what it really means is all of our landscapes are going to be thirstier. The air is thirstier and the ground is thirstier. And that is going to take up a significant percentage of surface water supplies. By 2040, that 9 million acre feet is actually about 10% of our surface water supplies. And that set us down a path of, what do we need to do to help fill that gap? And one of the things that I think is subtle but important about that document is, a lot of us who've been in the water world, I'm sure you're familiar with it. Well, it's an all of the above strategy. We have waters managed primarily at the local level. We're encouraging and incentivizing local water districts to invest in all kinds of water supplies. But that only gets us so far when you start to see this kind of climate water deficit. And what it also means is, while the portfolio is going to vary depending on where you are in California, improved water efficiency and permanent demand reduction doesn't obviate the need to still do water recycling and to do brackish water desal or ocean water desal where it makes sense. Other key features are when the water does come, we know it's going to come more intensely. The warmer temperatures actually hold more moisture, which is going to produce an increasing intensity of atmospheric rivers. How do we move and store that water knowing that overall there's going to be less? And so it becomes more about how do we get down a path where we can get all the work done, less down a path of, different kinds of water supply strategies compete with one another. It really is, we need to do it all. And I think, representing a broader suite of colleagues of mine that are at the Natural Resources Agency, our Department of Fish and Wildlife. We have folks at the Coastal Commission, we have state lands commissions. There's so many parties that become engaged when we try to get projects over the finish line. And so the strategy also includes some real needs that we have in the state to, I don't want to say streamline permitting, but really drive to make sure that we're doing the permitting in a timely way, that we're not sort of defaulting to kind of serial permitting or sequential permitting, really get our entities working together on projects so that we can work these processes in parallel with better communication amongst the multiple entities that have a role in permitting. All the while, of course, really understanding how data sets and science is changing. And I think that's going to be a real challenge for California. It is the classic, I don't like this sort of euphemism, but I can't come up with anything else, but it is the classic sort of, maybe it's rebuilding the plane while you're flying it, which is, how do we make these adjustments and what we can account for and what we can anticipate. And that really goes to certain strategies that the department has put in place where we are looking at the historical record, but we're weighting more significantly what's happened in the last 2 to 3 decades, for example. And that's going to be a real feature of forecasting and water supply reliability. What assumptions do we make out into the future? And like most things, it's more complicated. Than the bumper sticker. And there's still some value clearly to understanding the longer hydrologic record, where the trend lines are not particularly disrupted, but where are they disrupted? And then how do we think about a future that has a degree of uncertainty associated with forecasting and adjust our industry standards for making those kinds of determinations. And rising temperatures and the evaporative effect that rising temperatures have on availability is going to be a key part of it. So all of that really shapes the strategy moving forward. I'm not going to, reiterate it in detail, but I think it's fairly clear about our goals. And I think, one of the most intense conversations we had about it as an administration is, I think, a real challenge when we think about climate planning, sort of resource wide. So much of water management in California is done at the local level. We have significant inequities in how it's managed and people's access to clean and reliable water right now. Climate is going to make that worse. And I can tell you, actually, our climate deputy at TWR has asked me to ban what I just said at the department. Our policy is not 5 words, climate makes it worse. We have to actually dig into some of these details and really understand how and come up with strategies to manage that. That had been, I think, our tried and true on a lot of our planning documents. We lay out the way we did it business as usual, and we would just add that little clause at the end. Climate change makes it worse. How? What are we going to do about it? Because now it's upon us and we need to start planning for it. And I think all of that is going to create a lot of challenges in basically in how we deliver projects and how we deliver projects together as state agencies, but equally as important, how we relate to those local districts and how we establish a degree of accountability in getting those projects moving forward when ultimately the state is not the decision maker on how, if those projects move forward, if those water districts determine that that's where they're going to put their ratepayer dollars or focus their investment strategy. But what is important is the state presenting the whole picture of an aggregate set of effects that we can anticipate relative to surface water supplies, and at a minimum, ensure that state agencies are working closely together such that water districts who are pursuing strategies can relate to the state in a more efficient manner that can enable us to realize these projects sooner than we otherwise would. And that's the ultimate goal. There's going to be, I think, a significant amount of attention to how this gets implemented. The administration has certainly described its openness to the potential for legislative solutions to create better permitting efficiencies. I think there are some administrative solutions, certainly, that we would want to deploy together. And all of those tools are going to be on the table as we start to implement that strategy. And so with that, Chair Esquivel, I don't know if you want to add anything more, but I'd be glad to have a discussion about it.
Thank you so much, Director Namath. And I just have to acknowledge and thank you for the kind words, your leadership as well at the Department of Water Resources. You know, there is not an uncomplicated set of issues that we share with the Department of Water Resources, whether it's on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, whether it's on conservation, whether it's on working with our agencies here through drought. And it's meant a lot to be able to work directly with one another to better ensure that our agencies seeing their vision in common and working well together. And I am just really proud of that leadership that you've been bringing and continue to bring to all these discussions. You know, this is really a systems approach that we're trying to really create around these challenges, as Director Namath said. You know, and there is no more important system than the actual physical limits of these economies and these human-built systems that we've layered on top of. And so getting specific, what is that gap in aridification? How do we, what are the knock-on effects of what we've built? And understand that we're reconciling in many ways these systems that we've built out for a hydrology that simply no longer exists. And we do have to get real and specific and start to use the tools that we have here that, you know, as you all well know, and we celebrated last year at WQCC in anticipation of now, we've hit the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act. And what 50 years ago was an imperative around rivers on fire, sewage just being dumped into our rivers in the Dominguez Channel and other places, is now about climate change. And so how are we going to use these systems, these agencies that we're all very proud of, to drive at these challenges, drive at the solutions that these challenges are presenting us? And I appreciate Director Namath bringing up inequities still yet in that 50-year history of the Clean Water Act, say, or all these investments and progress that we've been making. And I think that what's obvious in this systems level approach is that in this warming climate, in this new era that we're in, there are no longer any cheap and clean sources of water. In fact, what we're getting to are those sources of water with recycling, with stormwater capture, with water, with desal that are actually lower quality, and means that the work of the regional boards is even more critical in this discussion, because we're reaching into supplies that were before too costly or too out of range. And we're saying we need to, but increasingly in this warming climate, when our supplies are on the quality side really being impacted. I think of salinity increases along the systems that we're managing. I think of the nitrate increases. I think of the concentration of contaminants that we all have been managing for years are just going to become all the more important, that we understand how we regulate into the future, so we protect water quality even as we engage in these activities that we know we need to permit, we need to do. But if we don't keep that eye on the quality aspect, we're not building for, again, the future of these systems that we're all managing. So the supply strategy tries to weave us in that way, as Carla said, and really even look at how do we get project delivery. So better quantifying the problem, getting specific on how we manage it, and then here really engaging, and the work that ahead, and appreciate that John Bishop and Lawrence on your staff have already been cooking on this as to how do we start to parse out the work that's within the water supply strategy that's laid out, that we know we need to do. And part of it is resourcing you all to do the permitting, to make the decisions on projects in a way that continues to protect, again, that critical water quality in this increased era that we're in, and do so well. So that's all I would just kind of further plus up in Director Namath's comments, and would just really welcome now here. What are your questions around the supply strategy? What are your concerns? What are you hearing? And what best that we can help contribute to you all for? And Meredith, if you don't mind letting me know if there's any written questions in, and I think we have, enough space and time here to also take verbal questions from folks. So, okay. Amy, please. And Margie will come around with a mic.
So I know often.
Please introduce yourself.
Amy Horn. I'm a board member on the Lahontan Region 6 regional board. So there's a lot of talk about doing science-based projects. In the world of policy, we make decisions in the face of uncertainty. So I'm wondering if people are going to be doing things. Is there a strategy, is part of the strategy to engage the scientific community as we move forward so that our questions get answered as projects are implemented in a way that makes science more impactful?
From a forecasting perspective and that set of climate science, everything that the department is putting together now will have peer review, no question. And as you can imagine, the second we start making different decisions based on different science, everybody's going to come out of the woodwork and have ideas about exactly how that science was done. So we're definitely engaging in a peer review process over the course of the next 24 months that can really help support our planning parameters when we think about this climate water deficit issue. I think the other way in which, at least for the department, one of the things that's kind of sort of tucked into the strategy is a partnership that DWR and the Water Board started with the Department of Energy and the National Alliance on Water Innovation. And California got one of 5 national hubs to really focus on desal, in particular brackish water desal, and sort of the energy cycle, and see what could be done to develop that water supply in a way that's more cost effective, in a way that is focused on certain kinds of contaminants and focused on kind of end user, so that we can generate a degree of flexibility in that kind of brackish water desal as a water supply source. They are just now coming out with sort of their list of pilot projects that they're starting, the research topics that they're working on. It's a 100 entity consortium, which is really terrific. Cal's involved, Stanford's involved. We've got nonprofit sector, private sector, all kind of converging on this kind of research and innovation, science-based, to help us really understand what we know, and do we know enough to start piloting some of these specific projects. So that, I think, is another place where in the hotter, drier strategy, especially as it relates to the work that you all do, I think there's some real opportunity to understand the science on the front end, develop the way in which we implement projects that allow for ongoing sort of scientific investigation and analysis upfront. And that's something I think we're going to have to develop, I think, a little bit more structure around as we implement parts of the strategy.
Yeah, I think statewide there are a number of, like the Lawrence Berkeley partnership, like a number of kind of projects that are kind of cooking out there. I'll note, and I think we're all well aware of this on the water board side, we really don't have like an integrated sort of research or science program like maybe CARB or others do that have, like dollars that also accompany and help that. But we do have partnerships with SWRCB, with other, UC Davis. I think of, pockets where that research is going on that we could do better about better structuring, right? So it's linking back into what are the more pressing discussions that or issues at the regional board level that kind of filter up. So to your point, you're having better sort of science and science-based decision making, if you will, that's supported more directly to what are the things, whether it's HABs on the water quality side or other things that we could be better feeding research questions, if you will, into the academic community in a structured way that helps us get to a little of what you're talking about. But at the state level, at least, we do have these places where we have like kind of existing partnerships. I think it's about connecting some of those dots a little better so that we're a little more intentional in that space as opposed to what's now kind of more of an ad hoc process that a lot of that gets fed into, and more specifically project-based. I think of, the LA River and the work that SWRCB is doing with folks around, how do you balance water recycling and in-stream flow needs, or, different projects like that. We could better aggregate at the very least, I think.
I would add, in the administering of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, the department is right now getting more organized around updating guidelines as it relates to climate and climate assumptions. And like a lot of the groundwater management plans, it's very much a mixed bag. But when we do that, and that even further kind of alters what's sort of feasible in terms of projects and what's realistic in terms of projects coming online that help either remediate groundwater basins or add additional supply, or how we account for droughts and groundwater pumping and any resultant effects on water quality. I think adding the climate piece to those groundwater management plans will be an ongoing developing science. How does that actually fit into the administration of projects that are, part of a groundwater sustainability agency's overall sustainability plan? And I think you all at the boards will have a key role in helping us understand that, and helping us understand that the scientific investigations that go along with that moving forward.
We have a couple questions that came in written, but Norma Camacho, if you want to verbally, Margie, if you don't mind bringing the microphone to Norma.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Norma Camacho, Region 4, and new member. And one of the questions I had, you talked about water supply issues being local in implementation, much of it. And so I was wondering, to what degree, when you developed the strategy, did you work with city and county officials, planning officials, in terms of getting their feedback on how they would fit into this strategy? And what type of dialogue or engagement are you planning on doing in order to make them aware and get them more involved?
So I would say, as a general matter, we did not do significant outreach and engagement in putting the strategy together itself. It was really a look into existing state documents, what we thought we could accelerate, a little bit of, ground truthing of that with various stakeholders. But I do think moving forward, certainly both on the groundwater management side and on the water use efficiency side, all of those land use issues come into play. Are we going to get to those goals? And so I think our starting place as we implement the strategy is, working more broadly with CSAC and League of Cities so that they understand what we're doing and why. And then we do have, which I think is going to be essential, Senate Bill 552, which directed the state to put together a task force, state agencies and local agencies, particularly counties, to deal with areas where we know have increased drought risk just because their supplies are not reliable. And that's building off the work that the Water Board did, I think, together with DWR after the last drought to really assess, mostly in rural communities, smaller communities. And so that task force is also getting up and running. And I think that's going to be a very critical place where, I think a lot of the affliction in those kinds of communities is because of a lack of connection between counties and water districts. And we're certainly seeing that play out with groundwater management what kind of relationships exist at the local level between a groundwater sustainability agency, an irrigation district, a water supplier, and county officials. And that has been its own kind of forcing function. But moving forward, when we get into specific parts of the strategies, I think it will require that kind of collaboration.
Yeah, I really appreciate that question because I think we always are trying to make sure we are reminding ourselves that it is at that local level that projects actually come together, get brought to us for approval or funding or our state part, if you will, and creating the conditions that best support that good decision making where you see that leadership happening. I think of Morro Bay, it took decades, right, to get to where they are now, but to have moved their wastewater treatment plant here because of sea level rise, to think of that as an asset then for groundwater recharge and seawater intrusion, all that, that really does cook at that local level. And so I appreciate that nod. And Jane Beatty also followed up here with a question saying around more about the role and capabilities of those local water agencies and how might we better support or regulate those essential community-based entities. And I think it's a continuum of the question that you just asked, Norma. And I think, for us, the water supply strategy is an opportunity to do that. I think when we're listing projects, coming to communities and saying, okay, what is out there, I think will be an important touch point. But I think, when it comes to our role and our ongoing role, and especially your all ongoing role at the regional board level, who are the primary entities with that relationship, I think it's really about continuing to make sure that our decision making and processes are clear, that people know how to enter into the discussions, know when there is something before our boards. And as we know, sometimes our website or some of the things that we depend on to communicate to the public aren't as up to date and maybe as clear as when those opportunities for external folks to plug in what is going on at the board, what the decision-making timelines are. And so I think on our part, at least, doing better on that can help ensure that we're having the greater opportunity for dialogue and engaging on the basis of our work around it too. Jim Stahl, and now we're starting to get quite a few questions, so I'll forgo going to folks and appreciate everyone, but I'll call you out. Jim Stahl asked that, since we mentioned some involvement with Cal and Stanford, that looking at UCLA and others is important too. I think that's the benefit of a more comprehensive research strategy would be that we cast a wider net to all of our academic partners and figure out, how best to parse out some of the work that's going on. Mark Bradford has asked, sites reservoir status is a hot topic with stakeholders. Will sites serve as a template for other projects? Is streamlining CEQA part of permitting strategy? Do you want to take that one, Carla?
I would say, I don't think sites is a template. And in all seriousness, I think that I do think that as a general matter, there is an interest in understanding how to help projects happen and the role that CEQA plays in helping projects not happen. I don't think there is a real appetite to forego the important environmental review and the environmental protections that it provides. But I do think there is an interest in making it work better. And I think that you can see that even in some of the governor's executive orders on drought and in the hotter, drier strategy, there are discrete areas where we're looking at CEQA exemptions for certain kinds of projects. Projects that are big and complicated don't fall into that category. I can't say what the legislature is going to want to do, but to me, it seems unlikely that a project as big and as significant as sites would have that kind of CEQA exemption. But we are legitimately trying to sort out, are there certain kinds of projects? What do the criteria look like? how do we make sure that, there's fidelity to environmental review, but that we're not so bogged down that we can't get some basic, groundwater recharge projects, for example, moving forward. And I think that's a real, that's where, certainly if we're doing some kind of categorical exemption in the context of CEQA, and we need to understand better, how that affects certain permitting decisions that the water board does, or you all do that rely on CEQA documents, how do we start to put these kinds of permitting strategies together if, for a certain kind of project, the state now has the authority to seek an exemption.
Yeah, I'll say, I won't comment specifically too much on sites, but I'll just say that, we have to get decision-making right in this century. That we have a lot of projects out there that weren't done with the thorough sort of decision-making that we would sort of expect today. And we need to be able to do that well. And that doing that well means being able to, use tools here that let us come to good conclusions sooner, not necessarily bad conclusions faster. And so I think that's where the balance is in any of this sort of like streamlining discussion is really, how do we preserve what we know the benefit is of this better decision making that we're all part of here, while still trying to respond to what is a rapid crisis on our hands when it comes to climate generally. And I think we can, but I think we have to be honest about that balance. And, sometimes, the pressures aren't as honest. Okay, next I'll go to Jane Gray, who she asked, wondering how CASA, which is the California Association of Sanitation Agencies and the California Association of Water Agencies, are involved and how rural communities and systems are involved, and how rural communities and systems are included, water and wastewater. They're, as you know, CASA and Aqua are partners in all of this, as are, and what I appreciated in the water supply strategy was that we included affordability, because as much as, we were really trying to just focus in the water resilience portfolio is a large suite of things to try to capture all the activities we're doing. The water supply strategy really tried to look at this quantification of aridification, but still and so drinking water isn't as sort of prominent a subject in there and front of mind for all the work we're doing in our communities there. But we did keep affordability as a real important component of saying, as we make these investments, we have to keep our communities front of mind, and importantly, the affordability of water for all of those systems. But the solutions obviously are different at those smaller scales than some of the larger. And so it's good to have CASA there. It's good to have Aqua there. They're helping us and included our community voices there as well. So thank you.
One of the things that is happening at the Department of Water Resources, particularly with some of our state water project contractors, is we think about sort of this kind of multi-benefit projects. That's been kind of a buzzword. And what that I think more traditionally means is, how do we have environmental uplift on the front end of those projects? But a real kind of analog developing around other kinds of water supply projects and as it relates to local disadvantaged communities. And so we have to do something different. We know that consolidation is important and there's these other tools that are important. But one of the things I think that the hotter drier strategy can help us do is when we're thinking about these more significant groundwater recharge projects, for example, or groundwater banking projects, for example, can we think about augmenting those projects that water districts might engage in to create a disadvantaged community component where they're at the front end, part of our thinking, part of public funding, that requires, local water district partnership. And I think a real partnership between large water agencies and the smaller, either mutual water agencies or just much smaller communities. And the hotter drier strategy, I think, is stimulating those kinds of conversations, which I think could be pretty exciting. Just simply because I don't want to live through another drought that we know is coming with the same tools, right? so we did that in, the previous drought. And when you think about, the previous drought, we put in drought barriers, salinity barriers in the Delta. We hadn't done that since the mid 70s. And we're doing it again, and it's 6 years later. So, we know how much the system is changing around us. And, I think the big challenge of the previous drought was we didn't have a lot of strategies, particularly in the Central Valley, for some of these rural communities. So groundwater management passed, great. Long glide path for some important reasons. But here we are in the next drought with the same kind of acute problems. And so that's a place where I think we've started to deploy different kinds of strategies, different relationships with the counties around, how to permit wells, what kind of wells you can permit during a drought. Some of the challenges we have with ag wells, separating them out from some of the community wells or private, just domestic wells, starting with some of those kinds of strategies, but also, and this is where I think, the previous drought, if we're smart about it, which I'm going to say we are smart about it, and we're going to continue to be smart about it, is where that assessment of more rural communities and the most vulnerable counties in California to drought, understanding that better, and then thinking about these bigger investments that happen at scale with bigger water districts, I think actually offers some new tools, like a groundwater bank that, potentially has Metropolitan and other state water contractors in the Central Valley, focus on expanding their bank. But what would it look like now that we really understand much better the sort of nature of some of the more localized domestic well challenges? What is it to put those communities, to have them get bought into a groundwater bank as well? And I think we'll see some new kinds of partnerships that I think actually are essential to help us solving some of those problems. It's not just the state, laboring with small, under-resourced communities. I mean, I think that's a part of it, but it's not the whole strategy.
Yeah, and on this thread, I'll note Denise Kadara asked, how do you address private wells being drilled within CSD boundaries where groundwater is the only source of a water supply in GSA? And I think there has been work. We have an executive order that's been trying to better get some accountability, if you will, with how counties are drilling and considering impacts on drinking water wells. And so a good follow on there. Additionally, Celeste Cantu has asked if we've quantified groundwater available for desal treatment, so brackish water, groundwater potential. And that is one of the activities in the water supply strategy. And I think DWR is taking lead on first cut, at least on the brackish desal kind of component, like what the opportunity or capacity there is. And I think it's the idea is to take the existing groundwater sustainability plans, which outline a number of projects, and go ahead and seeing what's kind of captured there. There's obviously, I think of, the Chino desalter, I think of Menifee with Eastern Municipal, other projects out there. So, I think it'll be a good opportunity to just kind of do that inventory. But I know
and one that's coming up, which I think is, again, kind of exciting, and I wouldn't necessarily have predicted it, but we have an acute problem in Coalinga, and the federal government, Central Valley Project, is working out water transfers with some of their irrigation districts. But we have a state correctional facility there. We have a state hospital there, and Westland's Water District has applied for a brackish water desal grant, a small pilot project, with the idea that with that kind of desal water, that could be water that feeds these bigger state institutions, that helps provide a degree of stability in Coalinga, because we've really struggled with a desal project for Coalinga, just kind of writ large. So it does kind of open, just open some doors or open pathways of communication around, well, what's the problem we're trying to solve? What do I have to bring to the table? If I can't solve the whole problem, can I provide a degree of relief that creates some kind of stability? And so Westlands is pursuing this project, and one of the things they want to sort out is which crops can tolerate some of the brine disposal and understand it better, because so much is changing around them and their service area is going to change even more, certainly with Sigma, and certainly given declining availability of surface water supplies over time with climate. So just an example of something where different kinds of partners, I think, can come together. And I think that's the benefit of a more surgical strategy, which hotter dryer is meant to be, and meant to be responsive to a problem that we're now quantifying. So I do think there's good things, but yes, the department's working on an assessment of availability of brackish water desal, what the true potential is there, but I would urge you to take a look at the DOE, and we can maybe send out a link where they describe this consortium. And I would bet it already includes like UCLA and other academic institutions, but it is almost 100 participants. And they've got some really interesting pilot projects happening. Pilot project in Allensworth, which has had a legacy problem. So I don't want to get overly excited, but it was the most optimistic conversation I'd had in a while. So I'll take it.
Thank you, Director. Okay, we have only a minute left, but we do have a couple of questions, and I'll just throw them out there, and we can maybe circle back around with them at some point. But one was from Norma Camacho on modernizing water rights, and that is an important component of the water supply strategy there. Not unlike just here, as Carla said, getting specific on the science of what aridification means. That data, that information, the advancing and even forecasting is benefiting water rights. Where we are in this last year administering rights for the first time in California's history in a way that is looking at what's hydrologically available, who do we know at least has demanded what to us, and how do we best try to implement something in these critical circumstances. So that's an important component, because as we look again at this system approach, how we take water when and where and out of the environment and from our watersheds is going to become so much more important as supplies dwindle, have pressure on them, to manage those with data and information. And water rights modernization is a part of a backbone, if you will, of that decision making that spreads throughout the system, whether it's then understanding what's available for ag, available for cities, or how we do better amongst it all. So there's my quick brief on that. And just thank you, really appreciate. And the other question was from Celeste around Colorado River cutbacks and how they're incorporated into statewide planning. I think the water plan does some of that, but I think we it's with the Colorado River Board, as you know, and then the relationship, a direct relationship with the contractors and the feds there. It's kind of it's a space. But Carla, please.
Yeah, so the department actually sits on the Colorado River Board, and so we are part of the discussions. My view is that we need to get something real on the table, by the mid-spring of next year. But ultimately, I think where the bigger reckoning is what happens after 2026, where we really do need to absorb, and that being the royal we, all parties on the Colorado River, plus Mexico, plus tribal nations all need to come in, and there will be a significant reallocation that really does need to happen, by 2026 to, establish how that system's going to function moving forward. So my sense of it is, there will be some important kind of near-term reductions that happen. I think the state wants to be supportive, kind of writ large. I think some of our challenges are, down in Imperial Irrigation District. And I would just observe that as a party that didn't participate in the drought contingency plan, I think their thinking is different now. I think they're having a similar kind of wake up call that some of the senior water rights holders in California have had, that, you know, the hydrology can be so bad that I am not protected by my senior status. And that means I need to think more deeply about partnerships, think more deeply about the future. And I think that there are things that we can do in IID. I think one of the key factors is how that relates to conditions in the sea and obligations that we have in the sea. And it's not a trivial matter at all, because of the interdependencies there. And yeah, so we are definitely engaged in that, and how that fits into our future. I am a big believer that we need to do more in sort of soil moisture monitoring. Colorado's been absolutely afflicted by the same kind of runoff challenges that we experienced so acutely in 2021. There's lots of conversation about really leaning in with that kind of monitoring effort in the northern part of the watershed. I'd like to see that happen also in California. Federal government has to be our partner there, and we're hoping that they will be.
Yeah, I'll note yesterday, the last few days I was at the Salinity Forum up in Tahoe, which is all of our basin states, and it's on the water quality side and controlling salinity on the river, but quantity and quality hand in hand. And that was part of our discussion, certainly. And the warnings from reclamation are pretty stark. If we have the same hydrology in 2022, in 2023 rather, that we had in 2022, Powell's in trouble by next June. Below power production, that will impact deliveries down to the lower system. So as Carla said, it's on everyone's mind for sure. Thank you, everyone. And importantly, thank you to Carla for joining us this morning and kicking off our discussion.
My pleasure, and I hope this is not the last opportunity that we have. All the work we need to do, we got to get it done together. So huge thank you to you all, and I just appreciate the opportunity.
Hear, hear. Thank you so much, Carla. Now we will transition to our next panel, which will be leadership updates from Morgan Carvajal, who's the Chief Deputy Appointment Secretary in the Governor's Office, Anna Melendez, who's our Director of Legislative Affairs, and Anna Neymark, who's our Deputy Secretary and Special Counsel for Water Policy. Anna Neymark will be joining us remotely, so I believe she will be up on the screen here momentarily, and call up Morgan and Anna Melendez to come up. This mic, I think you just have to keep your mouth a little close, just so you know. It gets a little dim. Thank you so much both for being here with us. And Anna Neymark will be on the platform at about 10:30, so we can kick it off.
Betty, I can go first. Nice to meet you. For those of you I have not met yet, I'm Anna Melendez, Legislative Director for the Water Boards. Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Happy to be here this morning. I'm going to run through a couple of quick updates for you all, but want to make sure there are times for questions, and to give deference to Morgan, who's here with us from the Governor's Office, and Anna Neymark, our new Cali PA Cabinet Secretary, Deputy Cabinet Secretary. Thank you.
You might want to use this one. Yeah, that microphone.
Speak loud. Okay. Yeah, this is better. Yeah. Perfect. So this past year, as you just heard from Director Nemeth and Chair Esquivel, we definitely did have quite a few high priority policy items moving through both the administration, Cali PA, as well as the legislature. We did just end this past year in September. We ended the second year of the legislative session. So what that means is the legislature is out for the year. The new legislature will reconvene in January. So we're awaiting their return right now. The second year of the legislative session this past year that just ended, it really was a bit of a continued response to COVID. So the first year of COVID, the legislature really focused on the main priority policy items of homelessness, wildfires, and COVID response. The second year, we saw a bit of a return to normalcy, if you will. People returned physically to meetings, legislators returned to their office, committees returned to actually meeting in person and holding testimonies in person. And what that also meant was that we saw an increased number of bills being introduced in this second session. We were also more dealing with drought response and resiliency, water resiliency, that is. So we did see a lot of an increased number of bills being introduced, particularly relative to water. As it pertains to groundwater quality, we saw bills introduced relative to affordability, to improving access to drinking water, desal bills that continue to deal with SGMA implementation, among other issues. And members really were fairly engaged in water issues, particularly those in, I'll just say, rural communities that really, we're seeing pretty severe, in certain circumstances, drinking water responses that we then had to coordinate with our fellow sister agencies like DWR, a drought response to their drinking water emergencies. And then, of course, as we got later on into the year, we saw the governor's water supply strategy that was released. And with that strategy, and again, with the continued increase of interest in the legislature for water response and drought response, we have, an increased coordination and response with our sister agencies. That we think, I anticipate that will continue. The legislature right now, as I mentioned, they're out for the end of the 2-year session, the cycle. We are going through November elections at this point. Legislators those that are elected and come to Sacramento will get sworn in December, and that's when they can start introducing their first bills. Typically, that first day that they're sworn in, that's when the top priority bills for the legislators are introduced. They're basically their key bills that they introduced. So we're going to be following that really closely, particularly because right now we are going through redistricting. So the lines have majorly, in some instances, shifted. Even in 2022, we did see some legislatures exit the legislature. Some folks left as they were appointed to other positions. Others chose not to run. So even in 2022, we had 6 new assembly members take office. We're going to have 19 exiting assembly members and 10 exiting state senators. And that's not to speak at all about congressional districts and congressional members. So what that all amounts to, and kind of why I want to make sure to just highlight it for us and for our awareness, is because that means that we're going to have new dynamics. We're going to have a whole new legislative class. We're going to have new committee chairs for policy committees in certain instances where we have had the chairs exit and retire or choose not to run for office. We're going to have new committee memberships, and along with that, new dynamics. We're also going to, I think, continue to see really as the new class of legislators enter what their priorities are. So we are going to be following that pretty closely as they all take office and as they all introduce their legislative priorities. And quite frankly, we're going to look forward to working with all of them. And from the legislative affairs perspective, I also just want to mention that I think it's really critical that we continue to work and that we work more closely, make more of an effort to work more closely with our local electeds too, just so that we can make sure that we're better understanding their perspectives as they're coming in, that they understand our policy issues, the programs that are available to help them out, and that we can better facilitate and respond to their local emergencies. So I really do appreciate all of the work of the regional boards and their executive officers and assistant officers and program staff so that we can respond to them much more quickly and help identify solutions. I'll stop there and turn it over to Morgan.
Thank you so much. So, hi, everybody. Morgan Carvajal with the Governor's Office. I'm the Chief Deputy Appointment Secretary. I see a lot of familiar faces. Actually, I've been lucky enough to have met some of you throughout the last year via Zoom. Happy to be now meeting you here in person. Obviously, the in-person changes and dynamics have affected the Appointments Office significantly. I think when we were all working virtually and all of our meetings were virtual, we were seeing an influx of regional representation really increasing on a lot of our boards and commissions. Now that we've all gone back to in-person, boards have gone back to in-person, the Bagley Clean requirements are in place, and as they were, pre-COVID or BC, we have seen some of that fall off, quite frankly. And we continue to sort of try to meet the governor's promise to the California people to continue to bring diversity and new representation to all the boards and commissions. The water boards are a huge part of that. I think it's an area where we really have a lot of ability to do that. Having regional settings gives us a lot more ability, even though some of your regions are huge, makes it a little more difficult, but we are working every day to sort of fulfill that promise for the governor on the governor's behalf. That said, I'm sure you have all seen a good swath of reappointments have gotten done. So we are very happy about that. We continue to work through the vacancies that we have. We know that they are there. We are working every day. We have a good handful of candidates that are currently going through the process for consideration. Obviously, a lot of what happens through the Appointments Office is seen as confidential. We're dealing obviously with people's personal lives and personal matters. And so, the appointees that we have, you all included, expect that confidentiality. So we uphold that. And so it might be frustrating at sometimes to why we're not sharing information about how many candidates we're talking to or who we're talking to, but bear with us. Your patience is appreciated as we work through those vacancies and try to fill all of those so that you guys have full boards coming into the next term and into the next year. So we are working diligently to get that done, and hopefully we'll be able to see some progress. Other than that, happy to answer any questions that you guys have. Obviously, we are looking ahead at the second term and looking at the promises that the governor has made and the bold initiatives that he's put forth, and needing to make sure that the boards are full to fulfill those and see those commitments and promises through. That is the work of the boards and commissions around the state, the work of our administrative offices as well. And so our office's job is to make sure that we have the people in place to fulfill those goals and those intentions. And so appreciate all of your work, and always here to try to be as helpful as we can in getting the boards filled up. I see the Central Coast chair looking at me like. No, you're not. No, I can appreciate the need, absolutely, and the struggle of not having those vacancies filled, just within quorum issues, but also just within representation at the table. I mean, having the voices at the table is incredibly important, and especially for you all in the regions, some being quite large, having representation from all parts of that region is really important to the governor and important to our office. And so we are sort of looking for all of those gaps. I will, of course, extend again, and I've met some of you now one-on-one, I think, given our last meeting here, when I invited you all to please reach out to me and make those meetings happen, because it is helpful for me to know where your gaps are and the way you see the gaps, right? Like whether or not you're seeing a gap in, representation from the legal side, right? Maybe a lawyer would be really valuable to the board's perspective. Things like that are all things that we're looking at and considering. That's what that balance is, the balance that is so important, is a lot within sort of what professional experience members bring to the board as well. So.
I just have to express, as always, just incredible gratitude and thanks. As you all know, when we're fully appointed, there's 68 of us, 68 positions, qualified, interested individuals that are needing to be gathered up and here found. And so you all, your ability to go out into communities to talk about the work that you're doing as regional board members, to help elicit some excitement around just incredibly important positions in the regions right now as again, quality becomes just such important to this quantity discussion that we're having in the state, is just can't replace that. So thanks for your leadership there. Thanks for you all continuing to have patience around what I know is, I can't imagine. It's a lot of appointments. It's a lot of appointments to continue to track, be on top of, and we're here at the state board trying to do better as well, so that we're providing a better basis of support for our regional board members through our liaisons and through our work. So just wanted to add my voice to that and just say thank you so much, Morgan. We ask a lot, and you provide a lot of support for us, and it's appreciated. And thank you, Anna, as well, for continuing to make sure we have the right here, especially with this new class of legislators coming in, just having the right touch, capacity, and ability to explain who we are, what we do, what this 50-year institution is about, how it's still even more critical in this next century as we do our work. It's sometimes, as you all well know, we have very technical work. We can be a bit in the toolies, if you will, amongst it, and being able to just kind of have that better perspective and relationship with the legislature, so we have support for our work, is just really appreciated. We still have, I think, about 10 minutes or so before Anna Neymark will be joining us at 10:30. So please, questions here for Morgan or Anna. Anything that you want to flag or that's coming up, by all means, we can entertain some questions here. Thank you, Margie.
Thank you. Hi, Mark Bradford, Central Valley Board. I was wondering if there is a process for nominating potential candidates for board positions and what that would be.
Yes, absolutely. And it's not really a formal process, but any potential candidates that you have in mind or that you've talked to in the community that are interested in being a part of the board, or even if it's folks who come to your meetings who you think, they're really up to date on these issues, or your neighbor, please email them to me. It's not a formal process. We get, though, hundreds of resumes a day. And when we search for certain gaps to fill vacancies on any number of our boards and commissions, we sometimes are looking very specifically at what we're looking for in those gaps, right? Like maybe we need a lawyer's voice, in this, we have a gap on a board where we need a lawyer, or we need a doctor, or we need a water expert. So we are searching the entire database for those specific keywords and things, and then pulling from that group. And so in a lot of cases, we'll pull names of folks who had no idea that they wanted to be on a water board. And then we will gracefully sort of encourage them and convince them that it is the right fit. And so if you have names, I think it's incredibly helpful to send that to us, because we can search them, or we can just reach out to them a little bit blindly. We are not ashamed of sort of cold calling and enticing people to run or to become candidates in the space. So very much encourage any input that you have from either, and it can come directly from any of the board members, just directly to me, and in whatever way you'd like. So we will do obviously the full vetting. And so again, I appreciate your patience if you don't hear back from me about why a candidate has dropped off or why a candidate is no longer being considered. We won't usually share that information. I will tell you, not even usually, I will not share that information. It's just for confidentiality purposes. Obviously, you all know, you've been through this process before. We do background checks, we do vetting, we do all of that, and a number of things can take people out of the running. So just be aware of that if you don't hear back from us or you don't get an update about something like that. So.
Other folks with questions or comments? Oh, we have a comment and then a question from
Morgan. I just want to follow up on that a little bit. We have had some awkward situations in the past where when board members, and it's great when you all are out soliciting, but sometimes you'll make representations about how strong a candidate would be. And the points that Morgan just made are fine points to share with people to sort of temper their expectations. And certainly never purport to speak on behalf of the governor's office, because we have had that issue happen before, and it makes it awkward when that candidate doesn't move forward for any of the myriad of political, technical, qualifications related issues that Morgan just identified. So always be sensitive, because in some instances, you may perceive it as you're wearing a social hat and you're interacting with a colleague from your former life or your existing present life outside of the water boards, but they look at you and see you acting in a governmental capacity and think times that you're speaking on behalf of the governor's office. So just be really sensitive to that issue.
Yes, Jane.
I've never been accused of not being able to project my voice, but I'll use the microphone. I just want to express gratitude to you. I know it's a lot, but I'm really happy to hear that when you're sort of looking through, the list of candidates or people who are applying for the, boards or commissions, that you are thinking about, maybe marriage with the water board, if you will. It's complicated. I know I never represent the state, but when I go and talk to people, they're excited, and then you start talking to them and they get scared. It's a big position because it is a regulatory entity. So it does take a little bit of coaxing. So appreciate you going through that process with folks.
Absolutely. We face that a lot too on the appointment side when we do reach out to folks who are not by any means water experts, right? And water is a very intimidating space, and it's very complex, and the policies are very complex, and the priorities of the governor are very complex and everything. So it is interesting how much we get folks who have an interest in being a bigger part of the conversation around climate or drought or things like that. And then as they dive into or watch your board meetings, they will often shy away and just say, I didn't know it was going to take that sort of a commitment, didn't know it was going to be as complex. I'm not a water expert. So we do as much as we can on that coaxing side of things to reassure folks that they have the professional expertise to fulfill the role. They have, support from staff and other board members as well. And we're successful sometimes and we're not sometimes, right? So, but I mean, it's gratitude to you all for the work that you do, because we understand sort of the complexities and are never sort of shy to share with potential appointees, because the last thing we want to is to be able to, fill a board and then have 3 people resign, because they weren't expecting the level of work and commitment it is. So we are very sort of open with folks about how much work it is, because we know, the amount of work that you guys put in and the complexity of the issues. So appreciate that. And definitely it's one of the factors that sometimes have folks falling out of consideration.
And if I can note, I think we've continued to talk about, and we need to really land on something, I think, in this coming year, but it's also, once they're on the board, how do we continue to support folks so that, they know that there are ongoing educational opportunities, even, deep dives on whether it's PFAS or other topics that are brewing amongst us, so that there's kind of a continual environment of learning amongst us. So it's not just this meeting, it's not just this discussion, which every year I feel very fortunate to be part of all of this, because we really, we get to dig into things, but a once a year kind of moment, I don't think is enough for the sort of continuity of engagement that regional board members and all of us as water boards members generally, I think are needing to have. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Monica Hunter from Central Coast Region. We used to meet twice a year, and I wonder if you ever see that occurring again, because I think the opportunity to meet with across the regions is always both inspirational and helps us to recognize the common challenges, which is an obvious kind of thing, but you don't know until you hear it. Do you ever see that recurring again?
I've now been on the board for about 5.5 years, and since then we've always had one meeting. But I'd be open, especially if it was historically we had a couple of meetings a year. I don't know. I'm looking over to Michael, our institutional, and I will gladly commit ourselves to more work because I'm just kidding. Michael,
I actually was trying to think back. There's so much back here sometimes that I lose a lot of it. I'm trying to recall if we actually did the WQCC twice. I'm wondering. Okay. One thing is we do have the chairs platform. And I know, Monica, you did a stint for that. And that we always have at least one physical meeting a year. And so for folks who move in and out of that role, they're used to seeing their colleagues a little more often in person.
I mean, I'd be open. Let it be. I'm very much open to the thought of whether it's this convening or a virtual one or how we do it, how best to create more of these touch points, because the work, the pace of it, the discussions, as we discussed earlier, are just accelerating. And I think like going a year is sometimes a little too long to follow back on some of the things that we're talking about. So how we structure, maybe we'll definitely over the next 2 days can further explore that. But how we structure then the next year and maybe some additional engagements and get firm on those, I'd really like to explore. Other questions? And I think within a couple of minutes, we'll have Anna Neymark joining and she can contribute to the discussion as well. And if not, I have one for Anna. What, I guess for next year, maybe carving out, what do you think will be, I guess, most important for us to try to convey to the new membership? How can, I know that what was brought up in our chair's discussion, actually, and the run up to this WQCC was how do maybe regional board members, what's the appropriate touch for them to be understanding these new members? Should they be going through you? I guess how do we all collectively help inform the new legislature around the work that we're doing? How best to support you in that, I think, is maybe the question I'm going for there.
Thank you, Joaquin. I think that's a great question. And I mean, from my perspective, I think you all are there regionally working day in, day out with your community members, with your local electeds, with other interested individuals, with talking to your neighbors, and that's a really important perspective. You are a great spokesperson for the regional boards, for the water boards, for the work that we do statewide and regionally to protect water quality, for drinking water, for the infrastructure investments that are going into those communities. So that's a really critical touch point. And, I think anytime that you are able to convey both the work of the water boards to the communities and vice versa, the community perspectives back, that is an incredibly valuable perspective for us to have. Definitely, the Office of Legislative Affairs is here to provide technical assistance, to help facilitate projects or certain, at times, situations that have, let's be frank, maybe drag on for a little bit too long. If there's a way that we can help facilitate some of those issues and alleviate some of the pressures, we're here to provide that assistance. It's not just legislatively. I just want to mention this is also just in terms of communicating better with members of the legislature and their staff. That in and of itself, I think, is really important, so that the staff as well, not just legislators, not just legislative staff here in Sacramento or of the state legislature out in the districts, but again, also county supervisors, local city council members. The better we are able to communicate our programs and what we can do to assist them in their communities, I think ultimately the better that all of those programs will be implemented, and the better that we'll be able to understand what hardships communities are facing, or sometimes what institutional difficulties there are that we need to clear. So to the extent that you would like to directly communicate with us, or go through your channels there at the regional boards, through your executive officers or assistant executive officers or others, however you get to my email or cell phone, please feel free to reach out. Happy to work regionally to provide whatever assistance, whatever insight we can provide.
I just want to thank you for that, because it isn't, to your point, just the legislature that you've been really helping us with. It's all kind of local electeds and some. And I look over at Matt and Jane. There's San Marcos and San Lucas, rather. Apologies, in the community there, and the challenges that we've been dealing with, and being able to kind of come in, kind of cut across and help bridge to the electeds who sometimes may not have the best understanding of our program, or it is regrettably sometimes really complex issues that emerge in communities that we're dealing with, and bridging, again, not just to the legislature but to the local electeds, and knowing that it's all part of the same discussion, and having a central nexus for it has been very helpful. So just thank you for taking up that leadership. I know it's helped on a number of projects already. and here to help understand those out there further. So thank you. Meredith, we have Anna Neymark. Ms. Neymark, good to see you, Anna. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. I hope my face isn't huge on that.
You're one of the tiles. If you want, we can make it absolutely huge, but no. You're
I prefer it that way. Sometimes I know they do the full broadcast.
We may actually get you up there here in a second. So we see you though. So good to see you. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you so much for having me. Here we go. I'm really honored to be here today. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I was hoping to be able to do that. Unfortunately, I have a sick kid at home. And I think we've all learned the past couple of years, if there's sick people in your household, it's best to stay home and not spread that to everyone, especially throughout the state. So I'm sorry I won't be able to see you all in person. Many of you have had the chance to meet through appointment or reappointment interviews, or we've had the opportunity to connect through work. For those of you I haven't met yet, I look forward to it. Don't hesitate to reach out. You'll hear this again and again. I'm sure you already have today. But the work each of you do is so important to the state of California, because you are working day in and day out to protect our most vital resource. And to do that on a volunteer basis, honestly, is just truly such a service to the state of California. So my most important message today is I really want to thank you for your leadership in managing California's water resources and ensuring safe and protected waterways. You all have really stood up to take on the task of addressing new and evolving issues too, that often result in significant additional workload. Whether it's dealing with the evolving cannabis market or protecting watersheds in the face of fires. I think of some of the work the Central Valley region has done responding to fires and supporting communities like Paradise. Of course, we're all kind of grappling with the impacts of a changing climate. San Francisco Bay Area region really kind of stood up and immediately responded to the HAB situation that happened earlier this year, or the work of the Colorado River Basin in the face of the crisis in that watershed. I mean, I could go on and on. So, I'm so grateful for the way that you all serve. And you've also kind of stepped up to address some long-standing issues like disproportionate water quality impacts and in disadvantaged and low-income communities, or engaging with California tribes to incorporate tribal beneficial uses into your basin plans. And as California gets hotter and drier, as I think you've talked about earlier today, we're going to continue to need to adapt and step up. The governor's budgets over the last few years have highlighted the governor's commitment to water protection and shoring up our water supply in the face of a changing climate. Between 2021 and 2022, we had a total of $8.7 billion dedicated to support drought resilience and response, including $3.6 billion over 4 years to provide immediate drought support and long-term resilience. In alignment with these historic budget commitments, the governor also advanced the water supply strategy, which you guys have, we're talking a lot about today and tomorrow, that was, is really a part of the 2020 water resilience portfolio, but has sort of narrowed and emphasized what we need to do to make sure that we're closing the gap in water supply in the face of aridification. And your work is really key in supporting the success of California adapting. The water boards, the regional boards in particular, are going to play a vital role in implementing the actions necessary to accomplish the creation of more storage, reduction of water use, increased water recycling, and diversification of water supplies writ large. Streamlining, expediting permits for desalination, recycled water, and water recharge projects are key to make new water available and diversify our water supplies. So, I think we're going to be building off that great work you've already done for salt and nutrient management and looking at the potential for desalination of brackish groundwater. And I know we say this a lot, but there's, this is not going to be a one size fits all approach. And it's really going to take regional leadership and you all, your leadership in this space and, working together to support local efforts to conserve and capture, recycle and desalt enough water to allow California communities to prosper and to ensure continued protection of ecosystems in this climate impacted future that we are finding ourselves in, I think, sooner than we all imagined. And, one of the most important things that I can do is ensure that you all have the support you and your staff need to effectively do your work. I am about 9 months into this job, and many of you have been serving for years. So really, I'm here today, but always to listen and to learn from you all and how, we can do a better job at Cal EPA to partner with you all to make sure that we're kind of adapting and protecting the state's resources together. And tomorrow, this is my number one most important update. Obviously you all know we have a new Secretary for Environmental Protection, Secretary Yana Garcia. Tomorrow you will have the chance to hear from her and to engage with her. She has a really deep knowledge and passion for environmental protection, in particular interest and experience working on environmental justice issues and in partnership with tribes. I know she's really looking forward to the opportunity to speak with you all. So I think together we want to make sure that we are supporting you all and collaborating so that we can protect California, protect our communities, and provide for a healthy environmental future. So really, thank you all again for everything you do and for the opportunity to be here with you today.
Truly, the thanks goes to you, Anna. I can't believe it's only been 9 months. It feels like you have been with us for longer, but this is your first Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting. So welcome. And we were very fortunate for Kristen Pierre's leadership and her time with us. And even here, greater fortunate for Anna's leadership and expertise, because she's been a quick learn, but importantly, we share such fundamental values together around transparency, around here openness on our issues, and your leadership has made an incredible difference these last months. I can say that for sure. And I know many of us here, I will speak for myself, so very incredibly excited to have Secretary Garcia with us now to take the foundation that Secretary Blumenfeld has provided us insofar as additional dollars and resources and emphasis in our space, and really now just even further maximize so many of the discussions we're having, whether it's around racial equity, whether it's around the water supply strategy, whether it's around the nexus amongst them all. And Yana, not unlike Anna here, just gets it so very intrinsically that very fortunate to have you here. So thank you, Anna. Questions for Ms. Neymark from folks here? And we may not have any questions then. And we have about 5 minutes left either way. And so Norma Camacho has a question here.
Hello, I'm Norma Camacho from Region 4. And I just wanted to know, I know that the governor has allocated a lot of funds over the years towards drought resilience. And I'm wondering, what is the spend of those funds right now to date? Are we making any progress in getting those funds out and on the ground and working in projects?
Yeah, a fantastic question, and great to meet you. Those are funds that are, spread across the Water Board, DWR, CDFW and other agencies, and we have gotten a lot of funds out the door. I can't answer exactly how many because it's different in different agencies, but I believe, and I think Anna Melendez will probably know this. I don't mean to put her on the spot, but I know Water Board.
She was already looking it up.
Water Board has been able to really execute a lot of those funds, especially on the SRF. And so we've committed general fund dollars this last year, $400 million for matching to make sure that we could get as many SRF dollars out the door and as many dollars to communities in the drinking water and clean water space. And I think last year, something like $3 billion in loans. Is that right, Joaquin and Anna? I think.
Yeah, it was on the state revolving fund. I think it was like 3.6 or 3.3. It was around there, and a majority was from the Clean Water Straight Revolving Fund for a number of actual water recycling projects, and then a number of other drinking water projects. And I think this year we just agreed to another over $2 billion in state revolving fund intended use plan projects that we plan to fund over the next year.
Yeah, so folks have been really fantastic at getting those out. I think DWR just announced $50 million in grants. So, there's so much going on. It's hard to keep up with all of it. But folks are really getting that, prioritizing getting those dollars out into communities and into protection of our water resources.
And I will just quickly note that while I don't have that exact figure right now, we can certainly follow up and get that out to everybody. But just to echo what Anna and Joaquin have just mentioned, I mean, I think, at least on water boards, have done a great deal of work to get as much of that funding out as quickly as possible, given the statutory parameters of the budget, the actual budget language. And I would also note that your question, though, it also to me really epitomizes how we do need to better communicate out to you all, to legislators, to local elected officials, just what we are doing to get all that money out, because it is a lot of investments in the past couple of years, necessary investment, overdue investment to a certain extent, an investment that will go into years into the future. So thank you for that question.
We have a last couple of minutes, and I did want to note Denise Kadara did put in a written question, and it loops back to our previous discussion. And she said, with new board members comes understanding new positions. What opportunities exist for members to retreat and learn how to effectively interact with the public? And I think that that's a good question. And what I have actually had some conversation with Jackie and others within the executive is providing better trainings as just like a basis for folks. And I appreciate Denise's question, because we have to be intentional about the resources we put to the things like conducting a meeting, listening, engaging with communities. These aren't things that just happen. Some of us are better at than others, but I think we should structure the resources that we're providing all of ourselves a bit better, so that we have more, whether it's trainings or classes or even just how to communicate, how to give a talk. These are things that are fundamental if we are going to be successful for our regional board members to be better at, and we need to resource it if we want to make it a reality, not unlike anything else in our space. So I appreciate the question, Denise, and I think there's an opportunity for us to figure out what that looks like and start providing some of it better as a basis for regional board members. Okay, I think that brings us to 10:45. So we are on schedule. We have a 15-minute break now, and we will come back at 11 o'clock and have an exciting conversation that I'm looking forward to. We have a Danish delegation here visiting us. We will talk about our memorandum of understanding with Denmark and go into depth around what are some of the similarities and challenges that we're facing in our two different countries, and looking forward to that discussion. So let's break for 15 minutes. We'll come back at 11. Board Member Firestone will kick us off with some words at the start of the discussion, and then we'll get into it. So thanks, everyone. It's been a good start to the morning. We'll come back in 15. Yeah, I'm going to leave the mics open.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah.
So Laurel goes,
Laurel goes.
and then
Yeah.
that's Michael. Right?
That's Michael.
So we should, I mean, should
Yeah.
Shereen
Do they have?
go
Do
first?
they have? Okay, everyone, it's a bit past 11, so let's gather up and take a seat so we can keep on schedule here. If everyone can please begin to take your seats, we can begin our next panel. I'm glad and really do appreciate everyone connecting and having conversations. Okay, I will hand it over to board member Laurel Firestone to kick off this panel.
Great. Thanks so much. I'm Laurel Firestone. I'm one of the State Water Board members. If I haven't met you yet in person, please come find me. I really am excited to see so many of you that I know and meet more of you and actually get a chance to see everyone in person. And those on the screen that are joining. I get to introduce this panel. You know, California, we like to think of ourselves as real leaders. We are in so many ways, and we're, I think at this point, the fourth largest economy in the world. We have number one in agricultural production, or how do we say it, in agricultural productivity and technological innovation. We have a ton of challenges, as we heard earlier today, in terms of climate change. And we are looking to do everything we can, both to reduce greenhouse gases and mitigate climate change to the extent we're still able to, and adapt, as we said, with the water supply strategy. Importantly, I think when we think of our climate change adoption, we think of adaptation, but water is also a major energy user, and it's important to think about our role in this sector for changing to renewables and transitioning that way. Denmark is really one of the leaders in the world in this area, if not the leader. They are number one in reducing the rate or the slowest rate of greenhouse gas emissions increases. They are the first to commit to, let's see, let me make sure I'm saying this right. First to commit to carbon neutrality by 2050. They have already, half of their energy comes from wind, and they're on track to become 100% renewable by 2028. We in California are looking to learn and partner with all the leaders that we can in these challenges, and we signed a memorandum of understanding with Denmark to both commit around greenhouse gas reductions and also share technology and learning and commitment. So with that, I will pass it over to our Deputy Secretary of Climate Change and Policy and Intergovernmental Relations at California EPA, Shereen D'Souza.
Oh, sorry. No problem. Thanks so much, Laurel. And hi, everyone. Good morning. It's so exciting to be here with all of you. I understand the conversations so far have been really productive, and I wish you a very productive continuation to the rest of the day. very pleased to be here with this panel of experts from Denmark. And, I think we haven't, as Laurel mentioned, the water sector plays a huge role in both mitigation and adaptation. And if we can start out by, if each of you could give a little introduction to who you are and the work you're doing in Denmark, and say something about, let's start with water quality. What are you doing to protect water quality in Denmark?
Yes, that's a very good question. And because we're here from Denmark, and why are we here and what are we doing? We have actually prepared just a little presentation that shows a little about Denmark, a little about why we're here and what we're doing. So if we can start with that, and we have arranged that I do something and then it change. So this is the panel, and you can see who's sitting up here, and I'll just rush on, and then we go back to the panel and all the questions, if that's okay. So where's Denmark? And if you look at the world map, it can sometimes be very hard to find it because it's a very small country, and it's in the north of Europe, in Scandinavia, so we have highlighted it. If we continue, then we can see some of the facts from Denmark, and I'm wearing glasses, so I have to turn around a little. We are 6 million people, so that's not that many. It's around Bay Area size, or people at least, and the size is 10 times smaller than California. And we have a huge coastline, and nowhere in Denmark you're more than 30 miles from the ocean. So the ocean and the water is very crucial for Danes. But we also have a huge agricultural production, and we produce around 28 million pigs a year for export of meat. So we have a dense population, but also use of the land. We have an annual precipitation about 31 inches a year, and it's not in these rivers that you have over here. It's more all over the year spread. But we also face dry periods and then more intense rain. It's 100% based on groundwater, the drinking water in Denmark, and we can talk more about that. The consumption is down to 26 gallons per person per day. And it's just not something that we have done like that. It has been a journey over the last 4 years. And then we are the world's oldest monarchy, and we're usually in the top when it comes to world's happy people in the world. Yeah, this year we were number 2 after Finland, and we are definitely not happy about that. So, but that's another story. Continue the next one. So why are we here? Well, we have this Water Technology Alliance from Denmark, and it's a national knowledge exchange program. And we focus on groundwater management, transportation, sewers, and water distribution, and also wastewater treatment. And just one more. So we are supporting the Danish water vision, that we want to be world leader in delivering intelligent and sustainable and efficient solutions. And in order to do that, we have to be out in the world learning and sharing. We are supported by the Danish EPA, funded by it, and also supported by the largest utilities in Denmark. And I'm from one of the utilities in Denmark, posted here. Also, we have a colleague from one of the largest utilities, or the largest utility in Denmark, present today at the panel. And as you mentioned before, we are also supporting the goal from in Denmark to become energy and climate neutral as a water sector. So we produce so much energy from the wastewater, and we are so efficient in the way we operate that we go neutral, and we support the Danish strategy on carbon footprint as well. And that's because water utilities are a huge user of power, but now we have sort of changed that. So we post people that come from utilities in Denmark around the world. And in North America, I have 10 colleagues. We are at the Danish embassy in Washington, D.C., at the consulate in Chicago and in Houston, and I'm posted in Silicon Valley. And what we do on a daily basis, if you take the next slide, please. We started out back in 2016, and when we started out with a collaboration with the state of California, we had the first MOU signed in 2017, so the collaboration agreement, and then we re-signed it in 2021, and now in 22. So to look into some of the big things that these collaboration agreements have led to, one is the goals for, or the targets for non-renewable water. It was by inspiration in Denmark. We have some tariffs and some fines if we have too much water loss or non-renewable water. Another thing was a big project where we took some of the technologies in Denmark and approaches to find groundwater aquifers. So the way of mapping the soil, we tried that out in an American context together with Stanford University. And today, this summer, this is a picture from the summer where we were flying in Central Valley. So it's a helicopter that basically finds out where is the aquifer and how is the geology, and you combine it with boreholes and have a model. So that's one of the great outcome of the first MOU. Now we have the second MOU. Next, please. Maybe something happens. And it was signed in December by the Minister for the Environment in Denmark and the secretaries. And what we do on a daily basis, because I'm a colleague from Denmark, from a water utility, working with colleagues over here. So what I basically do is out meeting water utilities, talking to them, sharing my knowledge and learning from them. And if you take the next one, this is a picture of me back in Denmark, and the only difference is that I wear more clothes, and that's because in Denmark we use groundwater, and groundwater in Denmark is 50 Fahrenheit, so it's cold and it's inside. So whenever you go into a treatment facility, it's inside, it's cold, so you need to wear more clothes. So in California, I'm outside. That's of course nice. Other things we do is making delegation trips. So this is a delegation from Denmark going to LA to see a pilot project on portable reuse. That's a new thing in Denmark. So of course we are interested in sharing technologies. The next one is a picture from East Bay Mod, where we had a workshop with different vendors looking into new innovations and stuff like that. And the last one is just me standing at the consulate in Silicon Valley talking to people about what we do. And the next one. So when it comes to Denmark, there is a couple of things about the way we think about water. So one thing is it's of course a limited resource, and we need to use it with care. And it's of course something we say, but we also have it as part of the curriculum for middle school. So everybody in Denmark has to go to a water treatment facility to learn about water and the resource and wastewater treatment and stuff like that. So it's something we really believe in, and we've been doing that for years. And also, again, we have the thing about groundwater, and we are not allowed to do any disinfection and stuff like that. So it's a little different way of doing things. So this is how it looks. We have out to the right, we have the borehole, the well, because we get the water from the groundwater, and we know a lot about the geology because we have done an intensive mapping. Then it goes to the treatment facility, and then the only thing, if you take the next slides, we have collect a lot of data, so we know how much water we abstract, how much water we use in the different parts of our system. So the non-revenue water in Denmark is very, very low. This is how it looks in real life. This is one of my treatment facilities back in Denmark, unmanned, out in the nature. You take the next one. So that's basically what we do. We put air into the water because it's strongly reduced. Next picture, and then we filter it, put it in storage tanks, and distribute it to the customers. So it's very simple, no chemicals, no nothing. But what makes it, if I just have to go back, what makes it a little advanced is that all the things that happens out in the water resources, that's where we have put a lot of efforts to find out where is the water resource and how can we protect it for the future. So we have an agreement with the water associations and the farmers. So if we know we have a farmer in an area that produces water for our utility in the future, we can go and make an agreement and we compensate him to go organic. Or we compensate him to raise forest, or we compensate him to reduce the amount of nitrate and fertilizers. So that's have been a huge thing. So, but still we also face all the problems with pesticides and PFAS and stuff like that. So it sounds good and we have done a lot, but we also face what we have done in the past. Next slide, please. In Denmark, we don't do, I mentioned before, 26 gallons per person per day, and that's low, but that's because we have hardly any irrigation. We have the rain all the time, but we also collect water from the rooftops, use it in the gardens and stuff like that. But you can also see that we have managed to separate the water consumption from the economical growth. So it's not just something that our customers in-house have been doing, it's also the industry. And it's basically everybody in Denmark that together have made it possible to reduce the water consumption and still be able to produce or farm the land and produce products in the industry. Next, please. We do a lot of benchmarking in Denmark. We have sort of 3 benchmarks. We have one that looks into performance. We have one that looks into finances, and then we have a voluntary one. This shows the water consumption since the 70s. So in the 70s, we were facing drought, overexploitation of the groundwater resources, and all that stuff. So there have been a lot of regulations, and that's the gray boxes. So we did some action plans on, and I think we're up. We have 3 action plans at least, and every time the gain was to protect the water resources and reduce the water consumption. And you can see it's not only the private water consumption, the blue one, but it's also the industry and everybody else has been very efficient. And if you take the next one, this is the sort of the same regulations, but now it's the price on water. So the price on water have, of course, gone up a little. We have also changed all the water utilities that was part of the city into private companies still owned by the city. They have their own finances. They don't get funds or anything. They only have the amount of water money that they get from selling water. And you can see this is for a household on 2.1 person. However, you can do that, but the cost, and it's in euros, and it's nearly nowadays with the price is the same as in dollars. So, and you can see there's also a lot of VAT and taxes. That's part of the way we do it in Denmark as well. So the water price is the blue one, the green one is the wastewater. And if you take the last, this is the cost for a household. So it's 1.4% of the total income. It's somewhere between, what is it, fast food and telephone, internet. So, and everybody in Denmark, they think it's not too much, especially when we look at it like this. And it has been part of the voluntary benchmarking to tell people about what we are doing in Denmark. So this was just very short, and then you can go back to maybe the panel one, and then we can continue the talk over here.
So much for that. What a great overview, and the work that you all are doing is so impressive. I would love for us to transition soon to just open discussion. If folks in the audience have questions, I think that would be a great use of the time. But before we do that, maybe the rest of you can introduce yourselves and talk just for a couple minutes about the work that you are specifically doing.
Yes, I can start. My name is Henrik Dissing. I come from the international unit of the Danish EPA. So I will be the person daily responsible for the cooperation with California on water. And it's a very, very interesting exercise we're going through during these days, actually, where we are narrowing down which topics will be relevant for cooperation, for exchanges, and eventually for outreach to those people who would like to take part. Being part of the international unit, I also work with a number of other countries, allowing me to also to compare on a global scale what are the challenges and where do we see similarities, and that also allows that for the topics where due to geographical circumstances, climate circumstances, where we may not be able to offer direct experiences, I'll be really happy to put you in contact with other countries having similar experiences. One of my personal key areas I'm following is on digitalization. That's both for water quality monitoring equipment, but also for data sharing and access to data. And actually, one of the things I find we can share with which great relevance from a lot of countries is our so-called environment portal, where we nowadays gather data from, I think it's 150 different organizations, water data, weather, height curves, energy, in order to make all of that accessible both for municipal planners, for insurance companies, for the broad public. And personally, I'm a strong believer if we should have any chance in coping with the challenges coming from first of all, climate change, but also demand supply gaps, etc., is via digitalization as the lever. And that basically means getting all of the data possible at society level brought into one place and shared and made accessible. Then we might have a chance, together with smart policies and realistic outlooks to the future, of which scenarios we are actually facing.
Thank you. My name is Jesper Andersen. I'm based at the Danish consulate in Chicago. I'm the Consul General of Denmark there, and I'm team leader for the Danish Water Technology Alliance that Michael just introduced to you. So yeah, again, we are here to build bridge between the Danish and the US water sector, and I've done it since 2016. Henrik just mentioned that he works with a lot of countries, and that's the perspective of the Danish government. If you are good at something, you should share it with the world, and you should take back knowledge to improve our water sectors as well. And so we do this many embassies around the world, but there's no better place for us to be than here in California and collaborate with the state of California, with utilities agencies, and we are really, really proud of our collaboration with you guys, and we hope it will involve in further in the future. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jesper Christensen. I come from Greater Copenhagen Utility. I'm head of water distribution planning. I have been here in California for 2 years, between 2018 and 20, before Michael came here. My biggest concern back in Copenhagen is we had talked a lot about this pristine groundwater that we have can only use, only need to use simple water treatment. But we're facing big problems with PFAS. We're going to build a new water treatment facility, and we have stopped the design of that because we can see we are going to face huge problems with PFAS, and we have to redesign it. So that's a topic I would love to learn more about here from California. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anne-Louise Christensen. I'm a policy advisor at the Danish Embassy in Washington, D.C., and I work with both federal and state partners, organizations to exchange knowledge about policies and how we've reached the results that Michael talked about, which regulatory drivers we've implemented, and also learning about what's being done in the US, the priorities that are at place at both the federal and state governments, and what organizations are working on here.
So when someone just mentioned PFAS and the impact that PFAS is having on the work that you're doing. So I definitely want to spend a couple minutes talking about that. But maybe before that, tell us a little bit about how climate has impacted or is starting to impact the work that you're doing, both on the mitigation side, but also on the adaptation side. It sounds like as far as irrigation goes, you've continued to have relatively regular rainfall. That hasn't shifted too much, but how are climate impacts showing up at this point?
The policies, then you mentioned that we've committed ourselves to becoming climate neutral by 2050. And as part of that, we've made a climate law where we've also committed ourselves to reduce our emissions by 70% by 2030. And as part of that work, the government has sat down with 13 industries and made climate partnerships, public-private partnerships, where the industries have come with input on how they're going to reduce their emissions. As part of that, the Danish water sector has committed to becoming climate neutral by 2030 and has put out a roadmap of how to get there. Luckily, the Danish water sector had already for a long time worked on becoming energy efficient. So a lot of things have been in place already. And at present moment, the Danish wastewater treatment plants produce around 70% of the energy that they use. That's largely because they're very energy efficient, but also because they're increasingly becoming energy producers, especially through waste to energy, through biogas from the gray water. So that's some of the things that we talk about when we talk about climate and water in Denmark, like on the mitigation side. How are we going to reach our goal to become climate neutral as a water sector in 2030?
Yes, and when it comes to water utilities or agencies, it's 100% groundwater for now, at least. And groundwater is not doing all these peaks, so it's a little more stable. And we have been working with water resource management for so many years because we know that we need to have water for the rivers and the lakes and the rest of the environment as well. But we are also facing drier periods. So I wasn't in Denmark this summer, but I know that Jesper, it was a dry period of time during the summertime, and then we have the more intensive rainfalls. So we are doing things to prepare ourselves for more intense rain. So that's one thing. But the drought is another issue where, and also facing drought and also issues with, so it's not only quantity, but also the quality, as Jesper mentioned. So it's not always easy.
Now it's on the green light. For the Danish water use, we have 40% roughly taken up by agriculture, mostly in the western part of the country, and with summer drought maybe becoming a permanent thing. We are facing a situation where the period where agriculture needs water mostly is also coinciding with these summer droughts. Now, they're not at a scale which you are facing over here, but they're still at a scale where, because our groundwater table is so close to the surface, that you can see that the small rivers will dry out. And therefore, we get into some dilemmas about, should water go for nature? Should water go for agriculture? And that, of course, puts some also some pressure on which crops are produced where, etc. And what I see there is that we are gradually entering a new mode of planning and permits, which we have not really unfolded yet. And that's, I think it's a similarity, despite the concrete differences, is how to have these planning, regulation, and permitting regimes being up to date with the changing situations. And it's also what I hear, that with your very impressive water supply strategy and the contingency plan for 23. Now, what is actually the new normal we are looking into? Is that the current droughts, or do we face scenarios which are even more worse and complicated? And what does that also mean for getting the end users, which are really depending on water, on board a new situation? It takes time to get the social acceptance of these situations. And this is something I think we are starting to look into. Dialogue with the agricultural community about, well, the water might not be there as we have seen, but it takes time. And how do we deal with being regulators? We cannot be too much ahead of the public of understanding which scenarios we're looking into. What does that mean for our conversation with the public, etc.? So there's something generically equal. Another thing which is generically equal is the groundwater modeling, having the digital twins. So we are really capable of understanding what does this and that change of precipitation probably mean for water availability. The more we can be good at predicting, the better we can preparing. And so this is also how I see that some of our cooperation can be about, again, digitalization of our planning tools, our analytical tools, etc. Because at the end of the day, this is something the same whether the groundwater table goes up or down, or whether we recharge it, etc.
Thank you. That was great. Joaquin, question. Does everyone have the ability to submit questions to this? Okay.
And we can go to voice questions as well.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds great. Let me start with one of these questions, and then I'll go to the audience as well. So one question came in from the audience. Since groundwater is not treated or disinfected before it goes into the distribution system, is there a monitoring network to detect contamination? And please use the orange mics. Perfect.
Yes, and it is treated. It is a very simple treatment. So we remove iron and manganese and stuff that would be incrustations in your appliances. So that's basically what we do. And we do have a very advanced monitoring system. And the way we also do it is that we subdivide our distribution network into zones. So if we do have, and it's especially the microbiology that could lead into a boiling notice. That's sort of the issue. So people get sick. But it's very rare. And the water itself, the focus, because we're not allowed to do any disinfection for us, a leak in the pipe is a potential risk for something to come from the outside into our pipes. That's also one of the reasons why we always have had this huge focus on plugging the leaks and finding them and working with pressure management and a lot of other things. But we do take a lot of samples. And then again, we also have all our customers, they are sensors walking around. So if anybody have an issue, it's collected by the health medical system, and then it is reported back. So not because that they are walking around as sensors for us, because we're doing a lot on the monitoring, but still it's hardly it's very rare that we see it. So we do a lot of risk assessment in our system to find out what is the weak spots and where's potentially the risk for something coming into our system. So we have been working on using some of the hazard approaches from NASA to find out, okay, what can go wrong in the different areas in our production lines.
Actually, this morning I had, Denmark is 9 hours ahead of us. So when I woke up this morning and looked into my emails, it was full of unread emails, because we had an incident today in one of our small areas outside of Copenhagen. But it's 11 years ago that we last time had an incident with this boiling notice that was issued today in this small area. So it's very rare that we have these incidents, but they do occur.
And I also might to add that we know that it can occur, but we're prepared. So we work a lot with digital models for our distribution network online, so we can always track back if we have a test that is negative. It was taken at this point of time. Where did the water come from? In which area should we do the boiling notice, and how can we flush it? So we are prepared, and I think the way that we are thinking in Denmark is that if we allow for disinfection, then we might get lazy and allow for the distribution network to wear down. So this is just keeping us on our toes, I think.
Okay, we're going to take some questions from the audience.
Thank you so much for your collaboration. Hector Bedoya with the Region 1. My question is, with such a high shoreline to landmass ratio, considering saltwater intrusion, what do you see as monitoring, especially with the potential for lower rainfall and higher withdrawals of water from your aquifers?
That's a very good question, and just to touch very fast upon it, it was a thing back in the 70s. That was also why we started to reduce and work with water management, resource management, because we saw the saltwater intrusions in the big cities. A lot of the big cities are out at sea, and we like the harbor front or the seafront. So now I think we know how much water we can abstract, and we have the geological surveys being done. We have models, we have hydraulic models, so we make sure that we don't use too much water too close to the shoreline, so we have saltwater intrusion. So we manage, but it's also because we have been able to reduce the water consumption as a society.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a question. Monica Hunter, Region 3, we're Central Coast region. We are primarily ag use dominant in our region. And I wonder how you have engaged with the agricultural uses, and how are they involved with thinking about innovation and protection of groundwater resources? What are the problems associated that they're challenged by, and what kind of engagement have they had in this thinking about climate change?
Yeah, just hand back to Michael.
Oh,
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, I mentioned that we do these agreements with landowners, and that the Association for Water and Wastewater and the Farmers Association have agreed on some kind of compensation. So that's one thing. So if we put restrictions in an area where we know that the water for the future is being formed, then they also compensated if they go organic and stuff like that. But it sounds easy. It's not. It has been a journey. Let's call it that. And still, we are trying to do voluntary agreements, but some farmers that don't want to go organic. And then we have legislation in Denmark. So because everybody in Denmark need the water as a resource, and we don't have water all over Denmark. That's why we had done the intensive mapping. So we know where it is, and we know where it's vulnerable. There are areas where it's not vulnerable, and you can but you can do the agricultural practice as you used to do. But in some areas, we need to protect it, and that's why we try to make agreements with them. But if we don't manage, then we have regulations as well. But we would like to do it voluntarily, of course. Yeah.
Are you checking for water quality in the distribution system? And then secondly, what is your leakage rate out of your pipes and what's the average age of the pipes?
I really like these questions. Yeah. So the first one was monitors online. Yeah, we do. And we are part in all kinds of public-private innovation projects because we would really love the magic sensor that can tell us if we need to do something about it or get rid of the water. But when it comes to microbiology, it usually takes time to have a result. And we cannot wait for that. So we use all kinds of other sensors to give an indication if we have an issue. So it could be changes in temperature, changes in turbidity, or what is it called? Salinity, or whatever that could point that something is wrong. It's out of the ordinary. And then we have alarms and stuff like that. But we're still working on it. We still hope to find the sensor. And the next thing.
Your pipe system.
Oh yeah. We are a very old country, and the cities are very old as well. So we do have pipes that are more than 100 years, and especially in Greater Copenhagen, where Jesper is, there's areas with very old pipes. And our leakage rate in general, in Denmark, we have been talking in percentage because we don't do irrigation and we don't fluctuate as much as you. But I have tried to use the AWWA software, and I'm down to, I can't remember, what is it, 26 gallons per connection per year or something like that. So, and we have a fine if a water utility is above 10%, you're fined. So you have to pay out of your bucket of money because you're not subsidized in any way, and then you cannot do investments because you have to pay this money. So it's a thing that all water utilities really want to get low. And to start with, we're not just above 10, below 10. It's not 9.2 or something. No, in general, in Denmark, we are down to 5%. And that's because, to start with, it was, of course, a goal or a limit or a fine. But today we have found out, it's actually good business to operate with very low non-revenue water because even though it's simple treatment and we don't use chemicals, we still use energy to produce the water, and it's a resource. And it can, if you look at it on an asset management, we don't want to overinvest. So maybe we can, by reducing our leaks, we can postpone an investment 5 or 10 years. Yeah.
We're with shallow groundwater. And knowing that with Denmark being so dependent on groundwater, are there any special controls for dairy operations to prevent or at least work on the nutrient and salt loading?
Yes, for all industries, they have very specific discharge permits, which are overseen. So in a way, that's the simple answer to your question. But I would like to add that we've gone through a period of a couple of decades with the industries, and particularly the food processing industries, which started out as increasing regulatory demands and the predictable relations between authorities and industries. But what happened was that it was adjoined by a program for innovation, where the government put forward and took part of the risk of innovating. And gradually what happened was that our food processing industry has become extremely resource efficient. And by that, also resource conscious. And that basically means that you can now compare those who have gone through that process with others which have not, and they are having a much more efficient business. You mentioned dairies. The most innovative of those are now running on being zero water users, because they basically recycle the water, the leftover water from the milk. But of course, that also means they have a focus on keeping charge of that water quality, because when they start cleaning the machinery or whatever with that, they need this to be treated to a level where it makes sense for their own business. So it has become their self-interest. You can see the same pattern when it comes to example giving breweries, which are now down from, I think it's from 30 liters of water per liter of beer to 3 liter of water per liter of beer. Again, super efficient and better business. So it joins the pig slaughteries. Again, the same, they're down to 10% of the water use, which they had 30 years ago. So I think for that type, we have some quite interesting cases to share, and would be happy if you have food processing industries which would like to learn about going through such a journey. We would be very happy to share our experiences with them. Yeah.
And also, I mentioned that we have a yearly production of 28 million pigs. And, you know, to have a pig growing up, you put something in one end and something comes out in the other end. So we do have a lot of regulations on where to put it and when, because it's also winter in Denmark and frost. So you cannot just spread your fertilizers, whatever it is, as you please. So we have regulations on how much fertilizer you can use per square mile and stuff like that. Because back in the 70s, when the Danish EPA started up and stuff like that, there was a huge problem with all the coastal areas, or a lot of them. And we also saw a lot of fish die due to lack of oxygen and stuff like that. So there's been a strongly regulation on that, but that also led to the regulation on the wastewater. So instead of just cleaning the wastewater a little, putting it into the ocean, we are now, there was regulations on getting rid of all the nutrients as well. So, yeah.
So, thank you. Glad to hear that you're not watering down the beer anymore. That was an off joke from a grape grower.
In Sweden, they do.
Very good answer. So my question gets back to agriculture. You know, you indicated in your that you use, thank you.
Yeah, this shuts off automatically before I even have a chance to ask my question. So 40% of your water use is for agriculture, and you indicated that your annual rainfall averaged 32 inches or 31, which in agriculture term is over 2.5 acre feet. For California for California growers, that's significant. So I was a little puzzled of, the availability of surface water and then yet the use of 40% of your total water use for agriculture. So that gets into the question about irrigation efficiency and how you approach that. You emphasize the collaborative approach, but in terms of innovation, it was mentioned rightfully so early on that the Danes are world leaders in water use. In terms of irrigation efficiency, I would say our friends from Israel have done quite a bit of good work there too. So if you can talk a little bit about that. And then the other point I was going to make is tying back to your comments in regard to greenhouse gas reduction, and the fact that there is a direct linkage or synergy, better yet, between water efficiency and greenhouse gas reduction, because our biggest contributor is pumping. So if you could comment on those two items, that would be great. Thank you very much.
I'm just very fast at taking the mic. So if anybody else wants to chip in, then please feel free. But the thing about the irrigation, it's not spread all over the country. The geology in Denmark is in a way that it's only the western part of Denmark that is very sandy. The rest of it, we have a lot of clay, and the moisture doesn't just disappear like that. So it's very regional that we do the irrigation. And again, as a farmer, when you are your business is of course to survive and make profit. So every time you turn on the pump to lift the water and irrigate, it costs money. So they of course look into, okay, what is the precipitation or what is the evaporation and stuff like that. So they are very of course skilled to find out how much should we irrigate. But again, it's primarily in the western part of Denmark, and a lot of the people are living in the eastern part of Denmark. And then there was another question.
A question about
climate
and pumping efficiency.
Yeah.
Reduction of greenhouse gas because of pumping.
Yes. Exactly. So because we have this, or we're supporting the goal also for the Danish government, a lot of sometimes we produce a lot of energy from the biogas from wastewater treatment, but in order to get completely self-sufficient with energy as a water utility, we also need to be very, very efficient on the water distribution, because we need to lift the water from the groundwater all the way to the consumer. So we work a lot with how can we optimize the pressure. That's one thing. So don't pump too much, reduce the pressure maybe during night times and stuff like that. But also when it comes to the small nitty-gritty, and it's not just return of investment on your project, but it's also it chips into the Danish carbon footprint strategy, and a lot of other goals. Sometimes a project that we would not do and change pumps because it's the return of investment is maybe 10 years, it's not 3 years. But because it chips into other goals, we'll do it. Because so I think that's also a thing, and we have been working on how to become energy efficient, and we do have a lot of advanced controls and stuff like that. So and we also have pump manufacturers, and we do a lot of private-public collaborations on if this is our challenge, how can we get there, and use of universities and stuff like that. Not that we have maybe invented something special, but it's always a focus, and it's a focus all through the organization in a water utility today. So everybody is sort of working on the same agenda. So if they come up with good ideas to save energy, then we do it.
And if I should just make a further comment on, then the Danish government has made policies to incentivize that the water sector, the utilities that Michael and Jesper represent, that they do this. There is a voluntary program that we call the Paris model for the water sector. Not so creative, but where the utilities, they report how much they're emitting and how they're reducing that. So they're doing that for all kinds of emissions, CO2, methane, nitrous oxide. And the Danish government has also committed to making a cap on the max nitrous oxide that the larger wastewater plants are allowed to emit by 2025. So that's incentivizing. They know that it's coming. In this voluntary program, it's a large part of the water sector that has chosen to be a part. I think it's around 70% or so of the water utilities and 80 or so of the wastewater treatment plants.
Just to elaborate a bit more on the agricultural aspects, that's really is a challenge for our society. On one hand, we have very, very fertile soils. It makes a lot of sense to grow agricultural products. It's been part of our history, identity. Many people in the cities have grandparents growing up in the countryside. So it has been around for decades and centuries. At the same time, we are, as Michael said, we are a country with very close to the ocean, and that means vulnerable marine recipients. That means we also have a lot of lakes, which are vulnerable recipients, and nitrate runoff from agriculture is a challenge for water quality. We have huge problems with eutrophication. And in several parts of our areas, we cannot fulfill the requirements of the EU Water Framework Directive and are lagging behind because of the nitrate runoff. We have the agricultural is therefore under pressure. They are under pressure because the climate contribution from agriculture is the unsolved part of making our society goal on becoming carbon neutral. That contribution has not really been delivered. And eventually there is discussions about applying a carbon dioxide tax across society, but it will be very, very tough for agriculture to deal with. At the same time, agriculture has become extremely efficient, which performance-wise in many ways is extremely good, but it has become at the expense of biodiversity. And we are again not fulfilling the EU-wide targets of biodiversity level. Again, pressure on agriculture, and several of them, they are indebted. So in many ways, it's not funny to be a farmer because the public opinion from urban people to agriculture is not necessarily presented that nicely. So we're facing that something has to change, and the way how it's going to happen, we are going to have elections, and we will see how our next government present their solutions. But we can't keep on just rolling this problem ahead of us. And again, the water related stuff is one of them, but there are other topics. So it's going to be interesting nicely spoken to see how that goes on. But having said that, it is extremely efficient, productive sector. And there's an interesting, let's say, regulatory aspect about increasing precision farming, which eventually brings via, again, digitalization, sorry for saying it again and again, but bringing the data available for farming and the data available for water quality monitoring converging, which hopefully can be part of interests getting to the same place, because we can be much more precise in regulating a farm and eventually finding out there might be places which are more obvious than others for doing farming, places which are the least and most sensitive for recipients, etc. And that, of course, at the end of the day, will be the solution that some farms have to go out of production. But that's not a nice discourse to embark on, but it seems like it's unavoidable.
Thank you all so much for that Q&A and for the time you've spent with us. That brings us to the end of the discussion. I hope you'll stick around for lunch so that everyone can interact with you and ask you additional questions. And I know that several questions came in virtually as well, and Joaquin has committed to getting responses out to those questions in the coming days. So thank you again so much, and we're very much looking forward to implementing the MOU.
Yeah, huge round of applause. And thanks to you, Shireen, for moderating this. And again, the entire panel for really enriching our discussion here. I know it can be easy. Our challenges are huge here within the state, if we're being honest with them right now. But having this connection with the international community, taking a step out and recognizing and hearing so many similarities with the challenges we're facing has been a great opportunity. So thank you all for it. We'll transition quickly to what will be a round of updates from our regional boards. We have a quick round of those before we get to our 12:30 lunch. And so I invite up our folks that will be presenting on regional updates first. Thank you all again. And Meredith, which regions? There's 3 that should be coming up to here provide your quick updates. And thank you all for electing to go first.
I think it's you and me. Okay, we'll do it separately. So Jane and I are gonna.
Yeah, come all and join up here. Okay. This mic right here isn't working well, so just use that mic. Your mic there is fine. So here's okay. Thank you all.
Okay, let's try this microphone. That's not good. All right. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Grateful to be leading off the regional updates. One of the things that I'd like to start off by kind of stating that I think is obvious to most of us in the room here, and that is a challenge for us as it relates to advancing climate change adaptation, mitigation, implementation, in particular water supply resiliency, is that at the regional level, we don't have the authority to mandate water supply resiliency projects. And so we see our role as primarily one is facilitation, and we do that through coordination and dialogue with our regulated communities, our state and local agency counterparts, as well as private groups and stakeholders, in kind of advancing that dialogue about the types of things that our community should be doing in response to climate change and advancing water supply resiliency. And part of this we do through our public process. So several weeks ago, our October meeting, we had a number of updates for our board and our stakeholders as it related to SGMA implementation in our region. And just like to say that we're the Denmark of the regions in the state. Although we're not 100% reliant on groundwater, we're the most groundwater dependent region in the state. And it's by estimates from Department of Water Resources, it's about 90% reliance on groundwater for domestic use and irrigation and industrial use in our region. So we gave a couple updates a few weeks ago. As I mentioned, segmentation update. We also provided one kind of in response to the recent water supply strategy and the types of projects in our region that were underway and the things that we were doing with respect to kind of moving the needle in this area. And I'm going to share the presentation here.
I've got
Anything
my
you
own
want to add
mic.
to the intro?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thanks for the good intro. And obviously, we do see ourselves as conveners of conversations, particularly given the fact that we can't just, regulate with a stick. And that's really not effective, right? The whole point of talking about these is to get people to the table, to build trust and to build relationships so that we can move forward. So we'll get to our presentation because I know everybody wants to eat lunch. But yeah, so our current framework, obviously, we're working on the state, water supply strategy, look at that as it relates to the water resilience portfolio and the work that DWR is doing, and hopefully advancing some of the, wastewater treatment, groundwater augmentation projects. And just sort of this picture at the bottom here, as we look at sort of desal at the ocean level, maybe just thinking about other opportunities of desal, not that I'm pushing one strategy or another, but I think oftentimes there's this thought process of, putting desal up and down the coast in these, $80 million concrete structures. Well, I don't know that that's the future of desal, right? There's a lot of offshore opportunities. So just thinking about that as we move forward, that, in ocean desal is an option too.
Just to add, in addition to prioritizing our permit purview with respect to water supply resiliency projects, we're also prioritizing our engagement and efforts like the implementation of the water supply strategy. So as a coastal region, we're participating in 2 interagency working groups associated with identifying desal siting criteria. It's kind of relevant to what Jane was just talking about. And also mitigation criteria to help streamline those desal permitting processes. And as a coastal region, one of the focuses that we've had for a long time is the utilization and maintenance of our ocean outfalls is really essential assets with respect to the water supply resiliency strategies, particularly as it relates to not just desal, but also advanced wastewater treatment associated with our municipal wastewater facilities, making sure we've got safe and effective ways to address the brine and the saline waste that's generated from these types of projects. And I think we'll go on to the next slide.
Go for it, Matt.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, we've been prioritizing our permitting work on these types of water supply resiliency projects. And going back to 2019, we started doing this prioritization. This was when the water supply portfolio was released. And we heard loud and clear that this was a statewide priority. And we're also feeling the effects of drought and climate change in our region. We're seeing an uptick in wastewater recycling projects, advanced treatment. A lot of these projects have multi-benefit, not just with respect to water supply resiliency or at least wrapped around the whole water supply resiliency strategy. But a lot of cases they're addressing groundwater overdraft, seawater intrusion, and things of that nature. For over a decade now, our stormwater program has been leading an effort, what we're calling our low impact development initiative, where they're working with our local permitting municipalities to implement stormwater capture and recharge. And that's kind of a twofold objective. One is managing hydromodification within our receiving waters as it relates to flashy stormwater runoff, but also maximizing the amount of water that we're getting back into our groundwater basins versus shunting them out to the ocean. So that's some efforts that we're working on. Funding is also a key component of what we're doing in moving projects like this forward. So part of our coordination and dialogue that we're having with our regulated entities, and we're doing this in coordination with our Division of Financial Assistance counterparts, is providing our regulated entities with information about funding opportunities to help move those along and provide incentives.
Right, it helps sweeten the pot, but I do think that funding helps sweeten the pot, certainly, but it does, I think, to the LID, the low impact development, we've been doing that quite successfully for well over a decade, and sort of switching the paradigm on what resources are. All types of water are resources, and so not only reutilizing it on your site, but getting it back into the ground. And again, we are the most groundwater dependent region in the state, so there's storage opportunities there too. Recharging, of course, there's water rights issues, but recharging our groundwater basins, staving off seawater intrusion in our coastal basins is really critical.
And a lot of these projects, they're very technically complex and in some cases nuanced, and they don't always fit into our standard regulatory framework, like a lot of the projects that we've historically permitted. And so because of that, we're having to be more creative and flexible with respect to how we're permitting these. And what we're doing is we're looking at these projects now, not just strictly from a water quality perspective, but we're also looking at them from a water supply resiliency benefit perspective. And so there's a bit of a balancing test that we're having to implement with respect to that. And creating some creative ways in which we can permit projects. For example, when you have a conjunctive use project, taking a high quality surface water that meets drinking water standards and injecting it into a groundwater basin for storage and use later. But some cases that surface water doesn't meet our basin plan water quality objectives. So how do we deal with that? And so we're working through some of these issues to make sure that we can effectively permit these types of projects.
Exactly, creating workarounds for some of the regulatory restrictions that we have in place in our basin plan, and starting that discussion beforehand so that we don't get stuck, right when somebody wants to move forward with a permit, but having those proactive conversations. Yes, time is ticking. We'll go ahead to the next slide.
Yeah, let's move on to the next slide, and won't go into a lot of detail here, but there are a number of projects in our region that are in the various stages of implementation and development, and just kind of an overview of some of the different groups that are leaders in our region, the most noteworthy of which would be Monterey One Water on the Monterey Peninsula in Monterey County. And their Pure Water Monterey project is really probably one of the more significant in our region for indirect potable reuse. Again, a multi-benefit project that is it's addressing seawater intrusion, illegal diversions of surface water from the Carmel River alluvial aquifer. They're also sourcing some of their water from irrigation tailwater and drainages that's very, very polluted and going into the Salinas River. So diverting that, treating it, and reusing it for beneficial purposes and to improve the resiliency of water supply on the Monterey Peninsula.
But not to be left out are Morro Bay and Cayucos, who had a really hard time, relocating their wastewater treatment plant. It was a wastewater treatment plant that was really, subject to sea level rise and inundation risk. And Coastal Commission really essentially told them, you got to recite this. And it was a decade and a half, really long, drawn out process with a lot of contention and a lot of fear in the process. Right, you have small communities that needed to not only relocate, but come into compliance with whole new water regulatory compliance, and those are triumphs in those small communities. So I will just leave it at that. Next slide, please.
And we already kind of covered some of the creative approaches and the challenges we're facing with our existing regulatory framework. Another good example would be a landfill in Santa Barbara County, it's the Tahigas landfill, where we got creative with our landfill permitting program and allowing the County of Santa Barbara to co-locate a kind of what do they call it? They call it the resource center. And it's what they're doing is they're maximizing recycling at the facility. They're generating energy associated with digester process. And they're also, by way of doing this, they're reducing the county's overall carbon emissions. And so we found this as a benefit. Normally, we wouldn't allow an industrial facility on top of a closed portion of an active landfill, but there was a really good fit here with respect to the benefits. And we were able to do this with adequate controls moving forward, and it's been a successful project so far.
So Einstein said that logic gets you from A to B and creativity gets you everywhere. So I think being open to creativity, oftentimes we feel like, yeah, we can't do this. But this is a creative approach and it's a solution. And the MRF, the materials recycling facility, I think that's the lovingly named facility, allows for that to happen. And I think another just item I wanted to talk about as we're talking about landfills here is the opportunities through SB 1383 as it relates to diversion of food waste. And I know that we have a number of pilot projects that are working on that. We have a pilot project at Goleta Sanitary District that's diverting the food waste from the university, which is directly adjacent, and using that as a cogeneration project too, which was certainly contemplated through that legislation. Next slide.
So Chair Gray mentioned this in a previous slide, talking about the city of Morro Bay and the California Coastal Commission asking them to, not asking them, but telling them to move their facility out of the coastal zone. One of the things that we've been doing for a number of years now in our updated MPDS permits for our coastal facilities is including special provisions for the development and implementation of a climate change adaptation program. And there's three basic components of those special provisions. And again, this is in an effort to get our municipalities to start thinking about these issues and planning for them if they're not already doing so. So, the first component is it's identification of hazards such as flooding and coastal inundation, and then an associated monitoring plan with response triggers. And the second component is to do kind of a long-term facility asset management and life expectancy analysis, and looking at alternatives associated with what's going to happen when the facility and components of the facility reach the end of their useful life, or they meet some of their hazard triggers, and looking at alternatives such as armoring existing facilities in place versus moving them. We're also asking them to evaluate opportunities for recycling, consolidation, and then also looking at energy efficiency, fully acknowledging that advanced water treatment requires a lot of energy. It's energy intensive. And so asking them to find ways to improve their energy efficiency or energy capture and generation at those facilities. And then the final component that really is directed by the first two is the response plan. What is the action plan that they're going to implement moving forward in response to the climate change pressures and the asset management analysis that they did? These special provisions are very closely tied to Coastal Commission requirements in 3 coastal development permits that have been issued in our region for municipal wastewater facilities, where they've told those facilities that they have to move. So Morro Bay was the first, I believe, in the state that went through that process. We have 2 more that are underway. The community of San Simeon, north of San Luis Obispo on the coast, the picture on the bottom left there, that's actually the San Simeon wastewater facility. It is right on the beach. It really shouldn't be there. That's one. And then also the South San Luis Obispo County Sanitation District down in Oceano. They basically have a 10-year window with a potential 10-year extension to move those facilities out of the coastal zone by the Coastal Commission. So one of the things that we're trying to do is making sure that we're not layering on additional duplicate, different requirements. And so we're trying to coordinate with the Coastal Commission on the things that we're requiring moving forward.
Next slide, please.
So as part of our ongoing irrigated agricultural order implementation process, we've invoked the state's Healthy Soils Initiative. In addition to trying to provide incentives for the use of organic fertilizers and compost, woody, mulch and things like that, we also have an incentive for the use of cover cropping. And Cover cropping has multiple benefits, as is listed on this slide, with respect to carbon sequestration, improved infiltration. But we just want to make sure that, as a management practice, this is something that we're looking at. It's on one hand, it's addressing nitrate loading issues in our region, but it's also helping to address climate change adaptation and mitigation with respect to these other benefits associated with cover cropping. So we had some tools that were developed by the researcher from the U.S. Department of Agriculture in coordination with the University of Cooperative Extension and our staff, and it's a really great tool that allows growers to estimate the amount of nitrogen sequestration associated with cover crops. And if you're interested, at the bottom of this slide, there's a link to a really engaging YouTube video that describes that tool that growers in our region can use to estimate the nitrogen sequestration credits. So we'll let them use as part of our ag order.
Okay, let's go on to the next slide. Next slide. We're going to run to the end here.
Going to jump ahead?
Yeah, should we just jump ahead? We're running late. So we have Civic Spark Fellow. As we obviously move forward in our hiring practices, we're also taking on younger people as Civic Spark Fellows. We have this really wonderful young person here who brings a wealth of information and new energy and new perspectives, and is helping us work on sustainability and ag resiliency projects and our climate adaptation plan and implementation. Shall we just skip ahead? Okay, next slide, and then we'll be done. And this is really more of a potential opportunity, really aspirational, and really wanted to talk about the proposed marine sanctuary here that is occurring, but also kind of uplift the Tribal Marine Stewardship Network and the work that they've done on the North Coast and the funding that they received. And that really, provides us with an opportunity for more collaboration and expanded Indigenous tribal knowledge on our coastlines and with our resources. So that's a good opportunity for us.
All right, and then next slide, just in closing, just to say that we're committed to facilitating the innovation and change that's necessary to move the needle on climate resiliency and water supply resiliency in our region, and we're going to continue to do that through ongoing dialogue and coordination with our various partners moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you for listening. Sorry to run on so long.
Now, I really am standing in between all of you and lunch. That is not, I do not feel like I'm in a good position here. But I hope you'll give me a little bit of time and hang on. And I don't mind if your stomachs growl, as long as you don't mind. My name is Renee Purdy. I'm the executive officer for the Los Angeles Water Board, and happy to give this update. I actually might take a slightly different focus. So thanks to Region 3 for your presentation and starting to lay the framework for this discussion about the regional boards and what we're doing. We discussed the water supply strategy this morning, and recall it lays out the multi-pronged approach of looking at increased storage, increased local supplies, and increased conservation. And if you could just go to the next slide, thanks. So the Los Angeles Water Board has definitely embraced this multi-pronged approach to local water resiliency in the face of our climate crisis. And we've been taking actions to encourage and support local agents because, as we've been talking about, in some ways, it's really the local agencies that are going to help us achieve this local water resiliency. We're the regulatory agency, and we can help through our regulatory actions and our funding to support that. But ultimately, we need to be partnering and encouraging and supporting local agencies in that work in many ways. And so we've been doing that to help these local agencies meet the strategy's goals and to ensure that we, as well as those that we regulate, are preparing for the impacts of climate change. So today I was just going to give you, it's sort of a microcosm, though it's the Los Angeles region, so we're not really much of a microcosm, but I wanted to give you just a sense of where we are with our advanced water treatment facilities and increased water recycling for non-potable, indirect potable, and eventually direct potable reuse. Also stormwater capture, and I'll talk some about how we're using targeted desal and also the need to mitigate seawater intrusion. And maybe if I have time, I'll touch on a few other climate adaptations, but mindful of lunch looming over us. So if you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. I know there's a lot on this slide, but really what I want to focus on here is the magnitude of the work and the acceleration of that work related to water recycling. Many local agencies in the region are accelerating their plans to increase production of advanced treated wastewater for reuse. And in total, the projects on these slides, and these are all the ones that are basically in development or expanding and are scheduled to be completed in about the next 10 to 13 years, amount to roughly 475,000 acre feet per year of new water. So that is really significant. And this is in addition to one that's recently come online that the regional board didn't permit too long ago, just a couple years ago, which is the Water Replenishment District's Groundwater Reliability Improvement Project. And that's part of what they call their Water Independence Now program, to create a locally sustainable supply for groundwater replenishment. And that project, GRIP, which is the centerpiece, is basically producing 21,000 acre feet. So combined with what's on this slide and that, we're talking about 500,000 acre feet per year of new water, which is really fantastic in the next 10 to 13 years. And the two that are at the bottom of this table that I'll just note in particular, which many of you have probably heard about, they're the two largest ones. One is a partnership between, well, it's the city of Los Angeles, and it's a partnership between their sanitation agency, the LA Sanitation Bureau, as well as LA Department of Water and Power, which is their Hyperion 2035 plan, where they are planning to make 100% of the effluent from the Hyperion treatment plant, which is their largest treatment plant, completely recycled. And then the LADWP will be distributing that recycled water. And the other one is a partnership between the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts and the Metropolitan Water District to build an advanced treatment facility that will produce 150 million gallons per day to help replenish groundwater basins in both LA and Orange counties. So very significant work going on. And this slide does not even cover, some of the existing projects that are already in place. If you could go to the next slide, please. Thanks. So moving to stormwater capture, since 2012, the regional board has been adapting our MS4 permits to really encourage and provide opportunities for that buzzword, multi-benefit stormwater capture projects to meet permit requirements. Of course, these are very necessary to make water quality improvements, but they have the very big added benefit of augmenting our local water supply and really making sure that we're treating stormwater as a resource and not a waste, which is really central to the state board and all the water boards' strategy with regard to stormwater now. And so I did want to mention just in the last year, we did consolidate our 3 MS4 permits into 1 regional MS4 permit, and we brought our Ventura County permittees into this framework that's really encouraging stormwater capture, both for water quality benefits as well as for water resiliency. And so this slide, I just wanted to show you one example. There are many, and I had more until I realized I was way over the time that I had. But this project is in the city of Carson, which is in our Dominguez Channel watershed. It's at Carriage Crest Park, and it's a very large stormwater capture project. It's a partnership between Los Angeles County, the city of Carson, Caltrans, and the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts. And it basically is a project to divert water from the storm drain that is adjacent into this very large underground cistern. It's about 17 acre feet, very large. This project is now completed. You see the construction here, but that is basically going to provide an additional 450 acre feet per year to the Joint Water Pollution Control Plant, which happens to be located adjacent to this park conveniently. So it was a great opportunity to utilize the location to create this stormwater capture project. And the large regional recycled project, that's the partnership between LA County Sanitation Districts and MWD, eventually we'll be able to make use of this stormwater as part of the water that it will be treating through its advanced treatment facility. If you could go to the next slide. I want to talk some about salinity management and how we can use desal to help increase local water resiliency, because we have been using this in the region for quite a number of years, particularly with regard to groundwater. It's something that we have needed to do. This is an example in one of our watersheds in Ventura County, the Cayugas Creek watershed, where many of the surface waters and groundwaters have been impaired due to salts for a very long time. There's a lot of agriculture in that watershed, and so this has been an ongoing challenge. And well over a decade ago, the regional board adopted a TMDL to address these watershed impairments. And because of the groundwater surface water interactions in this watershed, one of the key elements of implementation for this TMDL really includes addressing both surface and groundwater to achieve a salt balance in this watershed. And one of the key ways that this watershed has gone about achieving the TMDL and achieving that salt balance is to create this regional salinity management pipeline that you can see in the green on the map on the right-hand side of the slide. And this obviously is addressing water quality, but it's also providing an opportunity to increase local water resiliency, because what is happening now is there is a network of not only wastewater treatment plants that are starting to implement advanced water treatment facilities that can then make use of this regional salinity management pipeline, which discharges to the ocean, but additionally a series of groundwater desalters to address the saline groundwater, the brackish groundwater, and create additional source of supply. And I wanted to bring this example up because there's one desalter that's recently come online in the city of Camarillo, which the regional board just recently permitted and also addressed in the permit for the regional salinity management pipeline. It is one of 3 that are operating here in this watershed now, and they're creating about 8,800 acre feet per year of additional supply within this watershed for the cities in the watershed. If you could go to the next slide. I'll just give you one example of our one example of ocean desal. I do think there are instances where ocean desal, is necessary and appropriate. The one full-scale facility that we have is out on Catalina Island, not surprisingly, and it does provide the primary source of drinking water for the city of Avalon. This facility is called the Pebbly Beach Desal Facility. It does provide a drought-resistant supply, which is increasingly important as the island is starting to experience more severe drought and its groundwater supplies are not becoming as reliable. So recently, we just went through a permitting process for this facility to renew their permit, and they added an additional reverse osmosis unit to increase production by about 15%. They did not need to add any more seawater intake wells at this point. That is something that we'll be considering in the future to increase capacity more. If we can go to the next slide, I'll move on quickly to addressing efforts to mitigate seawater intrusion. Since with sea level rise, there will likely be an increased need for these sorts of measures. I wanted to talk a little bit about what we have been doing in the region and what we anticipate in the future. This is showing you the 3 seawater intrusion barriers that we currently have in place and which have been in place for decades. One of the reasons I wanted to bring this up also is because initially many of these used potable water to maintain these seawater barriers, but increasingly as we have more advanced treated recycled water, these barriers are increasingly using that recycled water and reducing the region's dependence on the imported water to maintain these seawater barriers. And with the governor's strategy and our efforts to reduce our reliance on imported water, the goal is, of course, to get these all to the point where they can all be using 100% recycled water. One of them is already doing that. One is about 3/4 the way there, and the other one is about at 50-50 in terms of the use of water. And I also just wanted to mention that we do have other agencies. There's an agency in Ventura County that is looking at the need to do something similar to mitigate seawater intrusion. It's in our Oxnard subbasin, which is experiencing seawater intrusion, but is also being used as a drinking water source of drinking water supply. And it's one of our critically overdrafted basins. So just more need here and the need for funding and permitting of additional projects like this probably in the future. Next slide, please. So I'll just wrap up quickly here to just say we did start really thinking very deliberately and explicitly about climate change many years ago, back in 2014. We made it a priority for our 2014-2016 triennial review. Subsequent to that, we developed a strategy to look at the types of impacts that the board's programs may experience due to climate change and what sort of regulatory adaptation measures we could take. We also adopted a board resolution in 2018 talking about the steps the board had already taken, but also laying out additional steps. And interestingly, many of them reflect very closely some of the things outlined in the strategy, the water supply strategy, such as stormwater capture. So we have been working on a number of the things in the strategy for many years already. And I thought I would just touch on a couple things. Thankfully, Region 3 touched on some of the same efforts. I think many of the regions are thinking similarly about the types of climate adaptations we need to undertake. We too are implementing permit provisions to require facilities to submit climate change vulnerability assessments and then mitigation plans. We've received about 40 of those plans so far. We've reviewed, or excuse me, we've required them in 40 permits. We've reviewed about half of those so far. So they submit them to us. We review them, provide comments, request revisions, and then ultimately they're subject to executive officer approval. Additionally, we're looking at expanding that requirement potentially to some of our other programs, maybe even to our site cleanup program, where there's some vulnerability for sites that may be located close to the coast, to perhaps have them submit a similar plan related to their remedial action plans. So we're looking into that now. And then we also are looking into other climate adaptations that can help us increase local water resiliency, like in our site cleanup program, looking for as many opportunities as possible for in situ remediation when that's appropriate, as opposed to, for example, pump and treat, where in many cases we're just losing that treated water to the ocean. So that's another thing we're looking at. And unfortunately, in the Los Angeles region, unlike in Denmark, we have many very contaminated groundwater basins. And so we have a lot of wellhead treatment projects and funding that we've provided to make sure that even though our groundwater basins do suffer from a lot of contamination, that we're finding ways to treat that contamination and still utilize that local resource. And then I'll close in terms of the one other adaptation similar to Region 3 with our irrigated lands regulatory program. And of course, that program is focused on making sure that we're addressing the water quality impacts from irrigated agriculture. But some of those things like irrigation efficiency both helps improve water quality by reducing runoff, but also has the benefit of water conservation. And we are finding that at this point, based on recent reporting, about 80% of the irrigated acres in Ventura County, which is where most of our agriculture is, are using, for example, soil moisture sensors to manage their irrigation and conserve water. And if you could just go to my last slide, please. I just wanted to give some final thoughts. And I know in some ways these are probably simple concepts and ones that you've already heard earlier today. But of course, we all know there's not a single solution to our climate and water crisis. It is going to take multiple strategies, like many of us are already employing in our regions. And we need to be thoughtful about which strategies are best suited to the location and to the circumstance. I think I heard somebody this morning say, these strategies don't need to be in competition. They can be used in complementary ways. And sometimes some strategies are better suited than others, of course, to certain circumstances. And then finally, as we consider which strategies to use, we need to be mindful and address the potential environmental effects of our decision. And we've talked some about considering in-stream flow needs as we increasingly recycle more of our wastewater effluent, and also the potential environmental effects of ocean desal and the need, of course, for brine management, which is a very big issue that I know we're all going to be facing. So Thanks for sticking with me to the end here, and I hope we'll have opportunity for more discussion later today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, so Joaquin stepped out to get his picture taken down in the courtyard. So I have the honor of breaking us all for lunch. That was also a gentle reminder about the headshot studio that's currently happening outside. So as you leave for lunch or come back from lunch, please stop and get your picture taken. We put one of our posters outside so you can see where the photographer is set up. So look for that WQCC poster. We'll come back at 2 p.m. for a discussion on recycled water, desal, and stormwater. We also, final thing, at the back of the room, you'll see a piece of paper taped to the wall, which has a list of restaurants that are close by if you're wondering where you should go. See everybody back here at 2 o'clock.
And I want to put in one quick plug. We're going to close out the WQCC tomorrow with a legal session like we normally do. It's going to be a little bit shorter this year than at times, and we've left it pretty free form. So if there are specific questions or issues that you would like teed up, you can hit Emel, Jennifer, or myself during any of the breaks. And just give us some warning before noon tomorrow. Have a good lunch, everyone.
testing. Yeah, that's the minute you have to basically. So people feel, yeah, it turns on. I got my cup. Sweet, and stuff. Oh, okay, it's 2:02. All right, I'm doing it. I'm calling it.
Under what? I was scared for you. That's the one that said that.
Okay, everyone, I think we can begin to take a seat. We're at 2:02, and I hope everyone had a great lunch. I would have handed things off to lunch, but the board members, we had to accommodate Vice Chair Diadamo's schedule. She has to head to an event this evening, so we went and took our first picture together as an official board. COVID and other things had never really, it was a great moment. And so hopefully everyone got their headshots, and we can all, and executive staff too, looking at you, Michael Loffer. All right, well, thank you. Welcome back. Hope everyone had a great lunch. And I'll just hand it straight over to my incredible colleague, board member Sean McGuire, and he will give us some, I'll let you talk.
Great. Hi, everybody. What I'm going to give you is 2 minutes of my time and your time. So I want to really push the brownie bites for those who are recovering from lunch and maybe, the sugar level goes down within a little bit and you're feeling a little sleepy, head over to that table. I hear they're delicious. I don't know that you'll need it though, because I think, we have a really intriguing and interesting discussion here on stormwater, recycled water, and desalinization, which is something that I know is an issue that most, if not all of you at the regional boards cover, and we certainly do at the state board. And so I don't have nearly the time I'd like to get into these topics. I'm going to be doing a lot of listening today. But what I do want to say is that this is what I see as an opportunity, thinking about the water strategy, to take a step back and know that we're always working to break down silos, right? So whether it's our institutional silos in terms of how we regulate different projects, and I think directly of direct potable reuse and how we're breaking down that barrier between drinking water and wastewater discharge or what have you. There's opportunities there to work all across state agencies with the regional boards and state board, also other state partners, and down to the local level and the water and wastewater agencies themselves. So always thinking about how do we break down those silos. And then when you think about water, it's how do we break through those silos, right? Here we've colored water 3 different things today, right? We've got our ocean water, we have our recycled water, we have our storm water, but really it's all one water, it's all one and the same, and it provides so much opportunity for us. And so just encouraging everyone, the more we keep thinking that way, the more innovative we can be with our resources and the farther it can go. And then the last is our watershed silos. So there's so much opportunity out there for us to reach across to partners. Not every agency, not every entity, not every part of the state has the same access to resources. And so when we think about how many agencies there are, how many systems, how many local municipalities, there's so much opportunity there to reach out, to build partnerships, to find relationships and unique opportunities to leverage, creative thinking and develop sustainable water solutions. This is really what we're all about at the water boards. And I think we can get there. Let's let this drought be that impetus for realizing our full potential. And I just want to leave it at that. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Sean, for that great introduction. I'm Karen Mogus, Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality here at the State Water Board. And I want to start off by, before I get into the details of what we're doing to implement the governor's strategy, I wanted to introduce my team. I have a right hand and a left hand. I'm not sure which one Annalisa is, but she's one of my critical hands in DWQ and is the lead on all things recycled water, desal, and stormwater. It's all in her shop. So when we get the fire drills about the water supply strategy, Annalisa is the one that deals with them. So she's awesome. We also have under Annalisa Claire Wagner, who's been involved with recycled water, desal, and stormwater for many years. She's not here today, but I just wanted to acknowledge her leadership in this effort. She's just spectacular. And if she interviews for any of the positions at your regional board, please do not hire her. Please don't tell her I said that. And then I also wanted to mention that as part of the early actions that we're trying to get on the ground running before we get any additional resources, we identified some drought resources that were unused in previous years, and we're able to convince Shala Faranak to come back as a retired annuitant. She's over there. And I mean, yeah, I've heard the oohs and ahs right from over here. Like everyone knows Shala, everyone knows what she's contributed to the water boards and water recycling in particular over the years. And so we're just really pleased that she didn't run screaming from the room when I asked her to come back and work for us. So yeah, really pleased to have her on the team. So with that, we're going to just do a really quick tee up of the actions that are in the water supply strategy related to the three components I've already mentioned: water recycling, desal, and stormwater, and then kind of leave it up to the panel that are the practitioners that you're going to hear from after. So next slide, please. So you heard, oh, did we miss one? Sorry. Is there one before this? Yeah, there we go. I can see this, but I cannot see that because my glasses don't work for that. Anyway, you heard this morning that this August 2022, the governor's office published their new strategy, California's Water Supply Strategy, Adapting to Hotter, Drier Future. I'm going to call it the Water Supply Strategy. Other people call it the aridification document. More people call it the Hotter, Drier Strategy. Whatever you want to call it, go ahead, but I'm going to call it Water Supply Strategy today. And it outlines the state's actions to increase water supply and adapt to more extreme weather patterns caused by climate change. So you heard the overview this morning and the impetus for it and why we need it, and the critical actions that we have to take like right now to figure out how to weather the climate change impacts that are right at our doorstep as we speak. The strategy outlines 4 main sets of actions: develop new water through recycling and desalination. I find that a little humorous, the new water thing, but that's what we'll call it. Capture and save more stormwater, reduce use of water in cities and farms, and improve all water management actions with better data, forecasting, conveyance, and administration of water rights. We're going to focus today on the first 2 because that's what we're responsible for, and it's what is most connected to what you all do at the regional board level as well. So with that, we'll go to the next slide. So you heard this morning that we've got better tools for forecasting and statewide modeling that takes into account the realities of climate change. And then we've made some observations this past year that make it clear that decreasing snowpack, less rainfall, and greater evaporative loss due to hotter, drier conditions is made it clear that we're going to have a huge deficit in our water supply by 2040. And so we need to do something right now. We need to do lots of things right now to address that. And so this strategy is in response to that, and it ramps up actions the state will take due to the urgency of this need. The strategy expedites the timeline for actions that were previously identified in the administration's 2020 water resilience portfolio. And in that document, we outlined 142 separate actions to strengthen the state's support for local efforts to withstand drought and flood, provide safe and reliable water supplies to all communities, and protect natural systems. What the water resilience portfolio lacked was detail in what the investment was needed to really implement those actions. I think this strategy goes a long way to demonstrate the huge investments that are needed to get these actions on the ground. And it's a lot, and it's going to take current resources and a lot more resources to get this done. And I'm going to just say that I introduced the team, but I also want to make sure, and he's moderating the panel so he can say more about it. But John Bishop was instrumental in making sure that what we put into this strategy was realistic in terms of the goals, that we could achieve them, that it wasn't just pie in the sky goals that we pulled out, and we've got a lot more information and data to support it, but also put in the investment that was needed so that we can request those resources and actually get what we need to do this work. Next slide, please. So now I'm just going to give you the broad overview of the three pieces of the strategy that we're working on, starting with recycled water, which is one of the supplies with the greatest potential for development. And since 2009 and our first iteration of the recycled water policy, we've been making significant strides to advance its use statewide, and we continue to make those advancements over the years. The Division of Drinking Water is laying the foundation to allow direct potable reuse in California. They've convened an expert panel who have reviewed the draft regulations and provided its findings to Division of Drinking Water. And staff is on track to present the regulations by their legislated deadline of December of 2023. So it's coming right around the corner. They're actively working on it. Darren's sweating over there, hoping that he can get it done. And I'm sure he will. Then the Division of Water Quality is going to take the lead in coordination with Division of Financial Assistance, as well as Division of Drinking Water and the regional boards, so all of you and your staffs, to formalize an existing process to convene a strike team that will identify and resolve permitting and funding barriers to recycled water development. So Shala is actually taking point on formalizing that strike team and getting that work started right now. We're also taking the lead in coordination with Division of Financial Assistance in the Office of Information Management and Analysis to develop a public dashboard for current and proposed recycled water projects. Division of Financial Assistance has compiled a list of current and proposed projects, and we're using that as a starting point for the analysis. And then we'll be coordinating with Water Reach California, which you'll hear from in our panel shortly, as well as the California Association of Sanitation Agencies and other stakeholders to identify planned recycled water projects. And we're considering adding a module to our volumetric annual report to allow facilities to report planned projects in the future, so we can actually see in real time what's planned, what the barriers are, and try to streamline those processes to get them on the ground and get recycled water produced. Next slide, please. Moving on to desalination, which includes both brackish and seawater desal. It also has a role, as we've talked a little bit about earlier, in new water supplies for some communities in the state. Division of Water Quality has started to coordinate already with the Ocean Protection Council to initiate an interagency working group to develop criteria for siting seawater desal facilities to streamline the permitting process. Some of you are aware that we've learned a lot in some of the barriers to permitting desal projects based on our ocean plan provisions. And so we really need to clarify what those requirements are so that everyone knows the rules of the game and they can come with the information that they need to obtain a permit that both allows for desalination, but also the protection of marine life. So we've already held an interagency meeting to start this discussion this last August and held a subsequent discussion earlier this month. And we're working on a grant to convene a panel that will help us provide a framework for evaluating subsurface intake feasibility and to provide additional technical direction on the analysis needed for site selection. So that'll help us, like I said, level the playing field, set the ground rules so that everyone knows what's expected when it comes to the permitting process. And hopefully it's not this back and forth, bring me that other color rock. No, that rock is the right color, but it's not the right size, all back and forth, back and forth. And then we're also going to be working with the Department of Water Resources, who's going to lead the effort on brackish groundwater. They're the ones with most information about possible brackish groundwater desal projects. As you heard this morning, there's some projects going on that DWR is funding. We are going to develop and implement methods to identify the possible projects that are not currently planned and identify solutions or criteria for the appropriate disposal of the brine that is discharged as a result. We're also working on a second interagency work group related to seawater desal with the Ocean Protection Council to compile information on existing and ongoing mitigation projects. Mitigation was also a big issue that came up during the recent Huntington Beach permitting process. And so it's one that we need to, again, set the ground rules, figure out what potential sites there are so that we can get that permitting streamlined better. We're going to identify criteria using this interagency working group, criteria for mitigation projects, to appropriately compensate for the impacts and recommend amendments to the desal policy on the criteria and mitigation opportunities. And then, of course, amendments to the ocean plan don't happen like that. So it's going to take a bit, but we'll be working on it as we figure out what those amendments need to be. And of course, this is going to be a public process working with stakeholders. All right, moving on to stormwater. Next slide, please. Well, I'll just keep talking. So many of you are aware that in 2015, the state board adopted the strategy to optimize resource management of stormwater, or storms. We call it the storms strategy, but that actually says strategy twice, so it's kind of weird. But anyway, storms. And we set an objective to increase stormwater capture and use through regulatory and non-regulatory approaches. And the governor's water supply strategy has set a goal to support local stormwater capture projects in cities and towns to increase annual supply capacity of stormwater capture and reuse by at least 250,000 acre feet by 2030 and 500,000 acre feet by 2040. So we're working to hire a contractor, and you're going to hear a little bit more about this process in the panel next, to provide an estimate of the current stormwater capture and use statewide. And we'll use that estimate and reevaluate it every 5 years to determine progress towards the goals for the 2030 and 2040 goals. And then using the recommendations from the 2018 report titled Enhancing Urban Runoff Capture and Use that was done under the auspices of the Storms Group and program, we're developing a 5-year plan to evaluate funding needs for regulations and policies, as well as identifying and developing guidance for stormwater capture and use across the state. And then my last slide goes into funding for all of these projects. So in addition to policy actions that we're taking to develop these supplies, the board is also responding to the significant need for investment. So the administration has identified $90 million for water recycling projects that produce potable recycled water to supplement drinking water supplies. 80 million of that will go to the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California to support the design of a large-scale regional recycled water project. And 10 million of that will go to the Euclid Avenue Recycled Water System Expansion Project in the city of Ontario. This is in addition to the water recycling funding program that our own Division of Financial Assistance implements and provides planning assistance grants and construction grants and loans to both potable and non-potable recycled water projects through bonds and state revolving fund dollars. For desal, in addition to the grant that I mentioned earlier to convene a panel for the evaluating subsurface intake feasibility, we also allocated the current year budget, so 22-23 has $1 million in it for subsurface intake seawater desalination study. And these funds will need to go out to bid. And so we're working on the scope of work, but that's an immediate term project that we're working on right now. And then we also identified some $300,000 in internal funds for a contractor to provide an estimate of the current stormwater capture and use estimates to allow us to measure against the state target that's in the strategy. So that's the quick, fly over at 30,000 feet of where we are. If you want to know more about what we're up to, we will be providing regular updates as part of our executive director's report. So there'll be a brief summary in each month's executive director's report that we put out. I think it's the second board meeting of every month. And then we also have an internal tracking spreadsheet that we will be providing updates as well through that. And that will include not just the 3 parts of the strategy that we talked about today, but also the conservation, the water rights, and a lot of the other work that Department of Water Resources is working on. And we're working closely with DWR on tracking everything because you all know that, well, you guys all want to hear about what's going on, right? And so we have to make sure we report out. So with that, I'm going to stop talking. I don't know if we have time for questions or if we're going to go straight to the panel.
If there are questions, folks should just either ask them on the app, if we don't have them, or go ahead and raise your hand. So before we bring the panel up, I do want to emphasize something that Karen didn't. If you can go back a few slides. There we go. We start right here. This one is fine, and then we'll go to the octopus. So we've got December 2023 for the first action. We've got January 2024 for the second action. Go to the next one. June 2023. I think that's only like 6 months away. January 2024. June 2024. So we have lots of research looking at trying to develop this information in the very short term. I'm not going to give Darren's because he's known it for a long time. He's had the DPR is December 2023. But this is not the way the State Water Board usually works. We propose something, then we ask for money, and then we wait 1.5 years to see if we get the money, and then we commit to something. So we committed to these things now with the assumption that we're going to redirect staff and do that initial work. So there's, in the short term, we have these what I'm calling data gathering exercises that are started now, and that's why Shala's here with us as a retired unit, so that we can get those happening today. So, I'll let you know that on a weekly basis, we get a call from the governor's office on how well we're doing on this. So it is not a, this is not a paper exercise that we're, kind of came up with some ideas and then we're putting it on the shelf and a few years later we'll come back and look at it. We're looking at it every day. And your folks are going to be, we look at this, we're going to develop siting criteria and things like that for desalination. What that means is that we're going to look at what they would have to do so that they could bring it to a regional board and to the Coastal Commission and have it be on consent. Well, it won't actually be on consent, but close enough so that people feel really good about the projects before they come in. That's the idea
behind this. The idea behind the recycled water, getting the list of facilities and projects and getting a strike team to figure out what the problems are so that on each project, we can say, the reason that this project isn't moving forward is they need $10 billion. And then someone can decide if they're going to come up with $10 billion, but at least we'll know what the problem is. And we won't be in the situation that we are today, which is some people say it's because it takes too long to get it permitted. Other people say that that they can't get a Prop 213. You know, whatever the reasons are, we'll know what that reason is for each and every project as we move forward. So I don't see, unless my thing is not working, I don't see any questions coming in. Do you see any? Okay, great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask our panel to come up. We have a panel of folks. Jennifer West with Water Reuse is going to here. We have Jane Joy from Region 8 to talk about desal, and online we have Morgan from the Pacific Institute, right?
Yes.
Great. And they're each going to give you a perspective on how to do this and what are some of the challenges and opportunities for this. Oh, that's me. Okay. And then after they give a short introduction, really encourage you all to ask questions about their perspective and where they think there are problems. And you know, as far as I'm concerned, I hope you're all very blunt about what the issues and problems are. And if you're not, I'll ask questions to be blunt as possible. Jennifer, I believe you're up first.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I'm Jennifer West. I'm the Managing Director of Water Reuse California. And I have the wonderful job of working with a whole bunch of agencies trying to move these recycled water projects forward. And we were very excited to see the water supply strategy, that is in fact what I call it, and to see the central role that recycled water has in that report. Next slide, please. So there's two new goals in the water recycling strategy where the state wants to meet the goals in the future for 2030 and 2040. And before we had some goals in the recycled water policy that was developed in 2009, those were really aspirational goals. We didn't have a lot of data to support them. I and the reuse community really welcomes these new goals. We want to hit the targets. We want to exceed the targets. And I'm going to kind of give you a snapshot that I think we can. We would not have the information to even be guessing or really making the informed decisions without the Division of Water Quality's annual volumetric reporting that started in 2019. Now we know how much influent comes in. We know the various uses. We know how much goes out to the ocean. That's also really good information. It's been the subject of a lot of policy discussions, and now we actually have the information for the first time. So kudos to the division for doing that. We really appreciate it. Now let's move on to the first goal, which is new slide, please. The first goal was in the strategy, calls for meeting 800,000 acre feet by 2030. Now this is my Jennifer's way of how we can get there. And I first want to apologize. There's some potable reuse projects listed here, and I don't think I've captured them all that are going to be online by 2030. This was an exercise to show that I think we in fact can make it to 800,000 acre feet quite comfortably. Right now, you see that we use about 732,000 acre feet of Title 22 water in the state. That's all the uses, agricultural, irrigation, everything. And so, not having a good sense on the non-potable, but knowing where the potable projects are coming forward, you can see that we really are going to be, all the projects listed here are either under construction, in the late planning stages, or have been funded in some capacity. So we expect these to go forward and to be over. So next slide, please. We know there's a ton of planned potable reuse projects in the state. So those far exceed the number on the last slide. And as you can see, the ones that are permitted are in red, the dark navy are planned groundwater projects, The planned reservoir projects are in teal, and finally, a couple green projects represent the DPR projects. So I apologize, it's very small, but it's simply very hard to show this statewide interest in potable reuse on one side. I want to say that I welcome the planned portal that was discussed before and the new survey to show where we can get a better handle on the planned non-potable projects, because I don't really have a good handle on that. And it's not information that's readily available. There's so many of them. So moving on to the next slide, please. Talking about the next goal, which is much larger, and that is getting to 1.8 million acre feet by 2040. So this is my calculation again. We use the conservative estimate of 820 of where we think we're going to be in 2030. We add all the planned potable projects from the last map, and then we have about a 565,000 acre feet gap, but this assumes, the last slide assumed no increases beyond the 2021 level in all the other uses such as agri-use, landscape, energy, industrial, and on-site reuse, which we're going to have some regulations by the end of 2023 for on-site reuse. So I think that those, and we'll see the big thing that's going to happen, I believe, is we're going to see more DPR projects. So we're going to have DPR help fill that gap, and I believe we can expect that we're going to have increases in all these other uses in the next 20 years. It's hard, as I said, without kind of more numeric numbers, but I think this is a good number and I think we can reach it. So next slide, please. So what's not in those numbers, as I said, that's Title 22 uses as defined in the statute. What is not considered recycled water is the growing environmental uses of recycled water for the environment. So because of the annual survey, we know that in 2021, we had 256,000 acres that was used for treated recycled water used for in-stream flows, natural systems, and wetlands. And so I understand the complication of this not being called recycled water, but I do, again, think this should be co-reported with the Title 22 water and this amount, and saying that this is used for the environment, so the public and people understand that there's we're almost at 1 million acre feet in terms of uses overall. And, I've talked to staff about this, and hopefully this can happen in the future. I think when we report these numbers out, it's just for the community to understand that Title 22 doesn't capture everything that's involved with recycled water. So I'm going to talk a little bit about challenges. Next slide, please. And reduce wastewater flows, where we are with the new world of conservation, and it's just reality. Next slide, please. So because of the survey, we know that the influent into wastewater treatment plants is down by 300 acre feet since 2019. That's a pretty steep decrease. Some agencies are 20-30% less wastewater flows. So there's not an unlimited amount of flows, and they need to make their planning decisions on this reduced amount. Drought messaging in terms of lowering all forms of landscape irrigation have impacted all irrigation. In fact, those with recycled water, you see on our numbers for irrigation last year with recycled water were down slightly, as you'd expect it. And just a reminder to the board that, the conservation legislation that was passed specifically allowed for more recycled water to be used on the landscape. So when that comes before you, we'll be reminding you of that. So next slide, please. So the macro issue is the funding, the funding challenges. And as the governor's strategy recognized, there's a huge funding need for recycled water. We've estimated about $13 billion over the next 1 to 2 decades. We were very successful in the budget over the budget. If you take the earmarks that were mentioned earlier, but then also the pots of funding that were available for statewide, it was actually a commitment of $665 million in grants for recycled water in total. The tricky part for us is while it was in the budget, it wasn't appropriated. There's $210 million for potable reuse, and we will be working on that. But we need that money, and that is a huge focus. And then on the funding, reminder that our partners at CASA do some estimations on what it's going to cost as we implement conservation and how wastewater systems are going to need additional funding to address treatment and the collection costs. And that's estimated at $338 million a year. So it's significant, and it's again, as a result of conservation, it's there, but there are impacts. And then finally, the last issue I wanted to talk about was DPR, direct potable regulations. And I want to applaud the Division of Drinking Water for having regs that are now under, we've had a number of versions, and I think that we are hopefully on track to get there in terms of 2023. I put this as a great opportunity. This is our huge opportunity, if broadly applied, to have it, to have DPR help fill that gap to get to our goal. I'm going to put my advocacy hat on for a moment. We have some challenges with the regulations in print now. We think there's a way to be protective of public health without doing an over-treatment. And we think that there needs to be more work on the pathogen reduction goals for that currently stand in the regulations. And we are encouraging the Drinking Water Division to use DPR2 and other high quality historic data sets to develop the removal requirements. So we think we can get there, but we believe there needs to be more work on pathogens in particular. And finally, the last slide, we believe that the regulations need an alternative clause. This will allow DPR projects to adapt over time. We need this because it's simply impossible to look out in the future and to guess 30 years what technology will bring to us. So we're just asking for the same flexibility as in the other potable reuse regulations. And again, finally with this, the DPR regs need to be flexible and workable so it can be used broadly and we can meet our goals. And there's a tremendous amount of interest in this. Obviously, with the number one thing being we need to protect public health and not make a mistake. That out front. But again, I want to applaud the Division of Drinking Water for getting us this far. It's been a huge, long road, and we're almost there. So with that, I will end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Thank you very much, Jennifer. And I'm starting to get questions in, and what I'm going to do is wait till we get through the panel and then go through those questions, so you can keep sending them in, and we'll do it. And next, I'd like to introduce Morgan Shimbuku. Did I get it right? Close?
Shimobuku.
Shimobuku with the Pacific Institute. And she's going to give us her view on the stormwater targets.
Great, thank you so much. And I'm guessing you all can hear me. I'll just keep talking unless you say not.
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today, but thank you so much for inviting me to be in a part of this discussion. So next slide, please. Just briefly, Pacific Institute, we're a nonprofit based in Oakland, California, although we have staff now all over the United States and globally. Our mission is to create and advance solutions to the world's most pressing water challenges. And we are broadly supported by foundations, government and private sector contracts, and donations from individuals. So just a little bit background. So the perspective I'm bringing today is very much from the background and work that we've done, which is on stormwater, typically a high level sort of statewide perspective. So next slide, please. And click one more time. So just wanted to go through a few different sort of background on our work on stormwater capture in California. This isn't all of it, but it is, I think, the highlights. In 2014, we published this issue brief with NRDC, the untapped potential of California's water supply, which includes efficiency and reuse and also stormwater. Here, we estimated there were between 400 to 600,000 acre feet per year of stormwater in urban landscapes for capture. Click one more time. The cost of alternative water supply and efficiency options in California, this came out in 2016, looking at the cost of these different options based on real projects that had occurred in the state. And basically, quick summary is that stormwater capture came out as very cost effective relative to nearly all other water supply strategies based on, again, what projects we were able to get data for in the state, and only was slightly more cost effective or slightly less cost effective than efficiency as a quote unquote new water supply in many ways. Click one more time. Stormwater capture in California, so innovative policies and funding opportunities. Fun fact, this is the first report I wrote at Pacific Institute. It was basically a case study, look at all different ways that local municipalities have been trying to tackle stormwater, whether it was for water supply or for other reasons. A lot of them had water supply benefits, and so we try and highlight those, and also the different ways those efforts are being funded, which I know is a large challenge in the state. And we do provide some examples from out of state in here as well. Next slide. Yep, and then our economic evaluation of stormwater capture and its multiple benefits in California. This is published in +1, which is an open source journal article. And this, we looked at 50 different projects funded by Proposition 84 and 1E that both were urban as well as non-urban stormwater capture, and cited additional and valued the quantitatively was able to value the additional benefits. And unsurprisingly, when you add on top the value of those multiple benefits to stormwater capture, it becomes very cost effective. In fact, many of the projects were had a net negative cost, being that the benefits, the quantified benefits of the project outweighed the cost of the project in the long term. And one more report. So this last one came out this year in April. And it was an update on our 2014 work. The Untapped Potential 2 is what we call it internally. And here I will actually present a little bit of those results on the next slide. So the results in stormwater capture, at least, I'm focusing on that by hydrologic region. I don't know how small these numbers are to you all on your screen, but these do actually show pretty good, I would say, alignment with the estimates and goals that the State Water Board, that the state has set in the water supply strategy that we're discussing today. These numbers, they do not account for existing capture, which, as we'll discuss, is part of the challenge in the stormwater world, is we don't know exactly how much water is being captured. Unlike wastewater reuse, we don't have a database, and it's been a challenge to track that. The low, medium, and high precipitation is actually using historical annual precipitation, different years that sort of represent those typical low year, a typical medium, and a typical high year. So that's where that range comes from. And just also to note that this is urban focused only, not including anything outside of urban landscapes. So next slide. Just a few of the challenges I wanted to highlight from a high level perspective, right there at the top. And we know that the state has already identified this, but there's not really a known baseline of existing capture and use. And that is a barrier in many ways of setting goals. And when you don't have a good way to set a goal, it's hard to achieve progress. So that is something we are happy that the state is addressing. There's also a lack of standardized method for measuring and accounting for multiple benefits. And because stormwater is inherently a multi-benefit strategy, as we've have done and shown in our work, that the cost of these projects can actually be net negative when you account for flood benefits and water quality benefits, etc. We think that using and creating a standard approach could be really helpful with advancing stormwater capture. The work on Measure W down in Los Angeles and that region is, I think, really pushing the envelope here, and perhaps could be a model for the methods they're developing maybe could be used outwhere beyond. The distributed nature of stormwater is, it's somewhat obvious, but under our traditional water supply paradigm, this makes stormwater very difficult to sort of fit into the box as a water supply. And so we definitely encourage thinking outside of that box, thinking about the multiple benefits as many of you I'm sure do, and the state already does. Water quality and associated treatment needs, including the cost of treatment. Stormwater is by its nature usually kind of dirty. And so you want to make sure that it's treated appropriately for what is needed or for its use. But that can be prohibitive, especially in smaller communities. Also with what I'll note there, it's actually the last bullet, the onerous voter approval requirements for stormwater services and fees. There has been little movement even after the passage of SB 231, which came a few years ago and tried to provide an avenue for municipalities to adopt stormwater management fees, but there's yet to be any municipality, with the ability to take on the potential for legal challenges if they are to go that route. So we hope that the state and/or others can sort of support more movement in that space. And then a last challenge here, the urban landscapes being a mix of public and private. Again, that a little, goes under the challenge of traditional water supply paradigm. When you're doing stormwater capture, you're not just focused on, a single area. You're having to work with a lot of private property owners to do it. And that it's a well-known challenge, but we think there's also opportunities there as well. So next slide. Some opportunities that we see in California for the research community, or perhaps for the state or in partnership with the research community, would be developing a framework to support urban communities in identifying an optimal mix of centralized and decentralized projects. And this would especially be helpful for smaller or medium-sized municipalities that don't have necessarily the resources to really push these projects themselves. And so providing somewhat of a framework that would help with that sort of identification selection process could really help move the needle, we think. Incentives for on-site capture and use by private and public entities, as well as for public-private partnerships. We've seen incentives working in communities across California. I have a picture of Moscone Center here in San Francisco, which, it's a very classic example in the state of the on-site capture and use of stormwater, as well as many other types of water that could really be, and the work that San Francisco is doing to really incentivize and drive on-site capture and use could hopefully be scaled outside of San Francisco. Another is developing a systematic approach to measuring and tracking stormwater capture, especially for future projects. We think that if the state were to get ahead of this challenge and possibly tie funding to the need to track and measure stormwater capture, and if for the newer projects in the future, that could help to alleviate that challenge of not knowing what is being captured. Stacking incentives, this is just a term for saying, really breaking down those silos and looking beyond water suppliers or stormwater permittees to see who else would be interested in this. And, flood districts are another obvious group, groundwater recharge agencies, and more. Just thinking about those who are already interested and would benefit from stormwater capture and use, and bringing them to the table to see if there's ways you can mutually fund and/or incentivize stormwater capture. And last but not least, this was, I think, highlighted in our last in the water reuse space, but having, this is a great opportunity we see with these risk-based water quality standards for on-site treatment and reuse coming out soon. And we hope that really drives some local action in stormwater capture as well. And then my last slide just wanted to highlight two different communities in the state that are doing a lot of stormwater capture and use for water supply. And so interestingly, in Fresno, this number I have up here, I just want to preface it with this. This is from research from a few years ago, and so I could have the number wrong. It might not be updated. So feel free to correct me if I am wrong, but they, at the time when I did the research, were recharging approximately 17,000 acre feet a year of stormwater across 165 distributed stormwater basins. And what's I thought also neat about this model that the flood district, is really doing this for flood control. And they, for funding this, they charge the developers who are expanding the community and, building new houses and businesses to, they are the ones who are having to cover the cost of installing these that have a large public benefit, including water supply. And then over on the right, the City of Santa Monica Sustainable Water Infrastructure Project. I don't know exactly when this photo was taken, but it's a pretty recent project that is going to be delivering approximately 1,680 acre feet per year of treated recycled water, which includes stormwater as well as dry weather runoff and municipal wastewater. And two of the drivers for this, one being the water quality challenges and keeping the bay and the ocean clean, but then also City of Santa Monica has some, they passed a local ordinance to be more water supply independent, or, to basically get to more local supplies. And that has really helped in driving these kinds of projects that really reuse and capture stormwater and other types of water. So that's all I have, and looking forward to more discussion.
Thank you very much, Maureen. And now we're going to switch to Jane Joy, our Executive Officer for the Santa Ana Regional Board, to give you some perspective on the opportunities and challenges with desal, having just gone through that.
Okay, can you hear me now? All right. I've been asked to come and speak on basically the issues related to ocean desal, and if you haven't heard, which I'd be surprised if you haven't, but the Huntington Beach desal project that's been ongoing for quite some time was not approved at the Coastal Commission, but the regional board, we did issue them a permit. And so this is one of the first facilities that was being put through the water code section, the desal amendment. So it was kind of like the guinea pig going through that process. Next slide, please. But the guts of what we're required to do for an ocean desal comes out of water code section 13142.5B. It is like seared in my brain. I won't forget that. But basically what you're trying to do is you join a facility that is the best available site, design, technology, mitigation measures that are feasible. And it sounds simple, but when you get into the details of each one of these, it gets complicated quite quickly. And with the intent and the goal is to make sure that we reduce the mortality for all marine life in the ocean. Next slide. So I'm just going to kind of go through each one of these little aspects of what we experienced and what I think would be a good opportunity for us. And when we were looking at the Huntington Beach facility, it was huge. It was 50 million gallons per day. It's kind of mirror of what's in Carlsbad now. Carlsbad was built before these regulations were put into place. So I'll just go through it and maybe not so much look at that site, but some of the conditions that we think, or I think are important that bubbled up as we went through the process. When you're looking at the facility, you need to look at what's on site. Where is it at? Is it going to be located within the sea level rise? I think looking at Regions 3 map of the sea level rise, there was a similar one for where the Huntington Beach facility would be located, and it ended up being like on an island. So that sea level rise predictions are going to be critical for these types of facilities because they need to be along the coast. The other thing to look for is that if you're going to build a facility like this, it is an industrial facility. Where is it located? Is it going to be located in an area where there are other industrial facilities located possibly near some disadvantaged communities, EJ communities, so that adding another facility would just be another aggravation for those facilities? I think that needs to be evaluated as well. If you're looking offshore, this was our main focus was what's happening in the ocean and what needs to be done. And the intent of the desal amendment is that subsurface intake was greatly preferred, and the regulations were tried to steer everybody towards that intent. I think we could do it to a greater degree. But so it included things like you can't size your facility greater than the need, so much so that a subsurface is infeasible. That wouldn't be acceptable. And I think that that's a really good lesson to learn, because when you start looking at surface intake versus subsurface intake, you're looking at the impacts to that ocean and the marine life, and it's significant numbers. It is not insignificant, and it's something I think that we need to pay attention to. We also have to look at, can the brine discharge with these facilities be commingled with a wastewater discharge? The brine from an ocean desal facility is about twice as salty as the ocean water, so it's toxic to the marine life. It has an impact. If you can mix it quickly or dilute it, then you can reduce that impact. You want to look at where sensitive habitats are, and you could actually run into recreational issues, beach recreational issues with some of these facilities as well. So very important to pay attention to that. One area that I feel very strongly about is how we determine the need for the water, and whether or not that water will be actually used in a potable water system. The need that's in the current regulations is kind of a low bar. It says it needs to be consistent with an urban water management plan. And I think, if you working with urban water management plans, they're all going to have, it's like a list of options. It's not a requirement, or it's not as competitive for the projects within an urban water management plan to determine the need for that kind of water. When you're looking at an ocean desal facility, it is trying to treat probably the most polluted water we have for drinking water purposes, right? So it requires the highest level of treatment. It's energy intensive. It's located in sensitive areas along the coast. So it's got a lot of things that need to be managed. Looking at just the cost that was related to the Huntington Beach project, it was probably above 30 to 50% of imported water supply. So it was very, very expensive. So that's those kinds of things need to be taken into account. I'm not saying it's not needed. I'll get to my last slide. Anyway. So next slide, technology and design. I just combined them together. They're kind of important to talk about. So the intake, again, is it subsurface, is it not? What I did is I highlighted in the slide where I felt like an expert is needed. Some of these areas are new. I know that, desal's been around, but the intake and the discharges in some of these sensitive areas and where they're at and what's occurring on the coast, I think we need an expert to look, or a third-party review of things that are being done, just to make sure that we're making the right decision. Looking at an intake system, if you're going to do subsurface intake, you have to look at the hydraulic, you have to look at the seismology. Are there faults? Are there not? Is there a ground seawater barrier in place? Region 4 showed where there's a whole series of seawater barrier wells. Well, Region 8 has those same things. And so you start to draw from the seafloor. If you're going to do a subsurface intake, you might impact that seawater barrier and create a different problem than just collecting that water. You could also impact the coastal freshwater aquifers. So it needs to be modeled. It needs to be really well understood. And then a discharge facility. So if you're going to discharge with brine, one of the things you want to do is you want to make sure that it mixes quickly and it stays within what's called a brine management zone, kind of the area where compliance is not until you're outside that bubble, right? So you allow some mixing to occur. This was an area that you think would be relatively simple, but like for instance, the Huntington Beach project, when we looked at the design that was being proposed, we had an expert looked at it and they determined that the diffuser would boil above the water surface. So, and so it's like, oh, that won't work. So that had to be redesigned. Again, I think that's why we need to have experts looking at these things. And then last next slide, is mitigation. To me, I think, I'm an engineer, so all the other stuff I think you can do. But mitigation is a little bit more challenging. And I say that just because there isn't a lot of projects along the coast that are well defined at this time to support some of these projects. So you're going to do a 50 million gallon facility. The acreage on that project was about 86 acres of mitigation was required. And so we were kind of scrambling to find out what projects would work in that area. And it was really, really, really challenging. So I appreciate State Board's effort as Karen was describing on this, looking with the other agencies along the coast to identify these mitigation projects that would be really helpful. And if I can make another recommendation too, is that when you're trying to build a facility like this and you need to do mitigation, you're going to have to. I don't think that there's a project that will not require it. You need to get that mitigation going right at the get-go. Those projects take quite a bit of time. They need a lot of planning. They need a lot of meetings and discussions to make sure you know what will work and what won't work, because you're dealing with a natural environment. You're not dealing with a pipe. You're not dealing with a membrane. It's the natural environment and how it responds. We're just going to need some help doing that, and it takes time. So that's what I had. The next slide. And so, is it possible? I think it is if we really are wise about our decisions. We identify what we need. One, do we have the data to make good decisions? Data could be, what's happening as far as the need for the water. Data can be what's happening within the ocean water. You have to look at knowing what the marine life is. So there's a lot of things that need to be done. Is subsurface intake feasible? Is it affordable for the community to handle? Is it needed? Are we protecting the sensitive habitats? Is there be able to commingle the discharge? And then basically, is there mitigation to cover the project so that we don't have a negative impact on our marine life? And last of all, meeting climate change requirements. So it is doable. And I got this list from the Doheny project that was just approved through the Coastal Commission. So yeah, Dave's back there. So, if you want to look at a good example, that's a good example, I think, of what we can do along our coast successfully. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Jane. So now we're going to switch to your opportunity to not only ask our panel questions, but you can also ask our Karen and myself and Annalisa about how we're actually going to do some of these things, how you're going to actually do some of these things, because a lot of it's going to end up in the regional board's lap for permitting at some point. That's not initial. We didn't put any thing that said that Matt Keeling has to permit 3 things by 2023, but that'll come. But I do have a couple of questions and comments.
We need him to stay around.
2025. I have 3 comments from Jim Stahl that I'm going to summarize real quick. They're all related to the need for DPR to be realistic in its protection, weighing protection, and cost of implementing DPR so that we can get it moving. So I will make sure you get those, Darren. We also had a question for the 2030 and 2040 recycled water goals. How will the water be allocated proportionally for drinking water, agriculture, and environmental uses? Well, I think it's an interesting question, but I think primarily the uses are going to be for either set by the organization that does the recycling. They will be essentially selling that water to either a utility for DPR, direct portable reuse, or indirect portable reuse, or for irrigation. It won't be coming to our Division of Water Rights for an allocation of that. But I think it's important for us to think about that because as we are looking at creating new water, we don't want to copy the problems that we've had in the past, where only the wealthy communities get the water supply because they have the money to pay for advanced treatment, and so we need to be cognizant of that. And I think it's a great question. I had another question. Since desalination can only be sized for the need, is the future expansion capacity ability to be provided as part of the original design? And yes, when we talk about the need, it doesn't need to be the need today, but it does need to be what we're looking at as a demonstrated need for that water. If you look at an area that has had a chronic issue with water supply, or that have their source of water, or one of their major sources of water, is in jeopardy, Colorado River water maybe, or the State Water Project, and you can foresee in the future a reduction in that. I think that's a reasonable to include in the design capacity of that. And that's the ones I have. Are there any in the room that folks want to raise their hand and ask questions? Okay. Well, I will play Mr. Mike.
Thanks for the interesting presentations. As these are climate change induced responses, will you have requirements for energy efficiency of the desal plants when they're operating, as there are different types and some are more energy efficient than others? Will you have requirements to the energy mix used? Example giving, it should all be renewable energy used. And will you have requirements related to scope 3 of climate change impact? I mean, the carbon footprint of the construction works?
Help with that one. So for the water boards, we generally don't regulate the energy use for a facility, but the Air Resources Board within the state does. And so they have for facilities such as these type of industrial facilities, they have requirements to use those renewable energies. And if you can't, then you purchase credits. They're called emission reduction credits that can be purchased. And so I believe the intent, and I'm not an expert in this, but I believe the intent is that if a facility is built like this, that it would have a zero net increase in the emission reduction, emissions for the unit. So if it has to, I know that like for the Huntington Beach facility, they had to purchase credits. So they emitted a certain amount, but they had to purchase to cover what they could not do. But we don't have I don't believe that we require the renewables, but I do think there's a cost benefit if they do that, because the credits are priced at such a place that they should be looking into that kind of alternative. That's how I understand it. I'm not an expert in that.
So I think the direct answer to your question is that we don't have the authority to actually require it, but every project that I have seen has goes down that path of being net zero, because under our California Environmental Quality Act, the CEQA analysis, they get questioned on they have to answer questions on that. And the best solution that they seem to have found in the past is to say, we're going to contract for renewable energy to power the plant so that they can essentially take that concern off the table that folks bring up.
Thank you. I have two questions. My first question was about from the panel beforehand. There was a chart that laid out like the 2023 plan, the 2024 plan in terms of coming up with strategies going forward for desal, recycled. It showed the interagency collaborations that were proposed, but my question is how and when would the community members be involved in those proposals, or when would the public outreach occur, if at all? And then my second question is, Jane, I thought your suggestion of an independent expert was excellent. Is there a precedent for that? And if there isn't, or if there is, what is it? And if not, how is that something we can incorporate into these really complex, fraught permit processes? Thank you.
So I'll tackle the first one. The initial dive into, say, we'll start with the desal panels, will be interagency and when I say interagency, I'm including the regional boards and on the other state agencies. But any process that comes out of that will then go through a robust public process. So what we're thinking about those is the initial gathering of information so that we have something more solid to be talking about when we actually engage in the community in the solutions to move forward. Then when you get to stormwater, the stormwater, you noticed it was a lot more vague in its discussion because figuring out what is the potential out there is the first step, and then working directly with municipalities and the communities and the different agencies on where we see as in your community there is an opportunity here. One of the things that's not shown on there is the regulatory incentives. Region 4 has done a nice job with allowing capture and infiltration and use of the 85th percentile as being deemed in compliance with their stormwater permit. Our industrial stormwater permit has an option for capture and infiltrate as long as you meet the maximum contaminant levels. For deemed compliance, there is a proposed CII permit out there for commercial, which gives an option of either working with the municipality to do a joint solution or capturing and using or infiltrating on site the 85th percentile. So that we're building in not only big policies, but individual permits to address that. Every one of these pieces has a public process. So it's not as if we're going to plow forward and ignore the public. It's just getting the information together so that we can talk sensibly. And
the third party review. So we did use it quite a bit for the third party review for the Huntington Beach project. And the way it works is that we require the discharger to actually hire that person, but we're the ones that identify whether or not we feel it's a good third party individual. There's also a peer review process, but that's more on documents that the water boards create versus what comes in for our review. So there are a couple ways where we can kind of fill the gap where our expertise might not be have the ability to determine whether a diffuser is good or not. I'm just using the diffuser example because we do have really extraordinary staff with some tremendous skills that we can rely on, but there's some areas that are just new. So
I have one online. Morgan, you had mentioned the cost effectiveness, efficiency, and how do different kinds of conservation, stormwater, desal, and recycling compare in cost efficiency?
Yes. So that comes from, again, a report from, I think, 2016 that we did. And I'm trying to just pop it open so I don't misquote anything. But basically, it compared a whole range of water efficiency approaches and how much those cost. And it used a levelized cost to compare these different options. So it compared efficiency, stormwater capture, large and small, brackish desalination, non-potable reuse, indirect potable reuse, and seawater desalination. And found the range of costs of projects that were at least, occurring in California at the time in dollars per acre foot. So efficiency ranged widely, but from a negative levelized cost of $4,000 per acre foot to a positive $2,000 per acre foot as the most sort of cost effective in many cases, new supply, like I said. And how you get those negative is when, the cost of the measure is actually going to be less than the benefits that you're getting from it. And then stormwater capture, was the next most cost effective all the way through with seawater desalination for various, challenges that Jane pointed out is and energy intensiveness, typically the most expensive supply option. But I'd be happy to share more information on that. If there's more specific question I could answer. But.
Yes.
Thank you. So indirectly to stormwater, when you have stormwater, that means you had a large rain event and you tried to capture that water. One of the consequences of storms are also peak flow increase in streams. And in the past, there have been discussions about shaving off peak flow, still meet fish and wildlife criteria, etc. But being able to take that slice off, divert it, either for groundwater recharge or some other indirect form of reuse. And any activity in that, realizing that, with the droughts, we don't have too many peak flows, but certainly when they do occur, they're very significant and can be prone to causing floods.
So for those of you that are in depth reading the water supply strategy, there is also another section in there that we didn't talk about today because it's being run out of our water rights, looking at how do we streamline peak flow capture and in rivers and streams where at a certain level you can take that water out without any impact to the environment. You can have a streamlined permitting to do that. Right now, that process, I'm not going to try and guess, but it's a many-year process to get a water right, even though it's only for a certain flow above a level that. And so, working with the Department of Water Resources and Division of Water Rights, and they're both DWR, which gets confusing to everyone. Together, we could say DWR squared, are working on how to facilitate that, exactly what you're talking about. How do you shave off that really high flows and do it in a permitted way so that it's transparent and we know that we're not impacting the environment, but not take a multi-year process of water rights with petitions and appeals and so on. So yes, that is part of that. The thoughts in here is how to do that. And I don't see any other comments or questions.
Yeah, on that topic, I am wondering, one of the things I didn't see is in terms of challenges is in-stream flows, at least not framed as that, of in-stream flows. I know, for example, the LA River, where you have wastewater recycling that, I think we're all excited and counting on coming online. But if we don't have in-stream flows set up to be able to do that permitting, that may be a barrier and delay and also challenge in terms of planning what's available. So wonder if you all can comment on that.
Yeah, I think my one slide where I mentioned the growing environmental uses of treated recycled water kind of gets to it a little bit, but yeah, it's a very complex process and I think a challenge for sure, but at the same time, don't like to pit recycled water versus the environment kind of a thing. That's why I'm recommending kind of a co-reporting so that there's just this is for the environment, this has been set, but let's also acknowledge that this benefit is out there. That's kind of the best way I can think of it, because it is complex, and I know there's a lot of challenges to get through the permitting process. Just leave it there.
And I just would add one small comment. Though it's somewhat buried in the water supply strategy, there is a discussion that talks about the best opportunities we have for increasing our recycling is for discharges to the ocean as opposed to inland, because of the needs and issues of in-stream flow, which doesn't mean there aren't lots of opportunities for recycling inland. There are other steps you need to take to protect the in-stream flow, and you can't just streamline that away to nothing.
Well, that inspired more questions. Thank you, Laura. We've been talking about the potential of recycling water as if it would add one more use on top of one previous use that generated the wastewater. And in many, I would think most of our stream systems, I mean, particularly on the Santa Ana, we know, but in many, many others, that wastewater that is used and highly treated high in the watershed is then used, there's a pipe in the river for the next community. They highly treat it, put it in, it's used again. So our existing system and Mother Nature have always recycled. And, that's why we're able to say the drop in the Santa Ana is the hardest working drop, because it's worked. It's been used 7 or 10 times before it hits GWRS. So on top of the in-stream flows that we generally think of as environmental benefits, we also have to be really cognizant of where we do recycling. It should be focused, it seems to me, more like last chance, before it hits GWRS or the ocean, versus high in the watershed where it's going to be used anyway, all those multiplicity of times as it trickles down. And I'm just wondering how that is taken into consideration.
So I was going to recycle my last answer and say that but it's more complicated than that. And the reality is that there are lots of places high in the watershed that already recycle that water, capture that wastewater, treat it highly. They put it back into the system, and it gets pulled out again and used. We don't discriminate against that. We say that's good. And if there are other opportunities to do that, we should do that. And it still will be considered recycled water. What I think the area that we're challenged with, and we've been working with water reuse and with our folks, is how do you account for treatment that is not to Title 22? So it's not to quote unquote recycled water level, but we know it's reused later on, either for environmental flows, or it's used for agriculture, or it's indirect recharge into the groundwater and used later. So figuring out how to account for that is the hard part, not figuring out how to do it. People do it all the time, as you mentioned.
The only thing I wanted to add to that, I'm sorry, I can't resist, is knowing the volumetric reporting and seeing where there's opportunities, there's still a lot of opportunity in the Central Valley for agri-use. We have groundwater depletion there. I think that there is a lot of opportunities. So we spend a ton of time, and my huge focus is on potable race, and of course there's the coastal, but I think there is that opportunity. So I just let that.
Green light. Jan, I'm curious about the denial of the Huntington Beach desalination plant and the approval by the Haney, I think the name is, that came earlier this month. I know that wasn't one, I don't think that was before your board, but it was obviously approved by the Coastal Commission. What was the difference? Why was one approved and the other not? And does the approval of the subsequent approval open the door for Huntington Beach to be reconsidered, doing whatever was different about Haney at Huntington Beach?
I'll add, but we also have Dave Gibson here. He's the EO for Region 9, where the Doheny was approved. The projects are very, very different. Huntington Beach was a 50 million gallon per day facility. Doheny is a 3 to 5 million gallon per day facility, much smaller. The Huntington Beach facility was going to use surface intake and reuse power plant intake. The Doheny project is subsurface intake. They actually did pilot testing to make sure it would work, and so it was well vetted. The intake, the Huntington Beach facility did not have an agency purchasing the water except for Orange County Water District, and they were going to re-inject it into the ground for reuse for seawater barrier. The Doheny has the water's been purchased by a local water agency, so there's a really strong contrast when you truly look at them. One project, the Doheny project, has a mitigation project. The Huntington Beach has a mitigation projects, but they were not projects that could be done in a timely manner. They were going to take about 10 years before they actually got started. And so that was actually something that our regional board said, before you can actually start operation, you need to get that mitigation project in play. But I think it's a little bit different with the Doheny. Dave can address that. I think the big thing is the size and how they're doing their intake. Their discharges are commingled with the wastewater plant, so that really highly concentrated brine is going to be commingled with the wastewater and diluted. In the Huntington Beach project, it was not. And again, the intake and the discharge, the volumes between a 50 MGD and a 5, it's 10-fold. So it's a big, massive facility, the Huntington Beach one, and I think that's probably one of the major deterrents that the Coastal Commission had a hard time getting over.
I think Jane brings up a really good point that we'll have to, that was mentioned by Karen and Annalisa, which is we are going to have to figure out brine management in a comprehensive way. Because if you think about one of the aspects of Doheny that was attractive is that they commingled it with the wastewater discharge, so it dilutes. But if we're not going to have wastewater discharges to the ocean, we're not going to have that commingled. So we're going to have to be looking at more creative ways of addressing brine discharges and stepping outside of having the agencies and the proponents and us stepping outside of our normal box. Are there old abandoned oil fields in the area that could be used for deep saline injection? Are there ways to concentrate the brine and use it in other industries? Is there other things we can do besides just disposal? I have another comment from Jim Stahl about that the 800,000 acre feet per year of reuse is a necessary goal. Need to discuss challenges of the DPR and a resolution to that path. So I think there's some concern out there on is the level of regulation going to be a deterrent? And I know that we've got folks that want to talk about that. And so next.
Yeah, and this is Norma Camacho again. And I was wondering too, we talked about the potential for private partnerships that are out there. And we talked about from the perspective of stormwater, probably decentralized package facilities. But I know that there are a lot of large tech campuses and other commercial large facilities that are looking at, in order to reduce their carbon footprint, to do all-in-one decentralized facilities within their campuses. And I'm just wondering, there's conversations that are being had with those private entities. And when you talk about brine disposal, some of the ideas that are out there is that the brine waste would just go into the wastewater treatment facility, municipal wastewater treatment facility. And so I'm just wondering, are there conversations being had as these decentralized facilities are starting to pop up from the private sector?
Well, I know from the perspective on the on-site reuse that there are conversations being had. And I think even the statute that established the requirement to set statewide regulations has a coordination requirement that the centralized system should be coordinating with the locals. And that's so important because as we see the wastewater decrease and it becomes, conservation, it's all becoming more and more precious. If we don't have that coordination, we're going to be in serious trouble. So I know those happening, and a lot is happening actually in the South Bay area.
If there aren't any other questions, I've got a question for you. Or you said there by the 2040, there's a gap of 400,000 that hasn't quite been identified. And you also said I think you said a $13 billion gap in funding. I think we said the total is something like $27 billion.
Once you get into the B's, it's tough. So the 2040, I was penciling this out, and again, that is the gap I see. I estimated it. I don't have a good handle on the planned non-potable projects that are out there. So that gap doesn't really include anything that we might see between 2021 and 2040 in terms of non-potable projects. I got to believe there's going to be some increases. There may be some increase in landscape irrigation, but there's going to be increases beyond that. And then the main thing is that we see this as a huge potential for direct potable reuse. I mean, that is really what we've always thought is this is the place where if you don't have a groundwater basin, if you don't have a reservoir, if you can truly get, the regulations so that it's protective and we can do the direct potable reuse all the way beyond raw water augmentation to treated drinking water augmentation. There's two types of DPR. I didn't go into the weeds on that, but there's a very, going directly into the distribution system. And we really appreciate that DDW is taking that on. That is part of the regulation package that they're looking at, and we hugely appreciate that.
Just one question. In regards to, we're talking about a lot of money here, a lot of costs. And I think that, I'm just wondering what type of outreach is being done in terms of redefining the cost of water to all of the residents out there, because this is going to be a huge increase on the water bill, and there needs to be messaging out now before it hits your bill that this is the new cost of water, and to get some acceptance around that. So I'm wondering what type of outreach is being happening right now.
So I don't believe that that exact outreach is happening. I think there is a lot of outreach on the need to conserve and on the lack of water and on the fragility of our water system. But when it comes to the cost to an individual consumer, it's not really a statewide change. We're not saying that statewide it's going to cost 10% more on your water bill or 50% more, because it'll depend on your community. But I think there is a need for us to be sensitizing our political counterparts at the local governments and at water districts and at agencies that, we're going to help, but it's going to be a partnership, and it can't, the state of California isn't going to come up with $13 billion. It's going to be a partnership between the state, the feds, and the local ratepayers. And so it's going to be spread around that, and that message needs to be communicated very well. I agree with you. I have a quick question for Morgan. From your look at it, these are the folks that are writing our municipal stormwater permits around the state. Is there something that they can be doing from your point of view that would help incentivize more capture and reuse of stormwater?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think that what I don't have a, silver bullet answer that would be best in any one place, but where there's been a lot of success in incentivizing that, I think it's critical that there's that intercollective work, that it goes beyond just a stormwater quality issue. Obviously, the people who are writing those permits, that's what they need to focus on. I recognize that, and that's a really important issue. But could there be some way to support permits that are showing that they take into consideration the water supply benefit, or if it's a green infrastructure related efforts that are going to bring other benefits to the community, and things like this. And I wish I had a more specific answer, but I think that really, getting out of our silos and thinking that through that. And I don't know, I don't know who's the right one, but I would assume that there needs to be some work to support them in that, because again, everyone working on MS4 permits is going to be really have a lot of challenges already just from the water quality perspective. So could there be a role of a higher level entity like the state, water board that would help advance initiatives that would support the MS4 permittees in more one water approach or less siloed approaches?
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question. Where does workforce development fit in this discussion? Do we have, we're talking about expanding and creating new facilities here, state-of-the-art 21st century type facilities, especially when we talk about direct potable reuse. Do we have enough people to man this? How does that fit into some of this discussion?
Do you want me to jump in? Cool. Okay. So the draft regs for DPR call for operators certified level 5, the highest level. I am certainly not an expert on this subject, but those are pretty rare entities at this point. And but I have to say that since it passed, or since we've kind of seen the first draft, we've seen some uptick. But I think at this point we have, somewhere, I'm trying to remember the last time I looked, like 7 or 8 people. I mean, we really need to get those people certified, but I do believe there's people entering that and very interested. There's major opportunities in terms of that. So we're hoping those numbers will go up by 4 or 5 times by the time we see the regulations. So this year we need to see a lot of more people certified.
If I could add to that, it's one of the things is that when you're doing DPR, one of the criteria that is really important, is going to be very important, is source control and what's going into the treatment plant. So this is where water and wastewater get blurred and they get crossed over. And the certification for a water operator is not at a grade 5, isn't for a water certification is not the same as a grade 5 wastewater certification. They're different. They have different skill sets and different things that they need to learn from each other. So I personally, I guess I can speak as a region, but I personally think that certification for those that are operating the DPR need to make sure that they understand how a source control program works, because it's very specific, it's very specialized, and it is a crossover. And it's going to be really necessary for health and safety of those water systems. Thanks.
I have a comment to the costs question. The initiatives, if I figured it right, will be financed from the state budget. So that to my understanding, means the consumer will not have a direct implication here. When constructed and handed over, there will be maintenance costs. And these maintenance costs will eventually have to be covered by a bill. But There are also initiatives about non-revenue water, and it is in the implication of that word that non-revenue water means water where the service provider don't get an income because extracted water is not charged. So that means there's a positive result from those ones. And there are also initiatives about reducing water use per capita. And that's the factor which in the end will determine what the water bill. So it might easily equal out, and there might be calculations, but just one comment, it might, when comparing all the various initiatives be the most cost effective to get the water use per capita down. And therefore, it's just a suggestion to get that initiative up and running immediately. And second, followed by non-revenue water. So getting loss of water down, because that's directly going the right direction.
And that just leads totally into a whole another section of the water supply strategy that we didn't talk about, which is also on conservation. There is a whole section on conservation, and our folks on in our conservation group are working on water loss regulations for reducing the loss. So those, you're right on track. It just wasn't something that we covered in this panel, but it is in there and it's important.
Thank you. My question's for Jane. In attempting to address the negative externalities of desal, where does AB 525 fit in with developing offshore wind and trying to offset temperature issues and the energy consumption of desal?
I don't think it directly comes in, but it is, when we talk to proponents of desalination facilities, they always are looking for ways to address the concern of the energy use that's associated with desalination, because they know that they are vulnerable if they're burning fossil fuel to power their desalination, that they're contributing to climate change and sea level rise and ocean acidification and all the different pieces of that. And so they at least all talk about using things like, we are going to partner up with this wind farm, or we're going to partner up with this offshore wind that's going to come in 10 years, or we're going to build battery storage for solar that'll offset our night use. They all have different plans that they put into it. We don't have a requirement that says you must do X, but I haven't seen any proponent that has come in without thinking about that problem, because it's pretty well known that the energy costs of desalination are really high. I also want to say that Carla mentioned earlier today the hub for efficiency that's looking at new technologies. There are new technologies coming out related to desalination that have the promise of reducing the energy footprint significantly, which we'll see if they come to bear. Some of these things happen, some don't, but they are interesting.
I think it's working. And I think by this question, you might be able to tell when I left the Office of Chief Counsel and started working as executive officer. But your question, Jonathan, to Morgan kind of prompted me to think about whether, and this is to the whole panel, whether SB 231 has proven useful in kind of this stormwater recapture process, which was supposed to get around 218 a little bit, under the idea that stormwater recapture augmented water supplies, and it should be thought about as an integrated resource. And I don't know whether you've heard about that or kind of how that any kind of test litigation has moved forward on that. But I know that would, if that's proven successful, I know that would help some of the municipalities within our region kind of move forward with these projects.
So does everyone know what Patrick was talking about? Essentially, and I'm going to paraphrase it, and Patrick, you can jump in if you say it more better than I can because I'm not a lawyer. It essentially changed the definition so that stormwater was considered a utility, so it had a different level of voting that needed under Prop 13. So it 218. So it had a different. It was in a different category. And my understanding, and Morgan, you can jump in if you know better, but no one has taken on that yet to do that test claim, is my understanding.
That's correct, as far as I know as well. And the latest I heard was there was a municipality that was considering it, but they backed out when COVID hit because a lot of, things had to go on hold. So it's at this point, I don't know of any that are taking that on.
Do we have any more comments, questions, concerns? I should look at was there any more on the web?
I do have, I promise there'll be one last comment. No, just going back to, and I think this is for Karen and Elisa, and looking at your octopus diagram in terms of getting siting criteria out. And then I heard Jonathan say something to the effect that it's going to be a two-step process where there's going to be interagency conversations first, and then we're going to go out to the public. But this whole strategy is being couched very much as an emergency, and that we have to get things done very quickly. And so my comment would be to recommend to get some semblance of representation from the community, from NGOs as part of the early discussions, because that may be able to eliminate or surface some of the real difficult issues before decisions are tentatively made on the siting criteria. So that's my comment. Thank you.
I have a couple of more on the web that I missed. From David Nahai in LA. Hyperion's 2035 project in LA will cost 12 billion. So the 13 billion for state is not realistic. I do believe that I said it was 27 billion. But I think that as that these numbers
it was an old survey.
are pretty tentative until people actually start doing the projects. And so I agree that I don't think 13 billion statewide is the right number. I'm not sure that 27 billion, which is what our staff came up with as the cost to meet the 2040 recycled goal, is realistic. What we have seen, to be very blunt, is every one of our grants and loans has come in at a higher construction cost than they had estimated. And so I think the numbers are going to escalate, but this is just my editorializing. When the Colorado cuts off all water to California, that the cost of water is going to change in its relative value to everyone.
There is a very large funding list for these recycled water projects. Maybe that just goes without saying, but the IUP, there's a very large project list. So, we're doing everything we can with the Division of Financial Assistance and with the state and with the feds and everywhere we can get it. But yes, it's 13. It was inaccurate. Let's just leave it there.
So I also got a question. Are there efforts to make sure that funds are used in the most cost-effective way, prioritizing the most cost-effective projects first? So the way all of our grants and loans are, they are actually scored, and part of the scoring is what's the technology, what's the cost, how is it being implemented. So that's built into that, into the scoring, that there is some look at that, but there are also overriding factors. When you're in a wastewater recycling, if the plant is in non-compliance with its wastewater permits, that gives it a higher score. If it's an area that for drinking water that needs that water supply now, that gets a higher score. So it's not just based on cost effectiveness. That is one of the criteria that is looked at, but it's not the most important in the scoring.
It's been a fantastic discussion, and so thank you. And as we begin to wrap, I want to actually kick it over to Board Member Morgan to reflect, not unlike the way Board Member McGuire did at the top, on kind of the discussion and some of what we heard.
Well, thank you, Chair Esquivel. So thank you all for just a great discussion. Lots of great questions. That I think for me, that's always the best part, just being able to ask questions and just have a great discussion. Want to thank the panel for the great presentations and a lot of good information, and Jonathan for your excellent moderating of the panel and the discussion. So just, you know, I thought it was just really interesting just hearing this conversation, talking about partially the part of the water supply strategy, the implementation of it, you know, and Karen Mogus made me remember that earlier this week, I actually saw where USGS came out with a new water cycle poster. And so, you know, it's like, it's one of these things of where you think you know something because, you know, I mean, it's the water cycle. And then now we're in this day and time where there's a new poster. So, you know, I'm going to have to like go and take a look at it, because pretty soon my 7-year-old's going to tell me that I don't even know the water cycle. So, you know, that's pretty scary. So, you know, yeah, so we're, you know, venturing into this new reality with so many unknowns where, you know, oh, there's a new water cycle. I'm still a little shocked about that. And, you know, where there's climate change, there's aridification, you know, where we can't always look back at the past and predict what's going to happen in the future. And as we heard from our panel, there's not a one size fits all for how we move forward. You know, the water supply strategy lays out this multi-pronged approach. And as we look at each situation for each community, the solution is going to vary. And we're going to have to be flexible and work together, collaborate, have great discussions with our communities, with our partners, take a look at the technology, really listen and learn as we move forward, and implement the best solution for that moment, that place, the siting, that location. So, you know, it's just really encouraging to have everyone come together, have these discussions, learn from the projects that have, you know, started moving forward. What was successful, what was not successful, so that we can all learn from each other. It was great to hear about the state board's actions and convening of the strike team to identify and resolve, you know, permitting and funding barriers. So just how we are taking a look at how do we move these projects forward, identifying some of those barriers that we've been told, hey, these are some barriers that are moving things forward. And looking at how we move those forward. Also taking a look and saying, okay, what other projects are out there and what other barriers could there be, and how can we work to move those forward. So just again, want to thank everyone for their openness and willingness to come together, to listen, to learn, to collaborate, have great discussions, and really look at how do we move into this new normal where the water cycle has changed and we're dealing with climate change and a new, you know, a new reality, but where we really have to work together, cross silos, cross watersheds, break down barriers, and, you know, move towards the future to really build water resiliency throughout the state. So thank you all for just a great conversation today.
Hear, hear. Thank you so much, board member, and for your leadership. And importantly, you know, the USGS graphic now really puts people into the water cycle. It really incorporates the reality of us on the landscape. And in connecting to your leadership and your comments now, I appreciate that what you're bringing and continue to bring is the acknowledgement that communities, importantly, not unlike the graphic, are at the heart of what we're doing and connecting to our communities. So thank you. And thank you again to the incredible panel. Really appreciate the discussion. Let's move on to what are now a tranche of updates from our regional water quality control boards to kind of close out our day. I know it's been a lot. This is, it has been an intensive discussion that we've been able to have today, and really appreciate everyone's contributions. So we're gliding into the last part here. We'll have, again, our regional board updates. And then importantly, afterwards, we'll have an informal happy hour down at Locked Barrel. It's over in the Elks Tower, and encourage you all to continue to join and have a good discussion. So with that, invite folks up that are part of Group 2's regional board updates today. And hopefully this isn't a surprise to you all as you see this.
No, it's okay. Everyone has a voice. It's okay.
Yeah, Jane, I know. You're okay, Jane. Thank you.
Should I go? Okay.
Please, thank you.
So you get to hear me again. Again, Jane Joy, I'm with the Santa Ana Regional Board. Region 8. Are those? So I wanted to just go through, you can go to the next slide. Go through a little bit of an update for us and how it relates to the groundwater strategy. Next slide, yeah, thanks. And so I'll talk about specifically the Santa Ana Board strategies, and then talk a little bit more specifically about our wastewater recycling, our brackish groundwater desal, stormwater capture, and our human right to water. Next slide. So one of the things I was doing before this talk, and also related to some other projects that we're working on, like the integrated report, I went back to the history of where we've been. And sometimes I think it's good to look back to figure out where we should go. And I was reading our 1975 basin plan, and I don't know if you can see the depiction there, but that's right out of the basin plan, and it's almost mirrors the picture that's included in the governor's report. And included in that report in 1975, Santa Ana Regional Board did a very significant effort on trying to evaluate what's going on within our region. And a lot of it was related to salt management, not so much water supply like today, but it was on salt management. And at that time, it was very fortuitous is that they looked at surface water quality, groundwater basins, groundwater quality. And when Porter Cologne came out, said you have to develop and determine what your quality should be at this time, and it can't get any worse. Those levels were created in 1975 and included in this basin plan. And in order to manage the salt, the things that were listed was replenishment program, imported water supply, groundwater supply, wastewater recycling, brine disposal. Our river has a brine vein that goes from the upper portion of the river down into oceanside, into the ocean outfall, and then a seawater barrier. And so I'm reading this going, wow, this is very nice, and it matches what we've been doing. And I'll just show you the next slide. Within our region, we're really fortunate. We've got some extraordinary groundwater basins that provide the local water support for our facilities. And so when you look at this map where you see colors, those are actually groundwater. We call them management zones, but they're actually groundwater basins. And what we currently do today is we do water capture, we do wastewater recycling, we have seawater barriers along our coast. Our coast is small, but we do have seawater barrier. We have an imported water supply, which the goal as we move forward in the portfolio is to make that piece of the pie smaller. We do brackish groundwater desalination, and as I said, we have a brine disposal facility. And we actually have some agencies that are looking at alternative brine disposal, such as evaporative ponds, where you just evaporate it and you collect the salt as a salt. Next slide. I'm really so proud of this chart, and I'm going to tout on it because it's kind of the history of where our watershed has been. Like I said, since 1975, wastewater recycling has been something that's been pursued. And then in 1995, it was even amplified, where the groundwater basins within the region were more specifically defined, and the evaluation of the water quality objectives were evaluated again, just to make sure that they were in line. And then in 2004, we promoted a salt and nutrient management program. And what the salt and net management program that's designed to do is to maximize recycling as best we can. And it uses tools such as maximum benefits. I think it's something that's unique to our region. So basically what a maximum benefit says is that within a basin, if you're going to use recycled water and that value for the nitrates or the salts is above the anti-degradation value, you can go ahead and do that as long as you're doing brackish desalination in another portion of that basin. And so we require the discharges to do a mass balance. You're putting that many pounds in, you're putting 50 pounds in over here, you better take 50 pounds out someplace else. And they usually do much more. And so it's been kind of we call it an offset program. And it's been a really nice tool. And I think it saved the agency's finances. You're not recycling wastewater and then applying it for irrigation. You're removing salt from a drinking water source and putting it in your drinking water system. So, and I'm way oversimplifying it. There's a lot of other moving pieces to this. But what it has done is it has amplified our ability to use recycled water. So if you look at the chart, this is the chart for reuse throughout the state. And so you can see, and it comes from 1970 to 2021. And Region 8 in 2021 recycled 205,000 acre feet per year. It's 23% of the state. And I don't know if you can see where 8 is on the map, but it's this little, it's just a little tiny one right there. Our population is about 6 million, but I'm just really proud of it because it has been an emphasis, it has been a requirement, and it has been, it was originally related to management of salt, but it was also related to making sure that the reliance on imported water wasn't as great as it has been. We're experiencing drought now, but in the early 2000s, there was also a drought, and that drought had some significant impacts for the St. Anna Regional Board as well. So we've been doing this for a little bit, and is there more we can do? Yes, of course there is. We still have Orange County Sanitation District has water going into the ocean. There are projects to remove some of those flows and use them for seawater barrier or for the Carson project up in LA. So we're slowly working at getting that water out of the ocean. There are a lot of interest in IPR and DPR. And so like Celeste said, and she's so right, is that the reuse, though the reuse is being changed, it actually, if it's in the upper watershed and it's discharged into the river, it goes behind Prado Dam, it recharges into the ocean and is used by Orange County. If we take that same water and use it for IPR, it'll be removed from behind that dam for supply. So there's this balancing act that we have to do. And within our region, in the dry months of the year, recycled water is actually allocated to the users. There's more demand than there is water available. So it's a good problem, I guess, but it's increasing the value of recycled water. Anyway, I'm talking too long. I'll go fast. Next slide. We do brackish groundwater desal. To quite an extent. There was quite a bit of agriculture in our in our upper watershed for quite some time. So we have some salt and nutrient issues, or salt and salinity issues to take care of. But we do brackish groundwater desal, it's very successful. And I think we do it very, very well. We also, in the upper watershed, some of our wastewater plants that are located up where the really good water is right below Big Bear, those wastewater plants, before they discharge, they do a little bit of RO, little package plant to remove some of the salt so that it doesn't get contributed in the upper watershed. Next slide. Stormwater capture, I think, is an area of growth that we need to really focus on. We do have several of those recharge basins that you were talking about where we capture it and draw it off to the side. But we are looking at some of our cities want to do regional projects to solve some of their stormwater requirements. And we're finding that these regional projects will put more water in the ground. And so we're really looking at it seriously as a good benefit to water supply, as well as managing our stormwater. And then last slide. This is also another area where we need to grow, as we need to look at what we're doing in relationship to the human right to water. The map up here just identifies where our disadvantaged communities are, tribal properties are, and some of our EJ communities. And we're overlaying that with all of our programs to identify whether or not we're causing an unfair impact or disadvantage to those communities. Are we contributing to their situation or not? I don't have an answer to that. Maybe next year I will. So, but that's it for Santa Ana. Thank you.
I'll take the microphone. Thanks. Mike Plasiak, Executive Officer for the Lahontan Region, Region 6. I'm going to, next slide, please. So I'm just going to go over some considerations that we have in our region, and these are factors that drive our response to the water supply strategy. And you can also use this information for the next water board trivial pursuit. So we have a long region, 700 plus miles. And in that, the point I want to bring from this particular slide is that 77% of our region is owned by, or I should say administered by the federal government, with the majority being BLM, 31%. Also, we've got a population for the entire region of just a little bit over 1 million. That figure up there is from a 2010 census. It hasn't been updated. But two outstanding national resource waters, got to put that plug in. But we have a very rural region. And next slide, please. Point from this slide is that all of our surface waters drain into the Great Basin. We are on the western edge of the Great Basin. So they either drain into the Great Basin or into the Mojave Desert. The other point I want to bring out on this is that you could make a case that maybe you have one, the Owens River, that has a portion that drains out to the LA Basin, but that's neither here nor there. Next slide, please. The last slide here on the Trivial Pursuit journey is, this is our population centered in, and the point to bring out here is you can see most of the population is centered down in the southern part of the region. Lancaster, Palmdale, we're talking about 150,000. But when you take the combination of the southern part, you're almost at, or just maybe actually a little bit over 800,000 people. So that's where the preponderance of our population resides. Next slide. So our board in 2019 adopted a resolution, and that climate change, it was a climate change resolution along with a climate change action plan. Very prescient document. You'll see the 4 strategy areas of that resolution and the action plan really align well with the water supply strategy. Protection of wetlands, floodplains, and headwaters, protection of headwater forests, forest resiliency from wildfire, protection of groundwater quality and supply, and protection of infrastructure. Next slide. So with respect to headwater protection, that resolution recognizes that mountain meadows are an important function or have an important function with our water strategy, and calls that out, not only for the fact that, it provides headwaters into our major surface waters, but also that's where we can build resiliency. When you've got a healthy meadow, you also have a meadow that's less susceptible to high intensity fires, as well as that meadow can provide recharge, or not recharge, but discharge back into surface waters during the later parts of the summer and early fall. Next slide. So in that category, I just want to bring up an example, and this is the Lower Parazzo Meadows Restoration Project. That's part of that, first phase, if you will, of that action plan. This is just northwest of the town of Truckee in the Little Truckee River watershed. Next slide. And what this is designed to show in this particular slide, this is Lower Parazzo Meadows. I'm going to talk about upper, middle, and lower Parazzo Meadows, but this particular slide is talking about, one, the meadows was heavily impacted from logging, roads, and also grazing and dairy operations. So this restoration project has brought a number of hydrologic functions back into the watershed. Goes in line with what I just said in the last slide. And it's a very healthy meadow now. If we can go to the next slide, I can show you a before and after shot. This is it from the upper and middle Parazzo Meadows. What you're looking at here is a project that's been in the works in the upper and then the middle since 2009, 2010 timeframe. But you can see that some of the structures that were put into this particular area help to get that water to spread throughout the meadow. That brings back the biological function. It also helps to put water back into the meadow itself. And then that water, again, is available for release later in the season. And you can see that meadow has restored very well here in the bottom part of the slide. Next slide. On that second focus of our climate action plan is taking care of wildfires and wildfire resiliency. So this is a photo of what the Tamarack fire looked like when it crossed Highway 395 last July. It started in our region and moved over across into Nevada. And it came very close to burning the Leviathan mine, which is a Superfund site that we've got in that area, just a little bit north of Markleeville. Next slide, please. So we talked about in the previous slides about how the resiliency of these meadows really helps to keep that burn intensity down. Here's a case of where burn intensity was quite high. This is, again, the Tamarack fire. We've had, many regions have had fires over this last fire season, and it's what we're going to continue to see through climate change. So not only are we working on the wild, or I should say forest resiliency aspect, but we're also post-recovery, these types of activities that are going to take place. Our staff is out there. We're getting more field presence out into these sites, working not only with the federal government land administrators, but also in private lands. This is a private land example here. And you can see in this example, we've got a salvage or logging operation. Actually, it's a hazard tree removal, but some of the stability that I should say BMPs that were implemented here are still in place now, and certainly are going to be able to protect water quality going forward. Next slide. The point I wanted to make over on that last slide, you don't have to go back to it, but we utilized our timber harvest waiver. It's been in effect for some time now, and it's up for renewal in 2024. That waiver has worked well for us. Where there are gaps in the waiver, we've filled those gaps with staff interaction with those who are going out to do harvesting of down trees and also putting in BMPs. But we can see that lining up for 2024 when we do renew the waiver, which is likely what we'll do, that will build a section into that waiver that's going to cover post-fire recovery operations. The third aspect of our climate action plan is taking care of groundwater quality and groundwater supply. Next slide. And DWR has identified 2 basins in our region that are in critical overdraft. Up at the top, you see that Tahoe Valley is a medium priority. And then down at the bottom is Indian Wells Valley. That's a high priority. Next slide, please. This is a shot of that valley, Indian Wells Valley groundwater basin. So the point I want to make on this is that our staff's working with our stakeholders in those basins to work on finding some solutions. And we're currently working with the authority to put a recharge project in using recycled water. They want to inject that into the aquifer. It's in the planning stages, so we don't have a time frame for this yet, but we're working with a number of different stakeholders in that area. The Navy, China Lake is just to the northeast of that site and owns a large portion of that, the boundary periphery on the watershed. So just as another example of some of the work that staff's currently working on. Next slide, please. What this slide shows is, we talked about groundwater supply, but we're also trying to focus on the salt nutrient management plans. That's part and parcel of working with recycled water. So the point to take away from this slide is we have 7 basins are depicted on the slide. 5 of those basins have salt nutrient management plans. And salt nutrient management plans all occurred prior to 2019. So they've got to be updated here in 2024. And we've got a strategy for that. In fact, at our November board meeting, the Lahontan board will be hearing our salt nutrient management plan strategy to do just that. The other thing I want to point out here, it doesn't show it, but see if my pointer works, it does. So the areas that don't have a depiction on Sigma priority, that's the Owens Valley and the Fort Irwin. Those basins are very low priority. I just omitted that from the initial draft of this slide. But with respect to the Tahoe Valley and the Owens Valley, their GSPs, their sustainability plans are in the DWR at this time for review. Next slide, please. So that in summary of that, our next steps are to look at getting those 5 salt nutrient management plans updated to the board by April 2024. And the other key takeaway is for our region, 90% of the population draw their groundwater or draw their water supplies from groundwater or state project water and from 12 groundwater basins. 90% of the population is covered by these salt and nutrient management plans. So that's just a positive thing to put there. I think the other aspect I want to bring up, and this is something that Director Nemeth talked about, and that is building relationships is so important. And that's one of the things that we're doing, post-COVID. We're already talking throughout our team and getting out into the field, doing more and more interactions to get that intel, if you will, on those projects that are coming up. And that's something we're going to be focusing on so we can be much more efficient and effective in where we're applying our limited resources. Next slide. So in summary, I talked about our climate action plan and that resolution. We'll continue to implement that for our region, and we'll also continue to build the important relationships that we need with our stakeholders, our land administrators, and the communities in our region. Next slide. Any questions? Or I guess I can turn that over to the next region. Thank you.
Yeah, we can aggregate questions at the end, and please do type in any questions and I'll continue to track those. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Matt St. John. I'm the Executive Officer of the North Coast region. Good to be with all of you today. Our board chair, Greg Giusti, had hoped to be here in person, but for family obligations is joining us just remotely. So the North Coast region, we're doing a lot of work in this space related to advancing water resilience water recycling, and climate adaptation. But rather than give a comprehensive update like my regional executive colleagues have done very capably, we decided to focus our presentation on kind of one area of our work in this space of climate resilience, and that is on groundwater recharge in the North Coast region. So next, I'm seeing we don't have my presentation up. There we are. Okay, thank you. We do have it up. I apologize.
Okay.
You're on the right slide. Perfect. It is hard to read from it. So in California's water supply strategy, the action 2.1 relates to expanding average annual groundwater recharge by at least 500,000 acre feet. And so that's the specific action that I'm speaking about today. Several of the goals in this particular water supply strategy have to do with providing regulatory and technical assistance for promoting groundwater recharge projects, asks the State Water Board to prioritize the water rights permitting for groundwater recharge projects, and generally providing for the water boards to provide regulatory streamlining for what's called flood managed aquifer recharge projects, FLODMAR for short, and particularly those FLODMAR projects that are funded by DWR. Groundwater recharge, stating the obvious, is needed as a tool for managing the effects of climate change. Given the unpredictable climatic swings of extended periods of drought that are then punctuated by these very extreme, frequent extreme storm events, we need to kind of change the way that we manage water resources in order to optimize the management to balance when the water is available, using the water when it's available. Based on seasonality. So that's where groundwater recharge can come in. Next slide. So why is groundwater recharge important? Again, it implements this very important key element of the water supply strategy. As I'll speak about more, it implements the North Coast region's policy statement for groundwater protection. And it is a tool to ensure water supply sustainability, not just municipal and domestic supply, but as well also agricultural supply, but also importantly to enhance in-stream flows to support aquatic life related beneficial uses. In addition, groundwater recharge projects can help to reduce flood risk and can be an important component of groundwater sustainability plans. Next slide. So what is the North Coast region doing to promote groundwater recharge within the region? I'm going to speak to each of these in a little bit more detail. In October of this year, our board adopted the policy statement for groundwater protection in the North Coast region. In December of this year, our board will be considering adoption of a new of our waiver for specific categories of low threat discharges, and we've added a specific category related to FLODMAR projects. And then generally providing technical support and regulatory coverage for both large scale, these FLODMAR projects, and small scale in LID, construction stormwater related stormwater capture projects, which can support groundwater recharge. So next slide, a little bit more on our policy statement for groundwater protection in the North Coast region. This is a non-regulatory policy statement, which includes a handful of key findings. The North Coast region, we have a predominance of high quality groundwater in the region. That's a condition that we're proud of, and we want to keep it that way. So we established a policy statement affirming this condition. The North Coast region, while perhaps doesn't meet the levels of the Central Coast region, but we rely heavily on groundwater for drinking water, especially within disadvantaged communities. And our groundwater basins provide really a crucial buffer against drought and climate change. There are also very real existing risks to groundwater quality that we certainly faced in the North Coast region, and drinking water supply risks included and need to be managed and protected. And the human right to water, which our board adopted a resolution in 2019 endorsing the human right to water as a core value. And it's really informs all of the actions taken by the North Coast region. And so this policy statement reaffirms that. So those are kind of some of the findings, some of the direction that came out of this policy statement. Generally was to use our authorities and to protect high quality groundwater, and to restore groundwater quality where it's been degraded. The one example of a specific direction out of this policy statement that I'm going to speak to in this presentation is with regard to directing us to create a permitting mechanism to provide regulatory coverage for groundwater recharge projects. And we did this largely in response to the governor's executive order from this past spring, Executive Order N7-22, which called for doing streamlined permitting via general waste discharge requirements or waivers, providing funding to communities to support groundwater recharge projects, including through groundwater recharge projects that are identified in GSPs. So we took that direction. Next slide. And we are in the process of revising our existing conditional waiver of waste discharge requirements for low threat discharges. And we are adding a category, as I said, specifically for these flood-mar projects. So this conditional waiver covers specific designated categories that have been identified as presenting a low threat to that are categorized as low threat discharges to land. Some examples are domestic waterline flushing and pumped water from storage tank excavations, just as a few examples. It's a conditional waiver, so it's not a ministerial coverage. It requires that the applicant submit a notice of intent, and then waiver issuance is reviewed and ultimately issued by the executive officer, but it's contingent on a demonstrated compliance with some prescribed conditions for discharge. So in the next slide speaks a little bit more to the revision that's now proposed before our board, will be considered at our December board meeting, to add this category for these flood managed aquifer recharge projects. As we've stated, this is to support beneficial uses related to groundwater recharge as well as freshwater replenishment. So recognizing that groundwater surface water interaction that can benefit from these groundwater recharge projects. It's not just groundwater, it's also freshwater that can be replenished. As I mentioned, this is not a ministerial permit. There are conditions. It requires review through monitoring and reporting, need to demonstrate that there will be no degradation to underlying groundwater, no creation of adverse geochemical reactions with underlying earthen materials, and doesn't result in migration of existing groundwater contamination. But generally, we believe that many of these flood-mar projects will be able to be covered under this conditional waiver. So yes, moving to the next slide, thank you. There's two examples of these flood-mar projects that I wanted to highlight. The first is in the Alexander Valley in the Russian River watershed. So this project takes high winter flows from the Russian River, pipes those flows through a network of pipes, and applies the water through primarily to vineyards through existing infrastructure that's used for frost protection. So it's basically using existing infrastructure on vineyards, applying that water during the winter when there's excess water available, putting it at high rates onto land to promote groundwater recharge. In addition to, or some of the benefits of this groundwater recharge is that it's been demonstrated to increase summer base flows due to this groundwater surface water interaction. This is an alluvial basin, which is shown to have downstream benefits to downstream communities for supply, as well as for in-stream aquatic uses such as summer rearing of some monnets. Next slide. This is a project that has many partners, public-private partners. The project proponent is the Dry Creek Band, Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians, and they were successful in getting funding from the Department of Water Resources. They were funded $7 million out of a total project budget of $12 million. And in the next slide, it shows that this is a 7,000 acre project area in the Alexander Valley. It's been divided into 8 irrigation districts or zones, and the $7 million is funding the infrastructure for the first, I think it's 3 or 4 of these zones, and future funding will help to get this irrigation onto additional zones. So it's a project that is showing a lot of promise in the southern part of the North Coast region. So the next project, the next slide, is in the farther northern part of our region in the Scott River Valley. This is a tributary to the Klamath River. This flood managed aquifer recharge project was specifically designated in the Scott Valley GSP. Has similar objectives to improve groundwater conditions in the valley, as well as to augment summertime stream flows in order to improve water quality conditions. Many local and state partners for this project. Next slide. So this project was initiated following some hydrologic modeling that the Water Board funded. This modeling work was done by UC Davis. It was part of kind of a implementation phase of the temperature TMDL that was adopted by our board for the Scott River to evaluate different strategies for managing surface water and groundwater, and also to improve stream temperature conditions. And the modeling results showed this big potential as using FLEDMAR as a strategy. And based on the modeling results, there was a proof of concept pilot project that was implemented, which showed high rates of infiltration, therefore groundwater recharge, with significant surface water interactions, therefore increasing summertime base flows, and that the application what didn't have an effect on the crops that they were being irrigated, which was a concern for the particular property owner that was advocating for this project. The state board received a water rights permit application. They've issued a permit for a scale up, a scale up of this FLEDMAR project, and that implementation of the project is now hoping to be implemented soon. So switching gears from these larger scale flood managed aquifer recharge projects to look at smaller scale opportunities for groundwater recharge. And we've heard about that in the previous panel discussions in the stormwater context. That through our MS4 permits, our construction stormwater permits, these are permitting mechanisms that can promote post-construction stormwater management, example, low impact development projects, as well as advancing basically the principle of slow it, spread it, sink it, store it as a tool for managing stormwater. Next slide. This slide just shows a couple of examples of these post-construction and LID projects in the North Coast, bioretention basins or swales, porous pavement, rain gardens. Again, they're small in scale, but additively across an urban developed landscape, they can really add up in terms of water supply and promoting groundwater recharge. So last slide. So in closing, some considerations. We need to consider numerous water supply needs, domestic and municipal supply being obvious, agricultural supply as well. But we also need to balance that with the need for in-stream flow for aquatic life and salmonids. Groundwater recharge projects need to balance the benefits that they can provide to water supply balancing against the potential risks with regard to groundwater quality. But through careful design and review and project oversight, I think there's a demonstrated evidence that there's a lot of opportunity and potential for these groundwater recharge projects. Thank you.
And then last comes Region 9. Am I coming through on that?
You might need to turn it on. There's a button there. And if it doesn't pop on, go ahead and try using other.
There we go. First of all, I want to say thank you to our Danish colleagues and guests for coming today and staying the whole day. I hope we have shared something with you that we'll be able to take back and use, and I certainly got a lot from your presentation today. And so this is now, I think, where Joaquin says, thank you very much for coming. We've run out of time. Too bad for Dave Gibson.
Oh, we're actually doing quite good on time.
Dang it.
We're supposed to go till 5, so.
I guess I'll use the presentation. Thank you. Okay, Region 9, and I don't know if this was stated before, and if you're all aware of this, I think most of us in the room are, but for our Danish colleagues, the regions that have been reporting to you are drawn up on watershed boundaries. The Dickey Act set them up on watersheds rather than county lines. And that's rather important, especially when it comes to surface waters. It's also important for our groundwater basins. So our regions are delineated that way, and the San Diego region is the southwestmost corner of the United States. On this slide here, the San Diego Water Board, during the recession in 2008 and 2009, realized that we had to make priorities, and we were making priorities in a way that the public did not understand. They were about funding sources and how we could spend the money we had or didn't have rather than on what they cared about, which was water quality. So we came up with an approach we called a practical vision. It was a 7-year strategic plan. The 2013 generation had 7 chapters. We expanded it by expanding some of what we were already covering for racial equity and environmental justice, climate change, and tribal groups into 10 chapters. And the board adopted that last year in 2001. The 2 chapters I'm going to talk about, and I can't cover everything that we're doing, are the sustainable local water supply, resilient local water supply, and climate change. So next slide. This is on our website too, by the way. So for resilient water supply, our strategy forecasted the eventual California water strategy we've been talking about today in the water supply portfolio approach. Our staff and stakeholders came to those same conclusions in 2011 and 2012. Climate change is real, hydrology is changing, we need to be prepared. And while the water board itself doesn't have the authority to dictate manner of compliance or actions, there are several levers that we can pull to make sure that these projects are effective, that they have a predictable pathway and regulation, that there aren't roadblocks that will stop them after a lot of money's been invested in them and planning. And so the Water Board's strategy for resilient water supply began with outreach to the districts, the agencies, the municipalities, and the public on what they felt they needed to have in the face of climate change. So among the projects that we have completed or are working on right now, and again, now I can't read this all the way, is the outreach that I mentioned and enforcement actions for conservation. We have talked about conservation, the need to conserve, and the photographs may not show up very well, but you can see one property owner in Santee, my neighborhood, who clearly did not understand the conservation mandate. And this was an action that the Water Board took, and the city of Santee actually followed up and took enforcement action against that property owner for over irrigation runoff. Our stormwater permit that the board adopted in 2013 prohibits landscaping runoff and over irrigation runoff. It is prohibited, and it's subject to enforcement actions. We have been expanding our recycled water reuse. And so here I can just say, Jane said everything important, and I'll just take questions. But I will cover a few things on that. Salt and nutrient management plans. Our groundwater basins are small, they're shallow, and they're sensitive. But because we are at the end of hundreds of miles of pipelines that bring imported water, and those pipelines cross 3 earthquake faults, each one of them are set to go and will interrupt our local supply for months. At least, we have to be able to rely upon all of our resources and make effective use of them, and groundwater is among those. And we've adopted several permits that have facilitated desalination. We talked about tahini a little bit earlier, and indirect potable reuse and expanded recycled water reuse. Next slide. So among those are the Carlsbad desalination plant. I believe it's the largest in the United States, 54 million gallons per day. It is expensive, and we could spend a lot of time talking about the problems with the intake and brine discharge. I will say that Doheny did it right for all the reasons that Jane Joy covered, and Doheny also did it right because the South Coast Water District rejected Poseidon's offer of partnership. And they kept it a municipal function for a municipal district that meets the consumer's needs in their district. And they can also plan on offsetting the electrical costs, not by a speculative transmission from a far source, but from on-site solar panels. So they are looking at that, as well as the brine use discharge as well, and reuse. The city of San Diego is building a pure water plant, indirect potable reuse. And their plan in 2 phases, the first phase is under construction now, is to supply the city of San Diego with 50% of its water from reuse, from sewage reuse. 50% of their water will come from reuse. They're also working with other agencies like the East County Advanced Water Purification Project. Several water districts and 2 municipalities will provide 33% of the water for the East County, the hot and dry part of our county, from reuse of wastewater. This means that we have to adapt a sewage collection system that was designed to take water and get it to the coast for treatment and discharge into a system that collects water, treats it, and pumps it the other direction for reuse. So this is not a simple prospect, and there are things that are happening to make that a reality. These are several of the projects. The city of Escondido is also planning ultimately an indirect potable reuse, but they're starting with their expansion of their recycled water systems. And the Sweetwater Authority also makes use of groundwater, brackish groundwater, to augment their local supplies. I would have probably spent more time on stormwater capture if I had approached this presentation differently, because there are several really, I think the technical term is cool projects that are underway right now. The San Diego Airport, it has a vision of becoming a zero discharge airport. And in fact, they've already realized part of that by converting all of their parking lots for the West Terminal to stormwater capture and use. They're using it in their power supply. They have built a 3 million gallon cistern on the East Terminal, the first terminal, and they're now rebuilding that terminal while it's in use. And their vision is to capture all of the runoff from the tarmac, all of the runoff from the rooftops, all of the runoff from the parking lots, to be a zero discharge facility. That also gets the regulatory agency, the hard cases at the water board off their backs for copper toxicity in San Diego Bay, because those big brake pads leave a lot of copper on the tarmacs. So they can reuse that water. It'll offset their water needs. It'll make them more resilient in the face of supply interruptions. And it's also the thing that steps this airport forward into the next generation of serving San Diego in its current location. So those investments are expensive. And to pat ourselves on the back, I'll compliment our board member, Gary Strawn, in particular, for going with me to their board of directors and explaining that this is not only a good idea from the regulatory perspective of copper toxicity, but it's the right idea. It's the moral choice for water resiliency in the future. So part of our practical vision was to encourage that, and I'm happy to report that they did that. The city of San Diego is also expanding water capture and use, stormwater capture and use. And they're doing it at 14 locations in San Diego, and their intent is to augment their pure water program with stormwater capture and reuse. One of the challenges we face is paying for those stormwater capture systems with stormwater program funds, and they talked about Proposition 218 earlier today. Well, wastewater facilities don't have that restriction. So tying your stormwater capture to wastewater, you can provide the capital funding and operations and maintenance funding that you need, independent of the general fund that the city council votes every year and never has enough of. So there are some real advantages to the city's approach. There are some regulatory challenges there, but those are things that we will have to eventually come to grips with. The Santa Margarita district, though, in this photograph, they have taken a sand mine and turned it into a recycled water storage. So they can store their excess recycled water in the winter when demand is low and purvey it in the summer when demand is high. And they're also looking now at taking stormwater infiltration BMPs that are permit required, which are only in use for 15 days a year. It doesn't rain every day in Southern California, unfortunately. The other 350 days a year, we're looking at using that to infiltrate recycled wastewater, high quality recycled wastewater, and augment their groundwater supplies. So those are some innovative projects that we're currently working on. Next slide. Groundwater protection. I mentioned those small, shallow, and sensitive groundwater basins. Camp Pendleton has many of the saltwater intrusion problems you heard earlier, so they're looking at several options. And I wanted to share that the Mission Valley Terminal was closed. The cleanup on that site was closed by the water board last week. That has restored 5,000 acre feet a year of groundwater basin to use, to beneficial use. We talked about the Doheny desal plant. What's the size of that? 5,000 acre feet. That's a momentous decision. Well, cleaning up a contaminated groundwater basin that provides that same amount of water to a municipality every year going forward is a significant accomplishment. And that was one that we were very proud to report. And that is a meaningful contribution to the city of San Diego's water supply. While we're looking at expanding sewering in places like the Temecula wine country, I want to highlight what one of the wineries did when we approached them with our practical vision and the options that we could indemnify them against if they undertook them. The Ponte Winery did several things, and I'd be curious to know if other wineries have done some of the same. The photograph there, it's hard to see on the lower bottom right, there's a reflection pool and it's set up for a wedding. I'm really proud of the fact that people are celebrating their most important moments in their lives in front of a pool of recycled wastewater. And that's in the summer. In the winter, it's captured stormwater from the rooftops. That winery and the boutique hotel and restaurant are platinum LEED certified. So they use less than 5,000 gallons of water per day for the hotel. That's their limit on the treatment system. They have reduced their consumption of water to produce wine from about 7.5 to 8 gallons per gallon to 3. I don't know if that's a good average or could be better, but that was one that they committed to as well. And they actually redeveloped the winery so that all of the acreage pools to one location, and they have a zero discharge. It's all infiltrated to groundwater. They actually excavated a vineyard, replaced it with aggregate, put the vineyard back on top of it, and they had a 5-inch storm event in 24 hours, and they did not have one drop of runoff. The parking lots, the vineyards themselves, the restaurant facilities all went to that location. They had a pool of water for a few hours, but that went away. More and more our wineries are going to go to this sort of changeover, even if we expand sewer, because climate change is changing the math on water affordability and the need to be locally independent and resilient. Next slide. Most of my day is spent on the US international border these days, Tijuana River sewering issues and border pollution. But there are also some unique opportunities binationally that we're exploring with US EPA in the US and Mexico sections of the International Boundary and Water Commission. And I originally titled this an aspirational water supply. I'm just going to call it a water supply approach for the border. We're able to redesign with the funding that's been provided by the two federal governments, the sewering system for the metropolitan city of Tijuana, 1.8 million people, from a gravity pumping system to the coast, where most of it's discharged untreated on the shoreline, to a gravity fed system to a US located treatment plant that will go from 25 million gallons per day where it is now to 60 million gallons per day, with 40 million gallons being made available for recycled reuse in Mexico. Right now, Mexico is very short on the Colorado River supply. The Mexico Baja is actually having to purchase water from California at very high rates in order to meet basic municipal needs in Tijuana. They have actually had service cutoffs in Tijuana the last several years. They're simply shutting off areas when they don't have enough behind Rodriguez Reservoir to supply water. So there's going to be a need in Tijuana for this recycled wastewater, and there's several ways that it can be used. Also, while that USMCA and Mexico investments are building a new wastewater treatment plant on the coast, our goal is for that treatment plant to treat the water and then pump it east rather than onto the shore, onto the coast. That water could also be source supply for Tijuana. They not only have a surface water reservoir that's perennially empty, they have a groundwater basin immediately nearby that could be augmented, and two areas where this water can be reused, Valle de Palmas and Valle de Guadalupe, where it can be used for ground cover or groundwater augmentation. So there are several projects there. They're no longer aspirational, they're really necessities. And the water boards are working with the agencies to try to realize them. Next slide. Climate change. Many more actions than plans at this point. Although they aren't major actions, we haven't stopped climate change, we're working on that. But we did, in fact, create a climate scientist position. Now, this may seem to be quite mundane, but this is a bureaucracy we're talking about. These things are not simple. To try to explain where we would provide the resources to make that happen, it was a challenge in itself, unfortunately. And the outcome of that is that climate scientist's job is to take the state-of-the-art science in the world, in academia, in industry, and bring it to our staff. Our staff already have 4 full-time jobs. They have to write permits, that's one. They have to do inspections, that's another full-time job. There's enforcement, there's another full-time job. And then there's expectations that may come from EPA or state board or our board members or me, and that's their 4th full-time job. They don't have time to also be climate scientists and do their own research. So we've created that functionality, and one of the outcomes has been that we now have climate action plans for all of our coastal discharges. All of the facilities there are now required to explain how they're going to deal with sea level rise, ocean acidification, and other climate change issues, including changes in hydrology. Some of those wastewater plants have about 1/3 to 1/2 the flow they used to treat, because conservation has realized net reductions in flow, that the plants weren't designed to operate on that scale. So adapting the plant for future lower volumes but higher concentrates are changes we have to make. In addition to that, we're now looking at our stormwater permit, and I can't say too much on this because we have several board members here, but we are looking at how can we adapt that climate action plan to the stormwater programs as well. Many of them are on the coast, and besides water quality, we have storm surges that move the water in reverse flow. So the stormwater is actually coming out on the streets from the bay because of the storm surge and the higher tide elevation now with sea level rise. It's already being seen in San Diego Bay. So those are changes we have to plan for. Salt and nutrient management plans. When I was listening to Jane talk about Santa Ana watershed, and they have waste discharges in the upper watershed and water suppliers in the bottom of the watershed. It's a unique challenge. We've all learned a lot from them. But we also did use to quip among my colleagues and I that when we were told we need to be more like Region 8, we say, yes, but they're small, they're rich, they have a brine line. We're not small, we're not rich, we're building brine lines. Not always that easy, but we absolutely admire what the Santa Ana region and the Santa Ana Watershed Protection Authority have accomplished in water reuse and effective reuse and planning. So we are trying to emulate that as well. We have in all of our records of decision, and I've signed now about 22 of them with the US Navy, there's a mandatory review and reopener clause. They have to evaluate changes on site and the remedial methods in perspective of climate change. So as sea level rises and groundwater rises, they have to reevaluate whether their preferred choice for mitigation and remediation was still effective. So we're doing that. We have ocean monitoring requirements now that have been adapted for all of the coastal discharges to look at ocean acidification, plume tracking, and the impact of on the ocean in light of climate change. And then we also have expedited review of our rail system repairs. And the top photograph is the Del Mar rail track. You can't see it, but the track runs right on the edge of that cliff. It was poorly sited in the 19th century, and it hasn't gotten better with time. So that is the only rail link between San Diego and Los Angeles. And right now it's shut down because of repairs in 2 locations, San Clemente and Del Mar. So we expedited the review of those in order to get that rail line reopened. It is an important part of our system. And we're also reviewing the permits that I mentioned and the coastal mitigation. We didn't talk much about this today, but we did a major marsh restoration in San Diego Bay at the Sweetwater River. It's not adapted to climate change. So as the sea level rises, the acreage will be inundated, the water will lap against the walls. That's not your optimal design. For the Poseidon desalination plant, they have to do mitigation. They're doing it in San Diego Bay at the mouth of the Otay River. It's been designed to retreat over the next several decades as sea level rises. So we have a net meaningful gain of wetlands, and that advances uphill as sea level advances. So it's designed and contoured to accommodate that growth. We had the space there to do it, and we had the willingness of U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Poseidon, the County Water Authority, and other agencies to make it happen. And we're now having to look at all of our 401 certifications for wetlands impacts or waste discharge requirements with 2 questions. Is it sustainable because it will be hotter and drier? If we plant freshwater marsh, will it be freshwater marsh 10 years from now, or will it be dry sandy wash? Big difference. If it's going to be dry sandy wash, then that mitigation needs to be different for the impacts that are happening now to what are in fact extent wetlands. And we also need to consider that coastal sea level change. Can we adapt and move it inland? The Tijuana River Valley, we have an action plan adopted there to do that. And so we are trying to emulate that now in our other watersheds. Last slide, and then it's beer 30. And this next slide is just saying thank you very much, and we can now take your questions and look forward to some cheap, lousy American beer, not nearly as good as your Danish beer, but we hope our hospitality makes up for that deficiency.
Just my completely deep gratitude and thanks to each one of you, Mike, Matt, Jane, Dave. We are very fortunate for a deep bench of leadership in our Regional Water Quality Control Board, starting at the top with our executive officers, and you all represent a lot of our best. And I think of each of your regions, and they are so unique in their mixture of history and challenges that we're facing here, but so many common themes from the top of today's discussion down to these updates, and I'm just very thankful for them. I don't see any written comments. Folks with verbal comments here in the room? It must be beer 30 then. And I think it has been a very intense and meaty day. And I just appreciate everyone's attention, intentional engagement here, and just the great thoughts that we've been able to share. We will recess then until tomorrow officially at 9 a.m. and we'll come back together. We all have an informal happy hour you're welcome to go to, which if you go out the main courtyard and take a left down at the end of the block and then take a right, it's the Elks Tower. It's called Locked Barrel. Feel free to make your way over there. We'll all informally gather. Thank you so much. It's been an incredible first day of WQCC 2022. We'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have a good evening. Thank you.